Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm super excited to walk you through one of my favorite beginner friendly project, something we all used every day, an Amazon clone. So whether you are a complete beginner or just looking to strengthen your skills, this project will give you the foundation to solve real world problems and build something meaningful step by step. Alright, let's dive into the project overview. This is the very first page of our Amazon clone, the home page. Right at the top, you will see a big sliding banner. Here you go. Here's the cool part. It's not just a static image, it slides automatically, giving our site that modern, dynamic e-commerce feel, just like the real Amazon homepage or any e-commerce platform. Right? Even you can control it if you click on it like this, and if you see so you can navigate to that page like this. As you scroll down, you can see featured product section. This is where we showcase some of the main products that grab the user attention. Each product section is clickable. So in this case, we have 3 product section: footwear, electronics, clothing. Let's say if you click on it, here you go. We navigate to its product list page. This product list page show you only footer category list. So if you click on any card, it navigates to its product details page. Here you go. We have 3 sections. I divided into 3 sections. The first, on the left side, you will see all the uploaded images of the product. This lets the user quickly browse through different angles or version of the item. The second one, right in the middle, we have the selected image section. Whenever you click on the thumbnail from the left, it updates you can see it updates, right? So the customer get a clear, zoom in look at the product. On the third one, on the right side, we have the product details section. This includes product name, its price tag, its rating, description, stock, and seller, and date. At the bottom of this section, we have some action button: add to cart, show review, and give review. Right? So you can add item to the shopping cart. Here you go. If you click on it, you can see the message, and notice here 8 item in this card. Even you can increase the amount. Let's say 2. So notice 10. Right? And now I think I already reviewed this on this product, so I cannot review again because it gave me a message. So I want to just footwear, and then let's say this one. So I can review let's say if you click on this review button, so you can see this UI. Let's say I can select 4-star, and let's say good product. Good product. If you submit it, here you go, review submit successfully. And now you can show a good review, the good product, right? And yeah, so yeah, I think this is the product detail page. Now I will walk you through the card page. We have the card page. This is where all the products that the user has added are displayed. So we have one item like product 5 with its price, quantity, and subtotal. And on the left side we have remove button. So if you click on it, it entirely removes this product from this cart. And once you click proceed to checkout button, the user can it takes you to the checkout page. Here you go. Now here user can increase or decrease. You can increase the product and you can see the message. And right side you can see shipping details, so you can fill up. Let's say I fill up, and after that you can make a order. So if you click on it, I think there is no quantity, so I have to reduce, let's say 3. Now here you go, order placed successfully, right? Because this product have 5 stock, so yeah, you have to put 5. Okay, so I just put up 3. And now next I will walk you through your order page. So you make a order, alright, and now order page. So recently you make a order, right? This is where the user can see a complete list of all the order they have placed. Each order is displayed with key details. Here we are. We have order ID, we have date, when you placed, we have total and status. So right now it's pending, and you can cancel this order, and even you can view the details. Here you go. This is the product, right? So it's very simple, and basically this page brings everything together. It gives you it gives user a history of their shopping activity and adds that extra layer, right? So you can see your history. So right, all the things. So this is the user product, your product, your order page. And now I'll walk you through other features. Here you go. We have this product section, all the product listed. So now we have 3 images. So if you click on it, you can see next image, right? And yeah, all the product. And how cool it is. If you click on this, now it navigates to the product detail page. Okay, and this is the sidebar. So if you click on it, we have your account and your order. So let's say you click on your account, so now you can navigate to the your account page. So you have your email, your gender, and your account ID. And we have 4 buttons: update profile. So this is the update. So let's click there, and this is where users can manage and update their personal information. Like they can change details like their name, email, password, and even profile picture, right? So yeah, and now we have the dashboard, the seller dashboard. Right now I'm seller, so I can see this dashboard. But if you're not seller, so you cannot see this dashboard. I'll show you, but let me show you this dashboard first. So this is the dashboard page, right? So first, let's see the manage product. So here we are looking at the manage product page. This is a section designed for sellers to handle their products. On this page, the seller can see a list of all products they have uploaded, along with details like product name, description, price tags, category, and 3 action button: edit, mark out, and delete. So if they click delete, it deletes the product, and if you click on it, you can update the product. You can change the quantity, the price, the logo, the category, right? So this is the manage product. And now you also can see create product page. So all the field you can see, once all the details are filled out, the seller just need to click the add like the create product button, and yeah, you can upload all the things you can create, right? And we have manage order page. So this is where seller can see all their order placed by customer for their product. Each order shows important details like buyer name, total, order date, status. So recently Individual say order this product, so I can change the status. Let's say delivered, and now I think yes, now you can see delivered, right? So this is the seller order page, right? And now if I log out, here you go. Now I have to log in. So I log in with another account, let's say Elon. This is the login page, and here you go, login successfully. And now if I click on it, so I'm also seller, right? I'm also seller. So I think I have to create another account. So if you're not seller, then you can see this create become a seller, right? So this is the intro of our Amazon clone project. And also here you can search on any product. Let's say product 1. So you can search the product, right? And you can, let's say you can filter out all the things. Let's say all category, let's say electronics, and then you can see it's a laptop, and if you click on it, here you go. Let's say don't, because now we have these 3 laptops, right? So this is the also search product list. You can search from here and it navigate to this search page, and also you can search from here. You can filter out all the things, right? And even you can check out in stock or not. Okay, so this is the Amazon clone overview. Now you might be wondering, why focus on e-commerce? Well, e-commerce is everywhere, from buying clothes to gadgets. Millions of people interact with online stores every day. Understanding how these problems work not only gives you practical web development skills but also shows you how real world businesses solve problems to serve their user efficiently. And that's where this project gets really exciting. By building an Amazon clone, you will learn to tackle real world challenges like designing product listing, managing shopping cart, and implementing checkout flows. Every feature you create is a problem you're solving, giving you hands-on experience in thinking like a developer and innovating solution that people actually use. So let me show you some real data. Okay, like why should care about and like what type of problem we have to solve. Well, so this is the real data. Okay, so worldwide we have the global e-commerce sales annually six almost $7 trillion. It's a huge number, and growth rate every single year 10 to 12%. If I break down further, we have three segments: B2B, B2C, which means business to customer. So if you buy from Amazon, that means you are a customer, and Amazon is a business. So this type of e-commerce platform contribute $5.5 trillion, and B2B, business to business, $1.5 trillion. C2C, customer to customer, $0.5 trillion, which means $500 billion. So this matrix is show you the problem, show you the sales, right? And you have to deal with that. Right now, globally we have 5.5 billion people, they are using internet. Active e-commerce shopper, out of that internet user, 2.5 billion people. Think about for a second. And on an average, people spend per year almost $3,000. Think about for a second how big it is. If you project the future and if you understand the key regional distribution, so Asia almost contribute 60%, North America 20%, Europe 15%, and rest of the world 5%. So the most of the e-commerce platform is active and generating more revenue. Asia, right? And if you project future, so right now our current sales is like almost $7 trillion, 6.86 at 8.3% growth rate. It's gonna be up to 7.81 at 8% growth rate 2016. Then 27 8.0 trillion at 8.3, and so on and so forth. So at the end of the 30, you can see $10 trillion GDP, $10 trillion sales. So as a developer, you have to go through how we can make user life easier, faster. Because right now it's not about code, because AI can generate code. So you have to be a problem solver. So throughout this tutorial, I'm gonna break down each thing's very small part, and I'm gonna give you all the framework. So first things first, I'm gonna create backend folder inside Amazon. Let's create backend, and inside my terminal, Amazon slash backend, and then npm init, which means initialization dash y. So this command create our Node.js server, and you can see we have all the important and the package we are going to use. So I organize it So I can just paste it. You can see on backend, I'm going to use NodeMon, Malta, Mongoose, JSON Web Token, Express, .env, Post, Cookie Parser, Cloudinary, and BeekeepJS. So let me show you. I think, yeah, there you go. So this is our package.json. Okay, and now, yeah, let me import all the package they're gonna use. So npm I, you can write install, both gonna work. So let's paste this, and here you go. So it takes time a while, and yeah. So, and in this project, you see we're going to use MERN stack. So let me set up other things. Okay. So first, let me show you the code flow. How actually backend and frontend communicate each other. Right. So this is the right. So this is the a basic diagram. Okay. With help of this diagram, I'm gonna explain to you how backend and frontend communicate, and how backend respond to a frontend. Okay, and how MongoDB and we are using Cloudinary, communicate each other. Right? Because my ultimate goal to give you understanding the architecture and the flow. Because nowadays, if you understand the architecture and the flow, you can build any project. Right? And this is my ultimate goal on this project. So, so let's assume a scenario. Okay, let's say you are a user. So you want to sign up yourself on any e-commerce project. For simplicity, let's say you want to sign up yourself into our project. Okay, so first you have to provide all the basic data, your name, email, all the things, and along with, let's say you want to provide your image. So image is a profile, it's a file. Okay, then you repaste with help of HTTP, right? And then backend can accept it, but it's not easy. You also use middleware, right? So backend, before accepting your request, we can check like your request. Okay, that's middleware comes in. So middleware is a basic function which can check your things. Let's say in this case, let's say middleware check, are you authenticate user, are you authorized user. Okay, so if you are, then this middleware let you in, or let you request to in the backend, and then backend can process it. Okay, so backend itself doesn't store any data, so that's why we need database. There you are, we have MongoDB, right? So all the data we can store MongoDB. Okay, all the data you can store MongoDB. Alright. So, and for store your image, we need to use a third party cloud service. So we are using here Cloudinary. You can use Firebase, AWS, other service, but here Cloudinary is totally free. Cloudinary don't want any credit card or anything. You have to create an account and you can use it. Okay. So we store in Cloudinary, and then Cloudinary provides or send back to frontend URL, and then we can store or save that URL into MongoDB, right? So and then we can response frontend. this is a simple way the best way to explain to you like how front end and back end work. So when we integrate our Redux toolkit, I'm gonna explain to you with this diagram. Right now, just you have to understand these things. Content request to backend. Backend check your request before accepting it, and then after accepting it, it process and then it do some business logic. And then after that, it save all the information into MongoDB. And then if you provide a profile, it's gonna call the Cloudinary SDK, and then Cloudinary SDK gonna send back to backend, and then backend store the URL. Now we have to set up Cloudinary. Okay, but back to the case code, and let's check all package and NodeMon, again NodeMon, Malta, Mongoose, Token, Express, .ng, Post, Cursor, Cloudinary, Bcrypt.js. Okay, alright. You already import all the necessary package, and now it's time to set up our third-party configuration. So first, we're going to set up Cloudinary. So if you don't have Cloudinary account, please create and then just log in. So I already log in, and now I show you the home page. So this is the Cloudinary home page. So as a free user, Cloudinary provide you 25 credit. You can see last 30 days I'm able to use just 1% of that resource. So it's a huge resource for practicing. And then you can see go to API keys, have to click on it, and then we need three things from here: cloud name, API key, and API secret. So to get API secret, Cloudinary send you an email where you have to accept, and then you can get a password or like a code. That code you have to paste here, and then you have to approve, and then you can see this code, and then you can copy it. So after doing these things, let's check out our environment variable file. Right? Oh, hold on. Okay. So this is the ordinary name, ordinary API key, and ordinary API secret. Don't use mine because I'm gonna delete after recording all my video. Right? Because this is the demo thing. So I created all my demo project. So you need these three things: cloud name, API key, API secret. And now we have to set up the Cloudinary SDK, a basic configuration. So let me okay. So inside backend folder we have all the folder, and so I want to say you guys, I already create all the project. Okay, like all the code. My like I'm only focusing on explain all the code line by line, because I'm gonna focus on more than writing code over to explain to you, right? Because I want you to understand the problem and solve it. So I'm gonna I want to make you understand the architecture and the code flow. Because if you understand, then you can solve any problem, any kind of problem or any kind of project. You can build it by yourself. The main thing is right now, you should understand the architecture and the flow. Because right now, AI is there. AI can help you to write a code, but you have to debug by yourself. Even though AI can debug it, but as I said, the more complex project it is, the more complexity and endpoint and routing is there. So you have to manage by yourself. If you understand, then you can do by yourself, right? That is the things I'm gonna focus on it. So I'm gonna explain all the code line by line. Don't worry, even if you can't get that code. Okay, I'm gonna share my GitHub link. You can access free of cost. Don't worry. Inside backend, I have configure folder. Inside configure folder, I have three files. First, let's understand Cloudinary HDK. It's very simple and easy. So here you go. So I import v2 from Cloudinary and I name it Cloudinary. Then I import .env. Why? Because all the secret, I'm gonna use just their name, because we don't want to push our secret into GitHub or to share to anybody. Right? That's why we have to put it in environment variable, protect it, and then that's why we need .env, and then just cloudinary.config and pass so object, and inside a cloud name, API key, API secret, and then we export it. That's it, right? This is the basic setup of Cloudinary. And now next things have to integrate our MongoDB, right? MongoDB database. So let's go to MongoDB website. So I already create my account. Don't have, please get your MongoDB account, and yeah. So I'm gonna create a new project because I have multiple projects. Okay, all right. So new project, just you can see, and project, click on it. I think guys, my laptop is working. Please, sorry. Okay, so here you have to put your name. So Amazon, let's say Amazon one, whatever you can put your name. Okay, doesn't matter. And then next, and then here you can control your ownership. If you want to let somebody in your project, you can change the ownership. But for my case, I want to keep myself as owner. So just I move forward, and then yeah, create project, and it's take time. And then you have to create a cluster, right? So let's create cluster, and then you have to choose uh, like, so as a default, MongoDB select M10, but free version is enough for practicing. That's where you can get 500, 12 MB shared RAM and shared CPU. Don't worry, guys. If you're doing practicing, it's okay. And you have to name it. So already as a default cluster 0, it's fine. If you want to change, you can. You can select the provider. For my case, AWS is fine, and the region you can select. Uh, the region. For my case, is Mumbai. You can select. Let me show you. So whatever, like right now my laptop is hanging. So let's create a deployment. Okay, so and now you can copy this password, or yeah, and then create database user. Click on it, then choose your connection method, and then I'm gonna choose driver. You can choose compass, but let's choose because we are using Node.js. So yeah, let's driver, and then you can see the entire MongoDB URL. Just copy it and make it done. And then once you complete it, just paste MongoDB URL inside environment variable. So there you go. So I name it Mongo and then I paste MongoDB here. So now you can access MongoDB URL inside any file. Okay. So for that we have to configure the MongoDB. Okay. So let's back to our config folder. Inside config folder we have a MongoDB configuration. Okay. So we have a basic configuration. First we are importing Mongoose library. So Mongoose is a library to help you to model your data. So like it's some modeling and your data like, and so yeah, so like data modeling, right? So yeah, Mongoose is a library. MongoDB is a database. So then we just call.env, and this is the asynchronous function. Okay, connect.db, it's an asynchronous function. Once you use async, you have to use array. What does it mean? It means it takes time. Mongoose is a library, and we have a method. So connect is a one of the method, and it connect a MongoDB, okay, with the data modeling like in a Mongoose, right? And then so you can create a model and talk to MongoDB, and then inside this connect method we are passing the URL, okay, the URL. So we are passing here indirectly with help of process.env, and Mongo is a name from environment variable, and now we console log it because we want to see if it's working or not. So to debug purpose, yeah. So to show the yeah, show them into my terminal, and then inside the catch block pass console log error. If if MongoDB throws any error, we can catch them inside catch block. And then this line is important. Process.exist one. One means if Mongoose or MongoDB throws any error, right? You can see on Mongoose stop the the server, right? If you don't use it, if Mongoose throw an error, your server is still running. It's not good thing, right? Because Mongoose is not connected, so your backend will be like crash. So we don't want to like we don't that. So so like to like, protect that, we have to do this thing. So other things, and this is a MongoDB. Okay, now you also use multi storage, but when we are going to write our sign up, then I can explain to you. That will make sense. And then so right now we have index.js. Let me show you. So this is the index.js. It's very simple because I separate also write other file app.js. So index.js is a entry point of backend. Alright. So I import.env because and then connectivity from Mongo and then app. So I call .env and then I call also connectivity. And then this is a variable import 5004 and then app from this app, and listen is a Express.js method. It's a server method. So yeah, we can listen to the server, right? So yeah, and then it's an arrow function, and we just console log it and see the result. Okay, and this is the index.js. Very simple. Let me show you the app.js. All the integration, like all the route you can handle here. So it makes clean in the index.js. Alright. So here we import express and cookie parser for handling, like cookie parser for handling the, the we can send like WebJSON token browser. Alright. This is a way. You don't use cookie parser, so you can handle it with header. But you want to use cookie parser because it's easy for website, and codes for backend and front end can talk each other because they don't understand. So codes can help them communicate. And this is the import route, and then we the apps express, and this is the middleware. Use it's a middleware, so it's a built-in middleware. So we can pass our object. This is the course object, like what is it? Like this is the front end URL. So we can talk, and then this is a credential, because whatever data we pass from front end, if you don't put a true credential, so backend doesn't understand what front end want and what front end are talking, right? And then express.json. So like front end send a raw data, but backend like backend wants to understand what data is, so backend can format it in JSON format. So that's why we're using express. Then cookie parser to handle the token, and then this is our main endpoint. So in this project we have 4 endpoints: API slash user, API slash product, API slash order, API slash cart. Right? This is the basic setup of our backend, right? And we already set up content. We already set up our ternary, MongoDB, all the basic um, code, right? So first off, we have to understand what is data modeling. So we have two type of data, like a SQL data and no SQL data. SQL data means a relationship database, and MongoDB is a NoSQL database, like it's a document database, like JSON like object, right? So inside models we have 5 collection. So each collection have the document. So before explaining this code, let's to understand the diagram, because this entire project is all about focusing on understanding the architecture and the flow. So let's go to the diagram. So I'm using, as I said earlier, like app.eraser.io. So it's a free tools. Okay, so you can create this data modeling diagram. Okay, so I create it. So it's very easy to understand. The backend developer, and particularly you are the full stack developer. So if you understand this diagram and how each collection communicate each other and talk to each other, so if you have understanding, then you can easily populate the things you want to, and you can solve any problems. So you should know how it works. So I'm going to explain to you step by step. So you should have understanding. Okay, so this is the diagram, and this is the, I just make it very simple. So first we have in this our project Amazon clone five collection. So in MongoDB we call collection. Okay, so each collection have each collection should should have multiple documents, right? And document is like JSON object. So in our project we have five collection: user collection, product collection, review collection, card collection, and order collection. Okay, so this is our first collection, users, and this is the central of our project. So we have this collection, and now before explaining this diagram, let me show you what type of relationship we have. So basically in your project we have one-to-one relationship, one-to-many relationship, and many-to-one relationship. So let me explain to you what does mean one-to-many relationship. Okay, so we have user collection. Okay, so user to product, that means this is the things, user collection to product, product collection. So we have this ID, it's a public ID. Okay, every collection have their own ID, and MongoDB create it. Okay, so this ID also have, and product ID, product collection have has their own ID, right? So user link to product collection, that is the things, user to product. So one to many means one seller can list many product, right? One seller can list many product, that is called one to many relationship in this case. How? Users list product, like user list product is an array of product ID user. So if you look at here, this is the list product, it's a string, it's an array, right? It's an array because whatever seller can upload many product, so we have to list out all the product into array. So that is the things, right? Like users order is an array of order ID, right? And then product to review, so user listed product is array of product ID. And then second is user to orders. So this is also one to many relationship, which means one buyer can have many orders. So let's say you are a buyer, you go to Amazon, you can order multiple products, right? So, and you can see all the list, all the history in your order history page, right? So that is the things we are going to achieve. So one buyer can have many orders. How? Users order is an array of order ID. Let's see. This is the users, and we have, this is the order. This is the order schema, right? So here you go. This is the order. Let me zoom a little bit. Zoom in. Okay. All right. So this is the order. This is the order. Okay, inside user, and this is the array, and it is linked to order schema, like order collection, right? And as I said, every collection have their own ID. So this is the ID, like PK, public key, right? And you can see, right? So user, so each order have their array. That is the things. User order and array of order ID. And third is product to review, which is one to many relationship. Product to review. One product can have many reviews. Like one product can have many reviews. Let me show you. So this is a product collection. Okay, so if you look at, there is a review. Inside product collection we have this array, because one product can have multiple reviews. Why? Because let's say you buy same laptop and I also buy that that laptop too. So you can review, I can review. So I have to store multiple review inside that particular document. So in MongoDB we called it is document. So yeah, so that is the things we are talking about here. Like product to review, one product can have many reviews. And how? As I said, products review is an array of review ID. All right. And then fourth is card to product. One card can have many items or product. In this case, items, right? How? Cards item is an array with product ID. So I made a mistake here. I show you. I'm saying it. So this is our card, and we have the item. But yeah, it should be string. Okay, it should be string. And yeah, so one card can hold multiple items, because in Amazon we can order, we can buy, we can add multiple product into our card. Let's say I want to buy a laptop, I want to buy a phone, or any device or any things. So yeah, so card can hold multiple items inside one collection, right? So yeah, and yeah, we link these things, right? And here we are talking about one card can have many products. This is the one-to-many relationship. And in our case, we have also one-to-one relationship. Let me show you what is that. User to card. Each user has one card. Each user has one card, right? How? User's card is a single card ID. Let me show you. So you can see this is a card, this is a user, it's a string, right? So we link card to users. So like if you go to Amazon or any e-commerce platform, so you have one card. So inside that card you can add all the items. So yeah, so that is called, it's a one-to-one relationship, right? So it's a one-to-one relationship. And in our case we have also many-to-one relationship. Product to seller. Many products belong to one seller, because one was, yes, that is a many-to-one, right? How? Each product has a seller field pointing to user ID. So you can see this is a string. So product, yeah. Now product schema, a product collection, refer one single seller. Here you go, right? And then order to buyer. Many orders belong to one buyer. Many order, if you look at, yeah, the single buyer, right? It's a string. And then review to product or user. Many reviews per product or user, right? Many reviews per product or user. How? Each review has product and user field. Let's go to the, you can see review. It's a user ID and also it's a product ID. User ID and also product ID, right? So this is a diagram, and this diagram is very helpful, because if you are a beginner, I think if you follow this diagram and then if you write your controller and then if you fetch the data, so it's help you to to understand how the flow is worked. Because I'm saying again, architecture and flow is very important. Every because if you understand how front and back end talk each other, how back end database talk each other, and then how how any state management we are going to use RTK Redux toolkits. So if you understand this flow very deeply, so to be honest, trust me, you can solve any problem. And as I said, right now as a developer, this is our job, to solve the real world problem. And that's this tutorial is all about, to like, to show you all the tactics, all the problem solving skills. And yeah, and I'm gonna show you as simple as I can. So this is the just diagram, and now let's back to our VS Code to code, right? And this is our VS Code. So I write all the code, so I'm not gonna type again because it wastes your time. Okay, I don't want to do that, so rather I can just explain to you, so it save your time. Okay, and I can focus more on explaining. Okay, so inside our Amazon clone, and we have the backend folder, backend and client, and inside backend folder we have all the structure, and this is a model folder. And don't worry, I give you the link, the GitHub link, so you can access all the code free of cost. So yeah, let's explain to you. We have 5 schema. We have 5 schema. First is user schema. So this is the mongoose. It's a library. Okay, so we import a mongoose library. You can get a document. If you search mongoose, so you can understand all the document, right? So it's a mongoose. Mongoose is a library, and the user schema, right? So we make this user schema, and then we make an instance mongoose, and schema is a method, right? It's an object. So mongoose provides this schema object, and then this schema object we write our code, we model our data, we structure our data. So in our case we have name, type string, now all the necessary field required, trim, min length, max length, and then email also type string and required, and then also password type string and required min length. Because I want any user who can put at least 6 character password. If they put less than 6 character, so you can get an error from my backend side, and also we are going to handle on frontend side. But somehow, if frontend doesn't work, you can get a message from our backend, right? And then profile image, and it's a string, and default is I make it empty string. You can put any default link, or you can handle on front end. Okay, it's your choice. And then gender type is string, and then role. It's very important because I make it simple, this schema. So I put enum. So I provide 2, buyer, seller. You can also provide admin. Okay, so if you want to, you can. So as a default, I put buyer. So if somebody want to be a seller, so I will create a controller, and that controller help us to change buyer to seller. So I can create that logic. Okay, so we have to put enum, or if you don't want to put enum, so you can change dynamically. But I think for this use case, it's very useful to put an enum. And then cart. So cart referred to a cart, cart collection, right? So, and type is mongoose schema types object ID. So this way you can refer to cart schema or cart collection, and we have to put refer. Ref means a reference, right? And then also for seller, like product this listed, list product. So it should be array, because one seller can upload multiple product, and then we list out all the product inside this. And here just we can list the product ID. Okay, this product ID. But when you want to fetch this ID, so we have to put a populate. So MongoDB provides that populate method. So with that method, we can fetch this entire product ID document, right? And then orders for buyer, their order. So you also put orders, and you also refer to order schema, right? And then timestamp. So timestamp, I make it true. So it generates two things: a create time and update time. Right. So yeah, these two things, and yeah, inside this user schema, we have name, email, password, profile, gender, role, and we have three reference: a card schema, a card collection, right, and then product collection, and then order collection, as I explained to you on diagram. So we just code it, right, and that's it. Let's move to a product schema or product model. All right. So as I said, Mongoose is a library, and similarly, schema is a object. And now this is the first object, and second object, like we make it time span true. And I think I forget to and then after creating this object, then we have to call this model. Const user mongoose, and model also, it's a method from mongoose library. And then you have to pass two arguments. First argument, you have to put the name. Okay, right, you have to put the name. So like in user, whatever you can put. So here you can see a singular, but on MongoDB it becomes a plural. Okay, and then user schema, what you put, above. Okay, this is the user schema, and then you can import as a default import, so you can use it in other file. All right, so this way you can create your schema. And now let's talk about product. So as I said, this is a product schema, and then new, like when you we instance a schema, like it's a schema, and here we have all the data structure, like all the data: name, description, price, stock, category, subcategory, and like it's simple, right? It's very simple. Like name is string, description is string, price is number, and stock is number, category is string, subcategory is string, image is also string. But look at it carefully, because here you are using array, because we are going to allow seller to upload multiple images for one particular product, right? So that's why we are using array. But if you look at user, we allow, you can see it's a string, because we only allow user to upload one profile image. But here is different, right? Just keep in mind, when whatever it is, like if you want to store multiple things, so you have to use array. I think you know very well, but for who doesn't, for that I'm just saying it. And then seller, and I refer to user, because who belong to this product, who upload this product is belong to who, that means user. So to identify who upload this product, I have to refer user, as I said on diagram. So yeah, and then review also, who put review for this product, right? So I can also, because if you want to, like when you create this review, so you also connect that things, review, and like yeah. So for this product, this is a review, so I just refer to review collection, and then average rating, it's a number, and then times true, and same things Mongoose model is a method, and we are passing two arguments. The first is the name, and here is singular, but in MongoDB it's gonna be plural, and it's a name, right? We put here that is a name, right? Product schema. If you look at this schema, same we put it here, and then we import as export. Like we export as a default, right? So this is the product model. Next to cart model. So same things, mongoose schema, and then user. So this is the object, and we have so, and this is the timestamp. We make it true, and then also it's a cart, as I said, and cart schema. So we are passing two arguments, the name and the schema name. This is schema name, and this is the object here, and then we export as a default. So we have first user, okay, and then we refer user, like from this card, it belongs to who? User. So we have to identify that user, right? So we refer to user, and then items. As I said, in card we have multiple items. That's why we put array. Inside array we have first object, and then inside this object we have inside this parenthesis we have the first object and the second object, right? So it's a nested object because this is an array. Okay, so this is the first product. Okay, this is the first item. So we can store multiple items. Right? Inside item we have product and quantity. So for product we refer to product collection, and quantity is just number, and default is 1, right? And the mean is 1. So default means at least you should have one product inside your card, right? Like if you want to add, so at least you can add with one quantity. So as a default I make it 1, and then total price, number default 0, and and here minimum 0. Total price cannot be negative. It's obvious. So this is all about mongoose schema. And now it's time to order, right? Same, it's a order schema, and then we create an instance with help of mongoose schema object, and then we structure all the data buyer, and we refer to user, because who ordered this product. To identify that we have to refer to user, and we did user, and we make it true. And you can see mongoose schema types object ID. Make sure you do same way, because we have other things like type not s or object not id, then it's not gonna work. And then buyer and then product. So who order? So we can identify user, and what product you are going to place or order. So we have to identify. So product ID, and then refer product collection, and then quantity, it's a number, and then status. So we put enum, and we are giving pending, processing, shipped, delivered, cancelled, and at the default pending. So when you order, you can see a pending until or unless seller update. If seller update, then based on updation you can see the status, right? So if you look at here, this is the product, and we have also status, total price, and then shipping address. So inside we have it's an object, and this is a pair, full name, street, city, state, postcode, and country. Based on your project you can add phone number, whatever you want, but this is the basic things I and then overall status. So if you look at, this is the order overall status, and this is the particular product status. Like, it's very unnecessary. You can understand, because let's say if I order 5 product, okay, and each product belong to a different seller, okay. This is a real life, okay. You can see on Amazon. So let's say my first seller, he can within 1 day he can deliver. Maybe my second seller, the order status is processing. So overall, we don't know. So if all the product is delivered, then we can update overall status delivered in particular that order. Okay, don't worry. When you code it, you can understand on UI. Okay, and then order date. Yeah, but if you want to explicitly mention, you can also you can also we also make it here. So yeah, it will work seamlessly, don't worry. And then also order, and then mongoose model, we are passing 2 arguments. This is the name and order schema, and then we export. This is the order model, and then last is review. So you sign up as a user, maybe you are a user or seller or whatever it is. You add a product into your shopping cart, and then you place an order, and after that we want to know your feedback. So we have to create a review model. So that's why review model is there. And yeah, same things, product, we refer to product, okay, product collection, because we are identify which one, like on which particular product user are put a review. So to identify that, we have to mention product and then user, right? So yeah, this is the product, and then next we refer user, and then rating, type, mean, max, required, and comment means text. So I put here maximum length 500 and trim 2, right? And then review, and same things, just whatever data you want to put, you can put here. So as I told you, is that what, first of all you have to diagram it, and you have to plan it. Then you can write a code very easily, and now AI is out there. You can put your diagram or maybe your plan. AI can generate faster. Then you can modify based on your things, right? So understanding flow is very important. And this is the 5 models, okay, and this is the we structure our data, and yeah, we did it. And inside Amazon clone we have backend folder and client folder. So inside backend folder we have a controller, and then also inside controllers we have a user controller. So I open up it, and then I have all the controller like sign up, login, logout, upgrade seller, get user, update user, and delete user. So one by one, I'm gonna explain to you a detailed explanation, and I'm gonna give you a framework. I'm gonna give you a blueprint, so you can build your own logic by asking questions. So before explaining any controller, I want to give you that blueprint. So okay, so this 6 question is very important to write a controller, right? As I told you, right now we have to solve a real problem. So we need some strategy, we need some blueprint. So I observe and then I create this model to help you to understand like any difficult logic or anything. There is a 6 element. First is add input. Second is V for validation, like valid. P for permission or rules. A for action. R for related updates, and R for response. So to remember it, you can write it like I par or I valid permission and and related response. Right? You can read it like this: I valid permission and related response. Right? I par, like I par or like 4 par or whatever it is. So you have to ask this 6 question, and I will show you inside my controller where I use this question, and you can understand each section of my code with this model or this blueprint. And to trust me, it's very helpful to write any controller. And the first question is, you have to ask yourself, is that did I get input? Second, did I validate it? Third, did I check permission or rules? Fourth, did I do the main action? Fifth, did I update anything else related? Sixth, did I respond to the client? This is the sixth blueprint I'm gonna follow on my controller, and each section where I use this question, where I ask this question, I'm gonna show you. So please remember these things, and if you want to screenshot, do it, or you can get the code on GitHub. So don't worry. Let's back to VS Code. So I just close my sidebar and let's open up this sign up controller. So sign up, we need as I explained to you earlier, like all the models, user model. Okay, so based on user model, we are going to grab all the data. Okay, so this is the async function. So async function means it takes times, right? And when you use async, we definitely use await, right? And you also use a try block catch. Inside try block, we do all the logic, and inside catch block, if something goes wrong, we catch inside catch block. Alright, the first question. So follow this sequence: a request and a response. This request is coming from frontend, and this response you send to frontend. Right? So you have to follow this sequence, and it doesn't matter. You can put full request, like I just make it simple request or response, but the order is matter. And then you have to ask yourself, did I get the input? Okay, whatever data you want to grab from frontend, this is the question: did I get the input? And we have these 4 input from inside the sign up. So name, email, password, gender, right? From request.body, because this data are coming from frontend input. So user put their value or their information inside the input, right? The second question: did I validate it? Did I validate it? So yeah, you have to check it, like is there name, email, password, gender, and then inside this if clause, if statement. So I think if is a statement, like inside this parenthesis, if anything, if it's true, then run this block of code, right? If it's false, then skip this, right? So here we are using, a not operator, which means if and we also use for operator. So what operator says, if name is not there, okay, if any of them is not false, which means it's gonna be true, and then we have to, and then this block of code run, which means all fields are required, right? Or let's say all the data is valid and user provide all the data, so this block of code gonna skip, okay? And then third question you have to ask, did I check permission or rules? Did I check permission rules? So this block of code is about this question, okay? So the permission or rules. So here just it's a permission, is that like existing user, right? So this is the user collection. So inside user collection, I'm gonna find the email, okay? So this is the find on method, and then I pass email. This email is coming from frontend, the request.body, and then I also use if statement, okay? So inside this parenthesis, if this user exists, okay, that means it's true, run this block of code. That means inside this user has the email, so that email already exists, so I don't let anybody to put same email. So I want all the user to use a unique email, right? So that's why I'm just checking these things. So that is the question, did I check permission or rules, right? And the fourth question is, this is a main question, and it's a main thing. Did I do the main action? Did I do the main action? And action can vary. Action can vary, controller to controller, right? And it's also depend on the complexity, right? The more complex the feature you have, the more it gets more complicated to handle it, right? And that is the fourth question, did I do the main action? So in this sign up, we have just basic things, is that just we have to hash the password. So I'm using here, first it's a salt, it's a variable name, and then I use await, and I'm using bcrypt, okay? So this is a bcrypt, and this is a gen salt. So it's a method, it's generate 10, at least 10. The more, the higher number, the higher security. So 10 is enough, right? And then I put a name hash password, it's a variable name, and then also bcrypt hash. So with help of this password is coming from frontend or request body, and this salt is this salt. So combine it, it's gonna create a hash. So hash means on database you cannot see the raw password, so it should be hash, right? And then after that maybe, but yeah, so like in our case we want user to provide image. So image is a file, right? It's not a text. So to understand a file, we have request.file. So first we initialize it's an empty string, right? And then request.file. If file is exist, that means user provide file. Then run this block of code. Right? So then it's a result name, right? Then we use await upload cloudinary. So it's a utility. So we write a separate upload utility, upload cloudinary utility. Don't worry, I'm gonna explain to you. Okay, so this is the utility function, and I'm passing this argument. We have two arguments. First is a request.file.path, and then second argument is folder name, right? And then we get the result, this result. So inside result, lot of things out there, but here we only care about secure URL, right? And result, and then we store here profile image, and now this profile image have this secure URL, right? And after that, we have to create a user instance, right? Then we have to save it. So here you are, we are creating an instance, and we call object. Okay, so new is a keyword, so it's help to create a new instance. And then this is a user collection, and we are passing this object. Inside this, parenthesis, we pass an object, and the name, email, password, gender, profiling, right? So the way we structure our data inside schema, okay, same way we have to do it, right? So, and hash password, this is the name, but inside our collection we have this password. So we have to do the thing, but here also we have like this, like name, but Node.js and allow us to this way. If the name is same, like if the key pair is same, so this is our object, right? So we have like this. So it's a key pair, like it's a key and it's a value, right? So if key and value is same name, so you can write this way. So it's gonna work, right? So that is the things. But here we have different name like password and hash password. So that's why we have to mention this way. If we have this password, then we don't need to write again. This verse we can understand very easily. And after creating a new user, we have to save this user instance or user object. So we use await and user.save. Save is a method, we run it, and then the fifth question is, did I update anything else related? So remember, guys, I want to show you again something. So in my previous earlier, I talked about what I mean by related data. It's very important. Otherwise, I think, let me show you again. What the heck? So related data means this is a user ID. Okay, so we have reference like list product. Okay, so it's a other collection, like it's a product collection you have, and then we have also order collection, right? So if you want to change user, we have to understand, because this user link with product and order. So you have to remember is there user can influence that document or that collection. If yes, then you have to update it, right? You have to think like this. So let's back to VS Code. So in this case, we don't have like this, but we have to update it like this. The question is, did I update anything else related? So we have here, because we are using so we are using token like JW token. Okay, so this is a JWT, so we import here like this way. This is a JSON web, and then we name it JWT. So yeah, and then this is the token, and just we are using sign. So let me show you the syntax, how this syntax works. So this is a verify and sign. Where is the sign syntax? Now you have this, so inside, JSON web token, we have this sign method. Okay, and this is a syntax. So we are passing three things. payload, okay, then secret private key, secret or private key. Third is array. So inside array we have option and callback, right? So payload, the data you want to store inside the token. It could be the role, the user ID, or email, whatever you want to store. So basically we want to store like maybe role or maybe user ID, right? Yeah, but you can extend it as you want. And then secret private key. So if you don't know JWT, so JWT allow us to provide a secret key. So that means it get more secure things. And then option. In option you pass like an expire date or like issue or all the things. And then callback. It's optional, but if you want to use callback instead of returning synchronously, okay. So we are going to use callback. Okay. So this is a syntax, like sign syntax, right? JWT sign. Let's back to VS Code. So this is it's a variable name, and then JW sign, and then it's the ID user. So this is the user. So it's a user. This user is coming from database. So it's a user collection, and we have this ID. Right, as I told you, every collection have their own private key. So we are calling key, right? So this is the ID, and then we have role also. So inside token, we want to store a user ID and user role, and then this is the JW secret. Let me show you again. Inside my environment variable, I have JW secret, and just whatever you can put it. Right, so this is the demo. Don't copy my things, okay, mine things, because I'm gonna delete after this recording. So yeah, so I'm using these things like, and then as I told you, first is a payload and second is a private key or secret key. So process.env JW secret, and then third is it's an option, right? And yeah, and also we have callback. So here we are not using callback function, but we are using option. So in 7 days, within 7 days, this token is gonna be expire. You can increase 10 days, 20, 30, whatever it is. But like usually people at least 30 days. But in my case, 7 days is fine because it's a practice project. And then I have to update cookie. Let me show you the syntax first, because you are going to deal with a lot. So that's why I prepare you. This is syntax. Response, okay, this response, and then cookie. So we have name, value, and option. We have name, value, and option. So name, whatever the name you put previously, you have to use here, and value. So I'll show you. Let's back to VS Code. This is the name token, and this is the value. Okay, and remember, whatever name you put here, when you write or when you create a middleware, and if you want to access this cookie, you have to put this name to remember. And then this is a value and this option, right? This is the option. So we have HTTP only true. That means JavaScript cannot decode this token or cookie. That's why we are putting HTTP only true. And then it's a secure production. So I show you these things. So you can dynamically adjust, and then max age 7 days. And then third question is, did I respond to the client? Okay, so if all the things is good, so we have to provide a OK message. That means OK status. So 200 201. This is the message. So if you don't know, just search all the message, you can get it, and then JSON object. So we have to send with JSON object. The success is true, message is user registered successfully, and then from backend I already structure the data. So in frontend you don't need to you can access easily, right? But let's say if you don't want to do this things, then it's also fine. So whatever inside user collection you can get on frontend, right? So yeah, it's your choice, but yeah, because I don't know all the things, just I care about user ID, username, email, role, gender, profile name. Okay, and guys, make sure, because like somehow, let's say you want other data, but you don't, you forget to the structure. So maybe you can get some unexpected behavior because of structuring, because you want to get that data on frontend, but somehow you forget to mention here. So then you have to debug it. So just take your time, understand what type of data you want to fetch on frontend. So based on that, just the structure here. Alright. So yeah, and then catch block. So after that, if your code if something goes wrong, so here you can show all the things. So I console log for debugging purpose. So console error and sign up error, and then inside error we have message method. So error.message, and then I send to 500 message, response status, and then success false message, server error during sign up. You can customize the message, right? So yeah, so I spend a lot of time to make you understand, because yeah, if you understand the blueprint, you understand the structure, how we write the code, then it will be easy for you to write other logic. Just remember this 6 question, right? And throughout this tutorial, all the controller I'm gonna explain to you very easily. And even guys, I create a test. So here you can also see very easily. It helps you a lot. So you can see also I comment, and then inside upper boundary and lower boundary I put that question, right? So yeah, it's very helpful. So yeah, this test is for just showing you, so you can go through my all controller, and inside this file I have all controller. So yeah, and yeah, so this test just for show you, like you can ask yourself the question and you can go through with that comment. But my main controller, just we have question. Even though here you cannot see that question, right? So if you want to go through this way, like asking question, so you have to follow this file h.js, right? So everything I organize for you guys, so we can create a mental model to solve the real world problem. So this is the sign up controller, and next we are going to work the login controller. Login is similar to sign up, right? Just its difference, we are dealing with email and password, nothing else, right? So same things, we are using async function. Throughout all the controller, we are going to use asynchronous function, and the same order, response and request and response, right? So as I told you, we are going to deal with email and password. So from a request body, we can destructure. So if you don't know, so mostly you can see the syntax, destructuring, right? Even let me show you how we can write it this way. This is a restructuring, and let's say email, and then we can do this. Sorry, let's say request body email. So you have to write this way. So like we are writing double, like here email and here email, right? So that's destruction is coming. So you can see this this syntax a lot. So yeah, mostly I'm gonna use destructuring, but in some code you can see not using destructuring, because to understand okay, we can write this way as well when it needs, right? So yeah, so first question you have to ask, did I get input? Yes, I'm getting input. Second question, did I valid? So here you don't need to valid, right? You don't need to valid, or you can validate invalid email, or right. So it's not necessary inside every controller you have to follow 6 question, but mostly we have to follow, mostly all the controller follow that 6 question, that 6 blueprint, but in some case it's not necessary, right? So if you want to ask a question, so you have to follow this controller. Let me, yes. So yeah, so here, so you can get these things very easily. This is the input, and did a valid data. So this is the user, right? And then so this is the variable name, and this user is a user collection. Find one, then email, and then also I'm checking if user is not there, just send to front end this message, invalid email or password. Have to solve, and the status code is 400, and then also is match, and then I'm comparing, because in our backend database there is no raw data. Okay, so when you sign in, so your password store is based on hashing, right? So but we have to get it back in the raw data. So that's why in bcrypt package we have compare method. So that's why we are using compare method, and then we are passing 2 parameters. This parameter is coming from front end, and user is a user collection. As I told you, the user is a it's a collection. So inside user we have password, right? So that's why this user and this password we are comparing. If it's a matching, then we are good to go. But if there is wrong, so we catch here, and then we are using if state, and you can see we are using like NOR operator, right? So which means it's gonna flip it. So that means match. That means this exists. So in if statement it's gonna false. So if it's true, then run this code. So here it's true, right? So we have to make it false, then it's gonna run. So here it's true, right? So invalid password, and then third question, did I do the action? Second question, did I check the permission or rules? So here we don't have that permission or rules, so we can jump that question, and the next question is permission. Like, did I do the main action? Yes. So we have to sign in, right? So I use this. I create token when you create, like when you sign up and when you log in. But mostly people do both, but some people prefer to do these things on login. So yeah, same things, nothing else. Same code, login and sign up. As I told you, its functionality is same, right? So already we cover up the login, the sign off, and then third is logout, right? So here just we have very simple thing. Just we have to clear the cookie. So before explain to you, let me show you the syntax, the clear syntax. Here you have that syntax. Clear cookie. We have two arguments or two parameters. So name and option. So name, as I told you, the name of the cookie you want to clear. So when you write, like when you create, when you sign the token, the name you put, you have to put here same name, right? Yeah. So it's cool. So it's a name and it's a option. It's a name, it's an option, right? This is a name and this is the option. Only true, and then these things, and then send the request. Success true, message logout successful. And then inside we have to handle the, if something goes wrong, so we can handle and we can catch inside cat block. Console log error and then message status code 500, success false, message server error during logout, right? So this is the controller, right? So this is the controller. Now, as I told you, we are using here, like we are using here the upload to Cloudinary helper function or utility, right? So let me explain to you right now because it's time to explain. So you can explain, like you can write that code inside that controller, but we are going to use same controller multiple times. So I separate, then you can just call it, right? So we have these two separate, upload to Cloudinary and delete from Cloudinary. Okay, let's first understand upload to Cloudinary. It's very simple, a code, and it's very simple code, right? So here you can see I import FS, so it's a file system from Node.js, and then also it's a path, and I import Cloudinary. So if you from config, you can see here this is our Cloudinary SDK setup. It's a basic setup. I think you know, but I just remember you. And okay, so this is the asynchronous function, and I'm passing two things: file path and option. File path and option. In option, it's an empty object, and then inside try block. First I get file extension. Okay, path xname file path, and then I make it to lowercase. Whatever file name is, I'm gonna make it lowercase. So yeah, and ext, all the things I just assign here, and then you have to decide what type of resource you are going to do, because Cloudinary provide, you can upload image, you can upload audio, you can upload video, right? So you have to decide. So if resource type is not there, then run this block of code, right? So now you are generating MP3, WAV, ACK, MP4A or OGG, and then you include ext, and then you create as a default video. So in Cloudinary, audio and video treat like same. If you put audio, but Cloudinary treat like video. Okay, it's very funny. And if not video, it's gonna run image, right? So yeah, and then this is the result. So I use Cloudinary. It's this name, and then uploader. This is the function. This is the object. Like this is the object, and this is the upload function, right? So and then we pass file path and option, and then we return the result, right? So this file path and this option are coming from that controller. Let me show you again. This is the understanding the flow. So yeah, the file path and the option. This is the file path and this is the option. This is the file path and this is the option. And then you run the result. And then also here you also use, catch. If anything is wrong, we first to console error to understand for debugging purpose, and we throw the error. And finally, we just delete the temporary file path from our system. That's why we are using unlinked sync. And then we export as a default upload cloudinary. Alright. So yeah, this is the upload cloudinary. And so far we discussed sign up, login, log out. Let's understand the update seller. It's very simple, nothing else. And if you want to go with this test file, so you can ask the question. But before, let's understand the middleware. Okay, the middleware, because right now you have to use middleware. It's very important. So this is a middleware. So middleware means to do some action. Okay, middleware is a simple function, and that check is that to some certain some authorization. Okay, if you are, let's say you want to do some tasks, so here's the middleware job. Middleware can check, are you login user, are you buyer, or maybe are you login user, or are you an admin, or are you authorized user or authenticate. Lot of tasks we can do. And not only we have one middleware, we can put multiple middleware. So in this our project, we are going to use one middleware, and this is the easy login middleware. You can create multiple middleware based on your requirement. Okay, so in this code you don't see any question, but I want you to practice some more, so I can go with this test.js, this all the code I create here. And yeah, here you go. The first question, I remember you. Did I get input? Yes, token. And this is the name. Whatever name you put there, as I told you, when you access, you have to put this name. So request cookies, and we are using optional chaining, which means if token is not there, it's not gonna crash. But if token is undefined, or if you don't use this question mark, that means optional chaining, so it's gonna crash your logic or your project. That's why always use optional chaining. If you think that should be undefined, right? So, and it's a variable name. And then, did I fail it? Alright, if token is not there, so this message. So the code is, the status code is to return the status code 401, and then we pass this object, success false, message, authentication failed, token not provide, please log in to access this resource. This is the generic message. You can modify the things, right? So yeah, so sorry guys, I'm just drinking water. So alright, so the second question is, third question is, did I check permission or rules or condition? Well, yes, this is the verify method inside JWT, JSON Web Token. Let me show you the syntax first. This is a verify. We have first token, Okay, then we have secret or private key, and then option and callback. Here we are going to use callback. Again, the token, the JW string, the one you set in the cookie or header. Recently you like set, and then secret like your JW secret, an option like things like algorithm or issuer, and then callback function that runs after verification. And then yeah, this way we are going to do it. First error, and then inside callback this syntax we are going to follow. First error and then decoded things. Let's back to VS Code. So this is the token, and this is the token, guys. It's a token, right? So it's the first argument, second is a private key, and third is a option. So here we don't have option, but we have callback function. So yeah, callback also including option. And then as I told you, we have to follow this error and then decoded. Okay, so it's a user payload, and then it's a callback function. That means if it's done, then run this thing. If it falls, it's not gonna run. So if you get any error, we can catch a inside first argument, and then if error is there, so we console for debugging purpose, and then we message invalid or expired token 403. If it is successful, then run the callback function, and also you have to ask the question: Did I do the main action? Yes. So I just assign user payload inside request.user, and then this is the method to continue to next middleware or controller, and then inside catch block same things, right? Same, we will follow same inside the catch block. So if you want to create a separate like error handling, so you can write, and then you can just call here. But yeah, it's okay just for learning purpose. And yeah, so you can understand this middleware, and we are going to use this middleware to not let you do some tasks. If you're not login user, so you can watch my content, okay, but you are not gonna do anything. But for our case, maybe from website you can see all the product, but when it comes to do order, you can't, because you are not a login user. So if you do some if you do some action, then we can show the pop-up message, hey man, you are not a login user, please do that. Right? A lot of use cases out there. So this is the login. It's a middleware, and then update seller. It's very simple. We just update that role, and that's it. And then we can update. Then we can save that things into MongoDB. It's very simple logic. But we have to understand all the things. First question, remember, did I get input? It's not necessary you have to get input from a recruit body. You can get from middleware. You can get from a param, right? So here we are getting from middleware. This is a middleware. Guys, think for a second. Request user. Recently we assigned here. If you notice carefully, this way, request user and then user payload. So this user payload we have here. If you look at login or assign, we assign this way, ID. So inside user payload we have this ID. So whatever you put here, if you change, let's say you change user ID, suppose you change it, let's say user ID, then you have to do here user ID. Alright, so I just do the things right. So yeah, so remember, everything you have to understand, man, otherwise you can't understand the flow. So yeah, this is coming from middleware, and then you have to ask the question, did I validate the data? Yes. User, you are passing that user ID, this user ID, and then if this user ID exists in the user collection, that means this variable become true, and then we can check if not there this user ID to show the message user not found with 404 status. I think you guys see a lot this thing. If you couldn't found any document or any things, website can show you 404 message in right. So and then also this is a question valid, and also the second question, third question here we should have, but I forget to mention. The question is, did I check the rules, check the permission? This is a third question. So here I'm checking user.role. If seller, user.role, if seller, then show this, then run this block of code, which means you already seller. So why are you trying to do again? Even though on front end we can handle, okay, but also we are handling backend. Because backend is very important. On front end you can handle based on the UI or based on the backend, right? So yeah, but somehow if you do try to do that, so you can't do that, because we are not allowed to do that. And even you can get a message, user is already a seller, right? And the fourth question is, did I do the main action? Did I do the main action? If you don't do it, like your code, you can get unexpected behavior, because you didn't do the main things, but you have to do, right? So yeah, so the first your code flow, like your user schema. So in your brain okay, I'm gonna update that seller to that buyer to seller, because if you look at the user schema, okay, so we use the enum, right? So we want, right now as a default we have buyer, but now we want to change the role, buyer to seller, right? So that's the things we are doing here. So now to change this seller, right, manually, right? So yeah, and then we update. So we update this state, like this field user.role is equal to seller, and then we see. Then you can get then you can see the effect on backend or MongoDB or database, right? So and then we have to assign again a token JW sign, and then it's a payload, and ID user ID, and role is a role, and then the private key, and then the option. And same things we have to pass the cookie, because right now you change a role, so we have to do the same things, right? These two things we did in login and sign up controller, but we have to do, because you are changing the role from buyer to seller. So seller should have these things, right? So because when you become a seller on front end, we don't want to relog in, right? That's what we are doing here. If you don't do this, so let's say if you change your role, so maybe you have to log in again, right? So it's not a good user experience. So you have to maintain a good experience, right? So that's why I just focus on to understand the flow, the architecture, because life is like, technology is a tools, and as a users, as a developer, our job to, solve the user problem. So you have to think a lot of angle, right? That's why I told you it's a problem solving skill. And then the fourth question, did I respond to client? Yes. So the way you want to, so you have to destructure, you have to structure. So let's say I want to send ID, name, email, role. Same like login, right? Same like login. And then also catch. Same message, server error during role. Okay, so guys, this is the upgrade seller. Now we have more 3. Get auth user. This is the current login user. So when you log in, then we can populate all the things with help of this, this get auth user. Right. So did I get the input? Yes. And this is coming from middleware. And then perform the action. Even these are things you can validate here. What I did, below, because if you look at this, I think most of the follow this structure. That's why I follow, because this is a standard. First populate, then check. If you want to do first check then populate, it's your choice. But you can see this code a lot. So here I get input and then I do the performance. So user collection and then find by ID. This is the method. And then user ID. So I'm checking, just check this user ID. If the user ID exists, so it's gonna become true. And then I just use select. That means don't include password. This select is does. Then populate. So we have listed product, order, and then cart. Right. So this is the things like, we have 3, as I explained to you when I explained in user models. So yeah, I think I also open up. Here you have 3 things. First is cart, then product, and then order. So if you don't use, if you don't use populate, so one front end you can get the ID, only ID. So but we want the entire product collection, the product object. So that's why you have to use populate. To populate, let MongoDB to show the entire object, right? And we are doing this way. We are populate the product list, orders, and card. Inside we have nested things like card and then also nested. If you look at this card, so yeah, not here. If you look at the card, I have to show you, man. We have nested here items, right? So we have this nested. That's why we are using path here also, because it's a nested. So this is the path, and then inside we have also path and then item product. All right, I think you understand. You guys are genius. And then I just validate. If user is not there, so user not found with 404 status, and then ask, did I respond to client? And then I just structure here. If you want everything, don't do this way. If you want particular things, do this way. ID, username, user email, user role, user gender, and all the things, right? And then catch block. So it's very simple. Alright, just follow this 6 question and the flow. Alright, so yeah, this is a get user, and mostly you can see this controller is very helpful throughout our project. So there's a lot of things I'm gonna do with these things. And then update user. So with this controller, you can update your, let's say you are, in my project, you can update your profile. Let's say you sign up, then after 1 month or maybe 1 week, you want to update your profile, your data, your email, your password, whatever it is, you can do with this controller. So yeah. So the question is, did I get the input? And here we have a lot of input. Alright. The first is user ID. User ID from token. Right. And I think get input, update user. I think it's not there like this. Yeah. User ID from, yeah. So I think, yeah. This is the request user ID. And yeah. So, and then this ID is coming from params. This ID is coming from param. And then here I'm just destructuring. And then name, email, password, gender. It's coming from body. So all the data I created in such a way, so if you only provide email, so only you want to update just your email. So with this controller you can. So it's gonna be dynamic controller, dynamic updation. So also profile image and request files. And then valid user. Right, if user is not there, then user not found. We message it. And also if ID is not there, let's say, okay, let me say something. This ID is coming from param. If you don't know, param means the parameter. Okay, so we call it a param. So actually we are accessing this ID from like from front end. So one front end, the user we want to update. So let's say we are into a page, the user page. Okay, so you can see the ID. Okay, and that ID grab from URL like params. Right. So use param, like yeah, we are going to use param, then we can access that, and then we can send to content, a backend, and backend can access with the routes, and then we're accessing that ID from that route, like request params. And then if param ID is not equal to the login user ID, that means the ID, the document I want to update. Like let's say I'm login user, but I want to update the other user account. So I can't do that. So yeah, not authorized to update this user. So I message, and that I valid all the email. So email, and yeah. So I check double. I use AND operator. But if email is exist, okay, and email is not equal to the user email, same things. Right, so you provide an email, but the email you want to update, it's not matching the email inside a database. So I'm not gonna allow you to do that. That's the things I'm doing here. So if it's true, run this block of code. So we have nested if you state, right? So it's a variable name, and then I find that email. So that means everything is okay. The email you want to update and the email in database is equal. So it's true, and then run this code. So, and then this email is already exist. The email is already exist. That means you want to update your same email. So you provide same email, and so let's say your email is like I'm in Jaju 6, and one input field I also write I'm in Jaju 6. So which means it's not gonna work, right? So I'm not gonna allow you again, because it create like it use my resource, right? So yeah, if you want to update a little bit unique, so you are allowed to do that, right? So this is a logic, nothing else. And same and then I just maintain the regex, the regular regex. Guys, you can search the chat GPT or other things. Even I don't know. Yeah, this is the regex. It's a standard. I follow this standard. So yeah, and then I use the test. It's a method, and then I check if it's not matching. Then yeah, you're not allowed that. That means you have to put your name, then @ then Gmail, then .com. At least you have to follow this way. Right? You don't follow this way, right? It's invalid. You can see this message. And then password, same thing. At least you have to provide 6 characters. Otherwise, you can see this message. Must be at least 6 characters long. So we valid all the things. So this is our 6th question. Did I validate? Yes, I did all the things. And then build update data object. Right. So you can see the different question, but build update data object, which means I have to main task. Did I do main job, or did I do the main task, or main job? So first, actually I write this way because it shows I'm just building the update object, right? The object data. So where you can put a dynamically. As I told you, it doesn't matter what input you provide. If you provide one input, you're good to go. So we have to prepare an object. So now the name is update data, right? The name is update data, and I put empty string. And the name, if you provide name, you can update. If you provide email, you can update, and same for gender. Guys, if you notice here, I'm not using curly braces. Why? Because it's an online statement. So I think new JavaScript allow you to do that. So yeah, that's what I'm doing this. But if you want to do this way, you can do like this. But yeah, I think you have to do and then password. But for password case, you have to remember we have to hash it. So same things we are doing here, right? And then we are handling the profile image. Maybe user can update their profile. We have to handle the profile image. It's coming from backend, right? It's coming from backend. If we are accessing here. This is a profile. Right? So we destructure the profile image. If profile image exists, then upload image, cloudinary and called uploader, upload, and then profile image, the user profile, right? And then update it. And you have to remember. So the first one you upload, but the old one you have to delete, right? Yeah. So let me, I think this code is a little bit different. Not different, like there is I think update user. There you go, baby. Here you go. So because I know, because here you go. Yeah. So I'm just saying, if user.profile image exists, then run this. So delete from cloudinary user.profile image, then image, right? So this is the 2 argument. This is it's a option, and this is a file path. Remember, delete from cloudinary. Let me explain to you the second helper function, delete from cloudinary, right? So we're importing cloudinary, and then it's a function, and then file URL, resource type, so as the default image and file URL. If file URL is not there, throw the error, and inside catch block URL paths. So this is a file URL, and we make it URL, and then you also path name, URL path, and then path name, because we are using import here. So in this syntax, as a default, it's not support. So we are doing here that thing, and remove leading, like all the space. So we are doing these things, and then remove Hudson folder, like a cloudinary provide these things. So yeah, we are just removing this example. So this is the syntax, replace, and then remove the file extension this way, and also call the cloudinary destroy API. The cloudinary, it's an object, it's a method, destroy method, and the public ID, and then a resource type, and the resource type, right? And return the result, all right, and then export the delete from cloudinary. There you go. Well, yeah. Okay, so if user profile, that means I want to update that profile. So the old one should be deleted. So yeah, here I'm doing that. So I call this utility function, and then I pass two things: user profile, that old image, it's a URL, and this is an image, it's a resource type, and then this profile image, that means the new one. So upload cloudinary profile image, then I only care about this first things, first pair, first object, or first thing, right? So yeah, so I can get the image, the first URL, and the path, and then the resource type, right? And then update data profile image result dot SQL URL, right? So the same things, and just we are updating this update data, nothing else. And then, and here also is there, like no file to update if the user didn't send any valid field. Update data is empty object, no point in running find by ID and update. So it means, let's say I want to update something, so I don't provide any things, the same data I click. So yeah, it's not gonna, like, you can call, but there is no field to update. So this is the code. So object, it's a JavaScript method, or and then keys, it's an object. We have like three things: keys, value, and entries. We are going to see the things. So object allows us to create a key pair values to run a loop, right? So it's very easy. So here I only care about key. So update data length, if it's 0, that means there is no data from content to run this code. Return status 404, no valid field provided to update, right? And then the question is, did I update any related data? Did I update anything related data? We have to do it here. Update user, okay. So update user, then find by ID and update. And this is a ID from params. And then set, it's a MongoDB operator. It creates updates and then new true plan validated true, and then I don't provide the password. That's how you select. Then just ask yourself, did I respond to client? So yeah, true, user update successfully. And then user, and this data I only care about: user name, email, profile, and gender. So with this update users, you can do that. So it's very simple, but a little bit tricky, but not that much. Because if you ask that question and you understand the flow, the schema, so you can get very easily. And the last one is delete user. Okay, so you can go here and then update, delete user. Input same. I think not user ID. I think ID. Yeah, so like here you can see ID, right? Here it's okay, but test to us, I think I use other things. So yeah, so ID. So this ID is coming from I think you're gonna become the same. Okay, let me. Okay, guys, whatever it is, so it's not gonna create any things. Oh no. User ID. Yes, now it's becoming user ID, but it's not gonna work. So for simplicity, I do it here. Yeah. So you can use only this code, guys. This code. Okay. But this code is very, yeah. But this code for just for this question, for this segmented, because where the question is, yeah. So which, like upper boundary or lower boundary. So you should have a mental model. So this code is all about. And just, use this code. Okay. Use this code. Don't use this code. Just this code for reference to understand this question. This is the first login user, and then so the question is, did I get the input? Yes, from request dot from login user, and this is a param user. This ID from param, and then did I valid or check resource? So let's check. Find ID. Okay, this is the ID from param. If the user exists, then it's okay. Skip this code. If not, run this block of code. You will not find. And then permission. So I think we have to do it here. Now I think it won't exist. Yeah. User ID. Yeah. Yeah. So even though it's not gonna work because I have requested user ID, not user ID. So yeah. Because if I do this way, then it's gonna work. Then now the code is okay. Now the code is okay. So here I'm not using this structure. Now this code is okay. So you can use this code too. Okay. So yeah. So here I'm checking the param ID and the login ID. If they are equal, if they are not matching, let me run this code. So right, this NOR operator is very it switch the things. If it's true, make it false. If make it false, it's true. So in if statement, as you know, if this block of line, if this line is true, then it can run this code. So somehow I have to make it this true. That means I flip it. If they are not equal, that means they are equal. Right? Oh no. If they are not equal, right? If they are not matching, they're running this code. Right? So let's say this ID is not matching. Run this code. Message. Unauthorized, you can only delete your account. Right? And yeah. So and then then you can ask yourself. Then you can ask yourself. And the fourth question is, did I do the main action? Yes. Then you have to delete first the image. Fine. So yeah, user profile. That profile exists. So this profile is from MongoDB. Okay. If this exists, run this utility. Delete from Cloud9. This is the file path, URL path. Right. This is the resource. And if it exists, then it's gonna be deleted. And then update the readed data. Now, this is very important, right? Because let's say you are seller, so you upload the resources. Okay, you upload the resources, right? So remind you again. So this is a very complex thing. So let's say you are a user, okay, and let's say you have this thing. You are a seller. So you have this, list product, okay, list product document. So you link this, field with the product document. So while the product you have to delete, right, from the backend, from the MongoDB, and each product have the images. So you have to delete the images, right? So maybe you have this field. So you have to understand all the edge case, okay, regarding, right, all the edge case. Maybe the user ID, the seller is linked with other, tasks or other, document. So you have to delete that document too when you want to delete yourself, right? So that is the mental model you should keep. Like, yeah, first I have to delete this account. Otherwise, the document will be exist on database, but the creator is not there. Right? So it's not like good things because you want to create a lot of issue. So that is the thing you have to understand. So first, then the question is, did I update anything related? Right? So yeah. Find all product by this seller. Okay. So inside product, let's find the seller ID. Because inside seller we have the seller ID, right? We link with the user ID. This is the user ID, right? Right? And yeah, and this ID is coming from the parents, right? So yeah. And we just assign here user product. Okay. Delete all product images from Cloud9. So here we are running it's not a complex, but we want to delete in parallel. Yeah, we want to delete simultaneously all the things. So that's why we are creating deletion. It's a empty array because we have multiple images. Alright. So this is the outer loop. This is the product and this is the user product. So we name it product and we have nested things, right? We have nested things. That's why we are running this loop. And then run these things. Product, images, and the length. Right. If inside this product, if images exist, run these things. Then we have to run the inner loop. Because product image we have like, yeah, we have this array. That's how we have to run this thing. And then all the images, we push this into array, push delete from all the things. This is the URL, and this is the resource type. And then we call this promise.wall. So it's gonna simultaneously delete all the images. I think these things you can't get it, but I show you the things. Okay, I think I have to show you the schema, product schema. All right, we have, man, no, we have product schema. Okay, we have this image, right? Images, right? We have these images, right? So it's a string. That is the things. It's a string. Right? It's a string. And this product is this product, and inside this product we have images. Right? And then we are running this thing because image is an array. So we have to look through other things. And then run all the deletion in parallel. Safer with, yeah, you can use also vault settled. Right? But yeah, promise.wall is fine also. And then delete all product of this cell. So first we delete the images, and then product.delete many. After deleting images, then we have to delete the product. So this is the product collection, and yeah, with this seller ID. And after finally delete the user. So you delete the product and then you delete the user, right? So yeah, because inside this user we have this product list, right? So to delete this product list, first we have to go through this product ID, and then inside this product ID we find out the seller, right? So yeah, this one is very complicated and this one is very complicated, but if you understand the flow, then you can write the code with help of AI or things. It's very easy. Then you have to delete the user ID. So find by ID and delete. This is the ID, right? And then you have to clear the cookie. So yeah, we write this code and then we send the status code. User delete successfully, right? So yeah, it's not very easy to understand, but if you understand, then you can solve other complex project. Just you have to remember 6 questions. Did I get input? Did I check validate or resource? Did I check permission rules? 4th is, did I do the main action? 5th is, did I update anything related? And 6th is, did I send to client? Did I respond to client? If you understand these 6 questions, and if you remember your schema, so you can write anything, guys. And yeah, that is all about a controller. Okay, so it's a 6 controller. Yeah, this is the user controller. And yeah, for now I think it's okay. Okay, and I will see you the next video where we can explain the other controller and the user route. Alright, let's dive into user routes. So we already create our user controller, so now it's time to implement all the controller and then convert to endpoint. Okay, so this is the user route. This is the user route file inside routes folder. So we have all the routes, right? Let's close it, and then you can see, so we have imported like an express and then Malter. So we are going to use Malta. Okay, you can use like an express file uploader, but if you use Malta, so Malta provide you extra features, and you can customize, you can control entirely the flow. So that's why we are using Malta. And here you are. So and then we import storage. So first let me explain to you. In config file we already create that Malta storage. So it's a basic boilerplate code. Okay, so we import Malta. So this is a Malta package and path from Node.js, and then we also import file URL because we are using here import syntax. So so like if you use import, so ES doesn't support as a default these things. So for that we need to upload this file URL, and then also a file system. And as I told you, we have to convert like in file name and dr name. uh, these are not set as a default. So here, just here you are setting up, right, by using this file URL path, and yeah, this path, right, and then we make it this is the name, right, it's a variable name. And then we are just we are making sure the folder exists or not. So yeah, this is the temp path folder name, and path join, this is the method. And then we are checking this folder. If this folder is not exist, then we are manually creating it, right? And like yeah, file dot public temp. Right now you can see we have inside this file folder, this is the public folder, you can see public and then /temp, and then you can see public /temp and all the things, right? And actually here I'm not deleting, so that to show you. So yeah, you can delete like yeah. And then after that I'm just sanitizer, which means I have to replace all the extension like name, right? Because the file name, it's very longer and lot of characteristics we can expect. So to prevent those type of character, we have to do this way, right? Like this is a function and replace everything, not like a to z or 0 to 9, and then we make it this underscore. So this is the syntax, and str, and it's a method replace. And then all the beyond these things we can convert with this underscore, right? Let me show you again. You can see underscore like this way, right? Yeah. And then this is a storage, and this is storage Malta disk storage. So Malta is a package, and we have this in a method or object. We have this object, and inside this object we are structure the way we want to save and where you want to save. So first we have to define destination, right? So inside we are doing three things. First destination, and then file name. So this is the destination, and we are passing three parameters: first request, file, and then callback function. So inside callback function also we are passing two things: null and temp path, like the temporary file path. And then how to name the file, and here we are making sure the file path name. So this is the, and also here we are passing three things: first request, file, and then callback function. And first line, in this line we are just gets the file name without extension, right? So we only care just file name. We don't care the extension name. It could be maybe like in this project we are just we are dealing with an image, so it could be JPG, it could be AA, like it could be web. So like we are only care about that extension, that file name, not extension. And then also we are doing separately, we are getting extension separately, like this gets extension path dot extend and then file original name. And then in this line we are just ensure the timestamp. So why? Because we want to make sure to have every file a unique name. So how can we do that? It's very simple. If you put a date, so date gonna be unique, right? So yeah, that's why. And then after doing all the process, now it's time to pass that in a multi. So we are passing this null and file name, and then we are exporting. Alright, it's very simple, and I just I put all the comment, so you can go through and you can implement. So yeah, let's back to the user route. So this is the storage, and we are importing from this config multi storage. Alright, after that we have all the endpoint. So you already all the controller. So inside user controller you can see this inside this controller folder we have this user controller, and we already discussed, as you know. So yeah, sign up, login, right? And those things are I am importing here. And then is login. So it's a middleware because we want to allow something who are login users. Maybe you can see my website, but I'm not gonna allow you to upload image or to create product or to order product, right? So I want to know, are you authentic user or not? If you are, then I'm gonna let you in my platform, and then you can do some tasks. So how can I track you? So as I explained to you, when I create middleware, right? So I can track you with help of middleware, and then I'm just passing that middleware to check you, are you authentic or not. If you are, then I'm gonna pass you to next thing to do. So yeah, that's why I'm just importing. And then router. So yeah, it's a Node.js, like it's a Node.js function, right? And then here just this is the storage. This is the storage, and I'm just also a limit file size. So in this our case, I'm gonna allow you 10 MB. You can customize as you want, right? And then this is the public route, this is the protected route, and here you are. So router post, this is our first controller, sign up, right? And then upload single. So when you upload when you register yourself on our platform, just you can provide one image. So make sure you have to put the same name the way you put here, otherwise Malter cannot understand. Here you go, file profile image, right? So yeah, and here we are passing one image, so we are using single. But if you want to do other things like this way, or like yeah, so yeah, okay, first I just explain to you, and then this is a sign up. Okay, so this is the endpoint, and let me this is sign up. Okay, so we have our API/user, then sign up, right? And then it's a login endpoint /login, and then login, and then /logout. So this is the public route. anybody can do that. And then protected routes, which means patch. So I think you know this is a request method. This is the HTTP request method. So we have mainly four, like post, post, put, update, get, delete, and patch. So patch, update, sorry, post and patch, post, patch, put, delete. So patch or put, like put overwrite entire field, but patch is like patch care about particular things. So patch doesn't overwrite all the field. So just in an upgrade seller, just we only care about one field, right? So we don't want to overwrite other user field, right? And we are passing is login middleware. So if you're not login user, this you cannot reach this route. And then the next route is get. So it's a me current users. This is a get auth users, and also you have to be a login user. After that, patch, again patch. So we are going to update the user update user. So this is the update user controller. So this is the ID. This ID is coming from params, and then is login middleware. And here we are providing fields, upload fields, name and max count too. So when you pass more than one element, so you have to do fields. But if you only care about one thing, because externally we are ensuring the max thing, the max count is 1, right? So here you have to pass fields. But let's say if you want to allow multiple images, so we have to use upload array. So don't worry, I'm gonna show you when we upload, when we will work on create products. So yeah, and then delete. I think I don't need this route, but so this is the delete. Delete me is login, delete user, right? So guys, you can put the endpoint based on your name convention, right? Convention, right? Yeah. So this is the user route, and then we have to import, we have to integrate this user route inside our app.js. So here you are. And we import user route from routes user.route.js, right? And make sure you have to put this extension, otherwise you will you can expect your code gonna crash. So make sure just put this in a extension, and then route path. So this is your main endpoint API, and then slice user slice, and then you can expect this sign. So from backend, from front end, you have to hit like this: API slice users and slice sign up. So this is all about user controller, a user controller and user route. In front end, we are going to use React.js, and in order to style responsive UI, definitely my choice is Tailwind CSS, and to manage state, I will go with RTK, Redux Toolkits, which is very very helpful for us to manage seamlessly. Okay, so let's dive into that. So I open up my client folder. So inside Amazon clone, I have two backend and client. So this is the client folder. So I structure inside source folder. I have all the code, and this is the index.html. So if you and now you can see I can change these things right now. Amazon clone, so here you go, Amazon clone, and all the stuff. So this is the root. Okay, so it's not a Redux JS course, it's a like project. So just this is the basic things. You can change your stuff, yeah, and then inside uh, inside in a source folder we have all the things, but I'm gonna show you what you can build today. So here you go. So this is our project. So now you can see I'm not login user, so let's click on it, and then this is the login page and this is the sign up page. So we are going to create this sign up page, and you can style your stuff, but how you can achieve, so I'm going to explain to you all the UI step by step. And as I told you earlier, my ultimate goal to focus on the architecture and the flow. Okay, how we request from front end to back end, and how back end process, and then how back end send back response to us, and then how Redux toolkit is managed, and then update the global store, and then how you can see the instantly UI update. So this is the main flow, right? So first, so like I already I already input all the things. So yeah, like all the stuff: Tailwind, Sweeper, React Toast, React Router DOM, yeah, React Redux, and then Skeleton, Icon, and Framer Motion, Axios, and Redux Toolkit. Alright, so this is my front end package. And so mainly we have this f folder, ss folder, component, page, store, and this is the main JX. Right, so first let's understand this store, because we are going to build store. So this is a global store where we can handle the state management, right? So inside store we have two folder and one file, API and slice. So separately we maintain the API function and the slice. Inside slice we are handling the Thunks function, right? And this is a store. This is a global store. So yeah, so let's first go with user API, right? So this is the user API folder, right? And you can see, and then this is the user slice. So let's first understand the user slice. So create slice and then create thunk from Redux Toolkit. Okay, so create thunk, it's a third party middleware. Okay, so it's a API. Okay, and it helps us to create the asynchronous asynchronous like logic or asynchronous code, right? In short way, you can understand this way, because if you don't know the Redux toolkit, so it will be very hard to grab it. But don't worry. So like create async things, create like action, like 3 action. So yeah, and then this is the sign up users. This is the sign up thunk function, right? And this is a just variable name, and this is the, as I told you, it's a like create async API, and we are passing 2 things. First is name to identify the action, because we are going to create 3 action. Okay, so it's the action creator. You can say it's action creator. So first parameter we are passing the name, and second parameter we are passing asynchronous function, right? So this is the asynchronous function, you can see, and this is a name convention. So so Redux toolkit can identify the action. And yeah, so this is the async function. So we have 2 things. First is form data, which is coming from the UI, like all the user input field, and this is the also, and we are going to throw the error, like if something is wrong, then we can catch here. So you can also if you don't want to write these things, so you cannot handle three things. So like there is a other also option, like throw error, or like API, like API error, like a thunk error. So you can use that, but reject with value is very easy. So you can control the flow very easily, right? And inside try, we have these things, like we are calling this sign up user. So this sign up user coming from the user API. So this is the thunk function, and separately you can handle all the things inside this, inside the thunk, but just I make it separate. So if your project is complex and bigger, then it's very easy to understand, right? And yeah, I think most of the people do this, yeah, they do separately. So I follow with that. So this is the API thunk function. So here we are calling this API thunk, API function, and we are passing also form data, and also we are put the console log, so we can understand what type of data we are getting, right? So as you know, we already structure our data. Okay, so in response, so we are using Axios. So we have this, in Axios we have the data and then user. So I want to show you further things. Okay, so you can understand, we have this response data, so you can debug it, like, and then here you go, so you can understand what you can get, right? So yeah, here you go. I have to stop the AI. All right, so this is the sign up user, right? And this is the basic flow. And then if you are getting uh, successful response, so we are returning, right? And then we are creating here that API function. So we are importing Axios, and then this is the base URL, like HTTP colon / then localhost, then port number, API users, right? So this is our base URL. This is our base endpoint, and then we can attach all the / sign up, login, logout. So this is our API function, and right, and form data is coming from the thunk function, and then API.post. So this is a post, this is a HTTP post request method, and then we are passing headers, multi-part form data, because not only we are sending a text, but also we are sending file. So we have to maintain these things. But when it comes to login, so you can see content type is just application.json, because we only sending a text. But when it comes to sending file, so you have to put multi-part form data. Makes you right. So this is the Thunk API function. Now, in short, let me show you the diagram so you can understand very easily how this flow works. Well, let me show you. Zoom in. Okay, so this is a basic diagram. Okay, I think you can understand it. So this is the user component. Okay, assume it's a user component. So from user component we are calling dispatch, okay, with form data, right? So we are dispatching our form data, and then here Redux Thunk function. So we are calling the sign up users, in our case, right? So and then we are calling this sign up function, and then sign up function with Axios post method, right? And then Axios post method we are sent to backend, and then backend server process the request, and then based on the flow we are sending the response. If success, it would be either success or error. Okay, so let's, and then that API function receive the response, right? And after that we can see the Redux Thunk, and then Redux Thunks resolves three things: fulfill, reject, and pending. So yeah, so pending means when we submit, then our case will be pending, and if the response is successful, then it's been fulfilled. So when it is fulfilled, so we can attach all the data inside this the variable name, or like, yeah, we can return all the response, right? And then after that we update the Redux store, right? In terms of sign off or reject, right? And then when Redux store is update, we are going to update instantly UI, right? UI, where you want to show the message and whatever it is. So this is a basic flow, right? Let's back to the VS Code. So this is the sign up user, and then if then it create three things, like, right? So let's say our response is fail, so we can catch here. If our response is successful, then we can catch here, we can return the response, right? So I'm just destructuring these things in object. So user response data user, and token response data token, right? And then we have to create these things, and then this is a create slice. Okay, so it create a reducer. So we are working with asynchronous function. So right now we don't need reducer because it's an external thing, so we have to put extra reducer, right? So this is the initial state, this is a name, this is the slice name, and then this is the initial state. First, current user is null, then token is null, loading false, then login loading, and fetch user loading. So make sure you have to put separately, otherwise you will expect the side effect, because if you only use just loading, then yeah, definitely my experience says, yeah, this is the best way, like separately use a loading state. So yeah, and then error is null, and then this is a clear error, right? Inside the reducer. So this is a clear error, and state dot error null, reset loading false, state dot error null, and then extra reducer. Okay, this is and then builder, it's a object. Okay, so we have this builder, like you can say it's a API, and then we have the cases, and not only add case, we have also match case, but here we are only care about add case. So it creates three things. As I said, first is fulfill, second is pending, and third is reject. So pending means an add case, like this is a name, and then dot pending. So yeah, so that create async function create three things, these three things: pending, fulfill, and reject. And then we are passing just state and action. But in this case we don't need action, right? We don't need action because we are only checking the status, the flag. So when pending is there, so we make it state true, loading true, and error is null. And then when sign up is fulfilled, we are passing state and action. So action means we are getting the payload. Payload means the response, what you are getting from a backend, right? So this is the state current user, and we are assigned the response action payload users, and then state.token and then action payload token, right? This is the fulfilled case, and then third case is, right, sign up rejected user. So state action, if so we have to make it a loading false, and then error, like whatever error we are getting from backend, so we are assigned here, right? So this is the sign up case, and now let's create the sign up page, because if you understand one flow, so like it will be easy for you to understand each flow, because this flow is very important, and we are going to use this flow in every page or every UI. First from UI, and we send the dispatch, we are calling the dispatch, right? So let's go inside the store. This is the store.js. Okay, so we are importing configure store from Redux Toolkit, and then user reducer. Okay, from slice user reducer. Okay, don't focus these three things, just focus only user reducer, and then we create a store. We export this store with help of configure store, and we are passing the object, and then we also have the reducer. It's also function, and inside we are passing an object. So it could be multiple reducer. Okay, so under the hood we are using combined reducer, right? So this is a user. This name is very important. Whatever you can put here, you have to make sure to import these things inside UI or inside your component. So this name is very important, and this is the reducer. So this is the store we are configure stores, right? And let me show you the component UI. This is the page. So inside we have all the page. So let's go with register page. This is the sign up page. Let's understand this sign up page. I think I have to zoom a little bit. Well, okay, there you go. Okay, so this is the sign up page. I think the zoom in is very visible to you. Okay, all right. So this is the sign up page. So we import use state, use effect, and then use dispatch and use selector. So use selector, we are reading the data, and use dispatch is the hook. Okay, both are hook. Okay, so it's coming from Redux React Redux. So use dispatch is dispatching the data or calling the that endpoint, or use selector read the data. It's very simple. And then we are importing this sign off user, like it's a slice. Okay, and yeah, and then a link use navigate from React router DOM, and then toast React toastify motion from framer motion, and this all the icon from React icon. Okay, all right. So we import basic things, and then it's we are using these two things, like sign off and input. Okay, so because we are going to use a lot of input, so separately we create a component like a reusable input. Okay, so let me explain first this in let me explain to first these things. This is a variable name dispatch, and we are calling this use dispatch. Navigate same, we are calling use dispatch, and here you are just destructuring. if you don't know the destructuring, we are using here destructuring, loading an error from that user. Remember, this name we put here. This name is put here, right? So state.user. So we are getting the data, these two state, loading and error. These are not local state. These are the global state from Redux Toolkit. And this is the local state, right? We are using use state. So this is the form data and this is the set form data. So we are using use state. I think you know. Okay, this is the setter function. So this setter function update this form data, right? And yeah, just we are structure the data you want to send to the front end. So email, and if you notice, we are passing empty string. That means at first we don't know, right? So email, password, gender, and profile image, it's a null, right? Because it's yeah, you have to put for file null and for text empty string, and these are also a local state, right? So preview, set preview, and use it in null, and then error, set error is use state empty object. Why? Because we have a, so like, remember, when you use object, that means we have key and pairs, right? Key and values, right? So that's why we are using object, errors and set errors. This is a local error, right? So we can show the message if something wrong, and this is the global error, and this error is coming from backend, and this error we are setting up here manually. So, and we are using use effect. It's very useful things, and use effect, and then we are passing this so I think if you know use effect, okay, so here we are passing cleanup function. So what does it mean? It means, as you know, we are using like we are using create object URL, okay. So it create it creates a space, and it needs memory. So the more file you create, the more memory it takes, right? But if you do this way, it's gonna remove that memory, right? So that's why we are using this revoke object URL. So that temporary URL, after showing the things, you can remove it. So yeah, use effect, and then we are passing preview, and this is an array, like dependency. So when it's changed, it runs. So I think you know the syntax, okay. And then this is a valid form, because because when you, let me show you. So let's say if you don't put anything, so you can see the when you submit, or then you can see the message. Let me show you. This is the message. You can see full name is required, valid is and how you get this way. Full name is required, valid email is required, password must be right. This is the message, and yeah, so that is the things we are achieving here. So this is the function, it's arrow function, and then we are so we just create a new array. It's a empty string, so empty object, okay. And if there is no error, we are passing just returns new error, so it's okay, right? So it's very simple logic. We are using if state. So inside this parenthesis, if it's true, they run this block of code, and this is a one line, so we don't need to use curly braces. So here if, and also you are using trim, because user can put press the space, so we don't want to do that. So if form data name is not there, so the message, same for email, right, and password and gender. This is a basic logic. This is our valid form data, and then handle change. So handle change means whatever you can type here, so your browser can access it. So this is a handle change. Like it's an input change or a handle change. So we are calling handle change, right? And we are passing like event. So this is a browser event. So this event automatically understands your input with help of one click, one change event, right? So we are passing event, and this is like an arrow function, and we are destructuring name, values, type, files from e.target. So e.target is a object, like e is an event and target is an object. So you can access that things very easily. And then here we are like using if state. So if type is equal to file, then run this block of code. Or type is not file, then it could be name, it could be value, right? Yeah, a name means and name, value, and files. So name could be anything like password, username, whatever it is. So if type is value, okay, if type is value, then run this block of code. So files dot 0, that means we have inside files we have multiple a pair, right? So it's an object, and so first pair is file URL. We have file size, and we have also other things. So we only care the file URL. That URL we are assign here, and then also we are checking if file and file size more than 10 MB. If more than 10 MB, then show that things, right? Because we are setting on font backend just only 10 MB. So if file is more than 10 MB, so we can show the message. And after that we are updating that form data. So we are using set form. It's a setter function, right? So we have three ways to update things. First is directly, second is with help of function, and third is like array. So like so here you are using that function to update the state, right? So this prep means the old data. Okay, automatically can set from data understand this prep means that old data. So yeah, this is the arrow function, and it's the inside object we are passing these things. We are using spread operator. So keep the old data as it is and then update the new one. So new one is profile file image, and we are assigned file. So so it means set from data update the old data, but it's not gonna overwrite. So it keep it as the old data and then just assign this new one, right? So you can see whatever data we have inside the form data, and let's say we are getting the file. So that's this way you can assign here, right? These are things. And then also we are updating set preview. So when you upload, you can see the image. So if file is exist, so it's I'm using here a ternary operator. So yeah, show the file, otherwise null. So if type is file, if type is not file, then run this else block, right? Else block. So I think you know the if state, if state, if run these things, otherwise else, or if else we have also. I think you know the syntax or the statement. And then let's say it's not file, that means update other data. So we are passing same, we are updating that form data with help of set form setter function with help of that in a functional way. So keep it the old data and name these things whatever we are getting, just now assign here. Alright, so this is a key, guys, understand, this is a key and this is a value, key value. right? So this is the handle change, and then handle remove image. So it's very simple. Just we are passing, we are using array function, or like arrow function, and just we update set from data. If you are clicking that image, so it remove. That means keep as it is, and then make it null, and then also make the preview null. So it's very simple. And then we're handling handle submit, right? We are handling handle submit, and also we are passing the event, and then this is the prevent default, right? And here you are e dot prevent default, which means when you use submit, so as a default it's going to refresh your form. So but to prevent that, we have to use this prevent default, and then this const validation error, right? And then we call that valid form, like this one we call here, and then we're using this object, these things, object keys, and then validation. That means if one error, more than one error, then run this code, set error, after that set error with this with this error, and also show the toast, please fix the error in the form, and return with nothing, right? So this is the early return, which means if something is wrong, show instantly. Okay, so yeah, this is the things. And in object we have this, not only keys, we have values, we have entries. So if you see, we are using here entries. So if you use values, so you only care two things, key and values both, but only we are care about keys, not value. When you are using when you are using values, you only care values, not key. But when you use entries, we are caring two things, key and values both. So we are instant the form data. This is the built-in object. Okay, so it create the entire object. So when you working with file and text, so you have to do this way. So it handle automatically all the stuff. So just we instant this form data, and then we assign here, and then we are using object entries, and we are passing this form data, and this form data is coming from here, this one, and then we are using for each. So the other use case is if you use object entries or object, it help you to create the object. Okay, so whatever data is there, so it organize in object way, so you can run a loop very easily. So that is the things we are using for each, and then key and value, right? And then if value is not there, that means append key and value inside the sign up data, right? It's very simple. So yeah, that is the things. And then so we are using that asynchronous function. So that's why we have to use await, because this dispatch, like sign up user, it's a asynchronous call, right? So this is a dispatch, and we are using dispatch, and we are passing that that slice, that Thunks function, right? And this is the sign up data. So guys, like notice here, I just put the sign up data, right? So here it doesn't matter whatever you name put, right, this way, because it's not an object, just it's a simple name. But if you pass object, then the name is matter. But here I'm just passing these simple things. So if you notice here, user slice, I put here just form data. If you notice, form data, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the name. But if you put if you pass the object, then it matters the name. So that is the things. And we are unwrap. So when you use unwrap, so we can handle the error. right? And then we also use toast. So if it is successful, then show the message. And also remember, we have to clear all the field. Then we instantly update that form data with help of setter function. Then we have to make it name is that input field is empty, and then profile is null, right? Now also set preview is null, and then yeah, obviously after creating the submitting the sign up form, we want to navigate to the login. So after completing it, you are going to navigate login page, right? And yeah, and then catch block. So this is the catch block. If something error is there, so we can handle here. So this is the logic inside this sign up, right? And and then the UI. And UI, I think it's depend on, guys, the how much you know the Tailwind CSS, because here we are using Tailwind, and Tailwind just a syntax. If you know the CSS, so yeah, you can create amazing UI. So this is a CSS code, nothing else. So this is the main container. Okay, this is the main container. So let me show you. Okay, this is the main container. You can debug. You can debug with changing the background. I think the best way to debug the UI, just you can change the background every container or every div, so you can understand the things. Or even you can use the things, and you can also do the this way. Like if you click here, and yeah, you can understand the flow, the whatever you put, right? So you can debug this way, right? And this is the things. So let me explain to you. So we are using motion div to create amazing yeah. Tailwind also provide the motion or the animation, but you have to write a lot of code. But if you use motion, so with this few code, you can achieve that same thing. So this is the second div. So this is a container, and this is the second div. And you can see we are using gradient color. So this is the mean height is screened, and background 2R, and yeah, also flex item center, justifier center. So if you don't know the CSS much more, just understand the flex and the grid. I think if you understand these two things, so you can adjust the UI very easily. So understand the flex and things. And also we are using responsive UI. As I told you, it's gonna be responsive. So you can see padding is 4, and Tailwind is a mobile fast UI. So this for it applies for every screen. And then if your screen more than small, so you can the padding must be 6. So it's a scale. Let me show you the Tailwind website. So Tailwind CSS. Okay, this is a platform. Okay, so and this is the dog, guys. This is the dog. Yes, this is the dog, and this is all the class. Okay, so you can go to this flex, color, aspect, whatever it is. So this is the flex. So and all the class, all the scale. Okay, so you can follow whatever it is, and now also AI tools is there, so you can get help from that. And yeah, now I think I have to explain faster. I take a lot of time, but don't worry, because as I told you, just I can explain to you a one code. Then for you it's gonna be easy, because the same follow we are going to follow, right? Yeah. So yeah, this is the motion boilerplate code. If you want to understand motion, I show you the motion. What motion? The platform. This is the motion.dev. So you can understand is document, right, and docs for React. And this is the doc, guys. You can understand all the things, and now, right, so follow these things, and here you go, you can see the all the things. So yeah, and then this is a class, very simple, and like bg white, and just follow, and like tailwind, and yeah, so it's a p padding 8, and then and rounded is 3xl, shadow 2xl, and max width md, full border, and yeah, and then we are using join our store, it's a h2 tag, and then we are passing the error, and then it's a form, and then the second is div, right, and then input. So as I told you, we are creating the separately, because because multiple input is there, multiple input are there. So yeah, we are passing this props. First is label, type is text as a default, and error, icon, and all the previous data. So we are using split operator, and then we are using a div. So it's a relative. So relative is it helps you to positioning, right? And when you use relative, and you have to use absolute in the inner container. So this is the outer container, and yeah, so that's the things. Then label and div, right? So we have label and div. If you notice here, yeah, this is a div and this is a label. So to label and to adjust this icon and this input, so that's why we are using label, uh, relative, right? So this is a div and this is a label. Label means the name, and this name is coming from the upper component. So yeah, just here we just accessing all the component, and then div. So it's the icon, and then input field. Type is type, and then props, and then class. So we are using epsilon, like we are using this temple, yeah. So this is the when you use temple literal, it means template literal, it means we are going to use a dynamic things, right? That is the things epsilon, yeah. And this is the and then we are passing error. This is the input, and let me, and this is the form. So on submit, it's a event handler, right? So it's a event, and then yeah, handle submit, we are passing handle submit, and then class is specify 6, and then input label is full name, name is name, value is form data name, on change is a handle change, and placeholder John Doe, error is name, and icon is this icon. So same things, and you can see it's very easy, right? Inside input the code is not there, because same UI we are achieving that input, right? And then here we have a unique things, because it's not an input, right? So you can see it's not an input, so gender is not an input, it's like selecting drop down. So yeah, that's the thing. So this is a label gender, so we are using label, right? And then select. So select, and when you use select we have to use option. So inside select tag we are using option. So select gender, male, female, other, and we also change the handle change, and then value is from data gender, and yeah, this is the things. And also we are passing error gender, and then passing these things. And then second div also, like uh, profile picture. If you look at, this is the profile picture, so if you click on it, and here you go, I think now you have, here you go, yes, now you can see. So when you click this thing, so we are showing the preview image, right? So now let me explain to you. This is the type is file, name is profile image, accept image. So here you only accept the image, and then one change is handle change, and class name is hidden. The ID is profile image. Why? We're using ID. Why? Well, let me explain to you. So if you click here, also it okay. Let me remove here. If you click these things, also it open these things. I think you click again. Yes, here you go. So yeah, and this is the things, and then also and how we achieve. So HTML profile image. So you are using ID because of you want to accept these things. So HTML for, so I want to say, if you click here this name, I think it should work. I don't know. Okay, I think so. Yeah, so this is a a file image, and then if form data file image is there, then change image or upload image. So if you notice here, so yeah, upload image right now, or if you clicked the image, so you can see, I think I'm just getting something like a face, and then now you can see the change image, right? The change image. So this is the things. This is the things, and then preview. So image, we are passing preview, and then button, remove button, and one click we are like using that handle remove image, right? So this is the input field, and then we have button, this button, we have this button, sign up button, right? And then so it's a button, and this is the motion code, and then type is submit, and disable loading. When loading is true, so you cannot see. I'll show you. Okay, and then this is the UI, and then this is the loading. Okay, so this is, if loading is there, then run this UI, or if loading is not there, then sign up. Now it's, you can see sign up, but when this loading is true, you can see signing up. So this is the UI. Now let me show you it's work or not. Let's say uh, SAMT. Let's say SAMT Altman. SAMT Altman, and then uh, sam @gmail.com, and password is 6. You have to put at least 6. Gender is male, and yeah, right now, and then now you can see sign up is loading, and now you can see the success message is account created successfully, right? And now you can log in here. So I think I have to show you the MongoDB, but I have to create. Now you can see right now I'm in a MongoDB at last, so I can check the user. Okay, browse collection. So recently I created data users, because I have already created other data. So let me show you. I think SAMT Altman. Let me zoom a little bit. Oh, I zoom a lot. Oh no, I don't know, man. Yeah, here you go. I think you can see that SAMT Altman created, right? And this is the object ID. and this is a profile, gender is male, role is buyer as a default, you can see, right? So and we are creating these things, and then we can log in it. So the sign up page and the login page is same, right? The sign up page and the login page is same, you can see. We check and loading, yeah, now it's a login page. So it's very simple, same things, all the things import, and there is nothing, but you can see only login loading and error, and then just email password, and then and we don't have preview, the same things, the same valid form, and based on the two things, and then handle change, handle submit, and then dispatch same way, and also UI the same UI, right? But here we have only two things like this, the login, like the email and password. Let's say the email is SAMT, okay, and the password is and then if you log in, now you also, and now here you go, and this is our UI, right? So it's working, and you can see, you see the update, right? So now our login and sign up is working, right? So yeah, so we understand the user endpoint, right? So and then this is sign up and this is a login, okay, and then this is a user slice. So if you look at this is sign up and same things, but I forget to show you. Okay, let me show you the message what you get. I think this is a card related URL, okay, I solve it. This is the current user, okay, the current user is object, I have to create another account. So yeah, like when you create another account, then you can see that three things, the sign off and these three, but don't worry, I'll show you. And this is the login, right? This is the login things, and yeah, so same things, like the way I explained to you the sign off, it should be same, and this way also you can see the same things. We have three cases like loading, and this is a loading case, this is a loading case, and then this is a UI, same, like if login is successful, then just update this current user with this action payload user and token, and then make it false, for reject the same, right? So this is the things. So I just open up the user slice, and you can see inside the store I have API, slice, and a store, right? So this is the user slice. So as you already talk about sign up user, login user, and now we are going to cover the rest of the Thunk function, right? So before explaining any this user slice, first I want to show you something, so that will help you throughout your React journey, because I'm gonna explain to you this app, this four file. So and throughout our project, front end UI, we are going to use those term or those concept. So let me explain to you. So first I'm using Canva. So yeah, so I have 15 slide. So just if you focus, this is the URL, okay, and this is the main concept, because we're going to understand all the hooks, right? So because we are going to deal with this URL a lot. So if you don't know, So let me just explain to you like a brief overview what it is. So URL means, I think uniform resource locator. Okay, and this is the a simple URL. Okay, so you see this is the, let me explain to you, this is a protocol, HTTPS. Okay, so if you use localhost, so you couldn't see, like you cannot see, and S, because S means a more security, and then host name, this is a host name. And like if you use a localhost, you cannot see this www dot, right? So this is a host name, and then port, and yeah, so you can see port like localhost, and then path name, right, the resource path on the server. So this red color here, it's a path name, and then the search, right, query string for parameter, this is a query string. And here you can see this is the search string, and then this white segment, it's a hash, so like fragment identifier. All right, so I think you understand this is the basic URL. Okay, the URL address. So we are going to deal with these things. And now this is a term, browser router. So this router is coming from React router. Okay, so like, and the purpose is like browser router is a router component that use the HTML5 history API, like push state, replace state, and pop state event, right? And if you look at the main features, like it enables client side routing without full page reloads, right? And then usage, like wrap your application in browser router to enable routing functionality. So if you don't use this browser router, you cannot able to routing your resource. So this is an example. And yeah, like we have to import from React router DOM, right? And browser in a browser router. So this is a container, and the routes and route. So we have to wrap up all the things, and then routes, and then route. Don't worry, I explain each term, and then routes. So what it is, the route matching container replace the old switch. So like we used to use switch, but now we replace with routes. It takes route children and choose the best match for the current path name. It supports nested routes and route ranking. The behavior is very simple. Like match the path name only, not query or hash. So routes just only focus path name. So if you go back to here, this is a path name. So that's why I explained to you, because every term is matter right now in the URL. Okay, so and path name. So routes only is dealing with a path name, and like perform like intelligent ranking, so more specific routes win. And then to render nested routes, use outlet. So outlet, like we use outlet to render children, right, inside the nested route. All right, and this is example. So if you look at this, so we import React router DOM. Okay, and yeah, route. So this is a container routes, and if you look at the green, so we have the route inside this route. So this is the cyan, yeah, so if you look at the cyan color, so yeah, we have routes, and then inside routes we have this children route, and yeah, and then route. So it's a like it declares a single route. So and key props is path, string pattern, right? This is a path and element, the React element to render when match. Notice, element is not a hook, not component. So it render a element. So when I say element, so you have to do like this, right? This is an element, not component. But if you use component, if you don't use this, if you don't close this, it doesn't matter. But for element, we have to close these things. An index makes the route an index route, no path. And then children, nested routes, declare directly as children inside route. This is the route, and this is the things. So this is the path about, and this is the element. So path prop can include static path. Okay, this is a static path, dynamic segment, like ID for variable part. Okay, and then wildcard. Wildcard means if you put asterisk, so all the unmatched route you can show, and an element prop accept a JX element. As I told you, JX element, not component, and support nested route for layout, rendering child route inside a parent component. As I said, like an outlet. And now link and nav link. Okay, so now some few component, and yeah, I can explain. So what link and nav link? Okay, so a React component that renders. So this is a component, not a who. Link is a component. Like instead of a anchor, right? But intercept clicks to perform client-side navigation via history API. So this is the JavaScript concept, and no full page reload. Okay, so link component help you to navigate in one page to other page by clicking it, right? This is a thing. So you can see prop two is a string or location object like path name, search, has, state. And state like optional location state passed to the new entry use location. Don't worry, I will explain to you this use location. And then replace, if true, replace the current history entry instead of pushing on. Alright, and nav link. Okay, so you also use nav link, special like link that can apply active styles class. Like when like we're going to use this nav link, so where you can get the more clarity. Okay, so style classes when the link match the current route. So like if you want to if you want to style, so you can see the prop like is active, right? So yeah, so here just I will give you the overview, but when we are working style or the logic, then you can understand. Okay, that is the things. So link and nav link. So this is the code. So we have to import React router DOM. All the things here, just we have to import React router DOM. So we are talking about router, right? And yeah, this is the link. So as I tell, this is two props, and yeah, open user and then nav link. Also, we are using two props, and then class name. So if you use nav link, so you can yeah, so you enables this is active, right? And then yeah, this is the use case of link and nav link. And then use params. This is the hooks. These hooks return an object of URL path parameter, right? So yeah, so if you go here, this is the use param, right? And so yeah, this is the URL. So an object of URL path parameter. So you can see here, this is the const ID, right? And so like return value like an object where every key is a parameter name and every value is a match string. So whatever name you put inside like inside browser router or inside routes, okay, you can get as a key, and all the value like it's gonna be a string. So yeah, if you declare like this user ID profile and current URL like this, so use param return ID, this ID 42, right? So ID is a key and 42 is a string. Now works with nested routes. It contains all params from parent plus child match, and you can also convert explicitly number, right? This is the use param, because we are going to use param a lot. Like all the concept I explained to you, there is a lot of use case every project, and yeah, this is the syntax, like we have to import from router a React router DOM, and then function like this. So, and here we are using destructuring. Okay, if you like, if you confuse about destructuring, like object destructuring or array destructuring, please just please ask ChatGPT or anything, so you can get understanding, because throughout the project, in real project we are using this destructuring a lot. So here we are using destructuring because as I said, use param return a object. Okay, so with this id, so here just we are destructuring id, and then if you console log, so you can get this id like this. So this is the use param, and now use search param. So use param and use search param dealing with the like use search param dealing with like the string, the dynamic the query string, right? And this is dealing with the path. So use param are dealing with the path, right? And use search param dealing with the query string. So a hook to read and modify the query string search parameter in the URL. You can see, because I think every platform allow us to search anything. So how you can understand, so we have a URL, so inside URL we are passing all the things, and then use search param, use such params job to grab that address and show you the resource you want to, right? So we have this syntax. So use search param, okay, and under the hood, like it work like use state. So you can see two things: search params and set search param. So use search param is coming from React router, okay, but if you use JavaScript, so you can use URL search param, right? But yeah, like this URL search param. So this URL search param and use search param, they are working same. But if you use search param, you have more features to do. But URL search param, you have to do lot of things. So yeah, so React router, their team make it very simple. So we have two things. So use search param return two things. First is search param and set search param, similar to use state. So what it is? So search param, a real URL search param object, lets you read value from the query string like this way, right? So search param work like URL search param. So it's an object and which is read values from query string, and then set search param function lets you update the query string in the URL. So if you use URL search param, so you yeah, like you cannot update URL, right? So you have to update, you have to use a history API, then you can update. But if you use this use search param, so you can update easily. That is the things I try to say. So search param is a URL search param like object with method like same method we have get all, has, append, all the method we have, right? And also yeah, search param lets you update the query string. You can pass an object like this or string, it replaces the current search by default. So this is a use search param. And now we have use location. So use location also dealing with the entire URL. So it's a hook that returns the current location object, right? Providing details about URL, including path name, search, hash, everything. So if you use location, it provide entire your current location or URL. So and it returns a object like this: path name, search, hash, state, and key. So it re-renders component using use location, re-render whenever the location changes, like navigate, link, click, browser, backward, forward. All right. So this is the navigation. The use location and use navigate, they are working like navigation. Even though link also use like a navigation, but there is a use case like there is a difference between use navigate and link. So if you use link, so link allow you to navigate through clicking, by clicking on it. But if you use navigate, so easy navigate, it's a hook that provides a function to automatically navigate to new URL, right? So like it's a function to like programmatically navigate to new URL. So this is a use navigate. And so by coding you can navigate from one page to other, right? One URL to other URL, whatever it is. So we have this some like some simple way. So navigate path, so you have to put the path and then navigate path and then replace true. If you put this replace true, so it replaces the current entry. So why? Because like if you use simple way, so browser create a history, okay? So yeah, but if you use this way, so if you check out like browser, you cannot see your browser history. And if you use navigate, so you go back. Like if you use this replace true, but if you use, it cannot go back, right? So we have -1 on a 1 means forward. So you can see it's a string URL, right? And -1 to go back and 1 to go forward. And you can pass an option, object will replace this way, and yeah. So this is the use navigate. So this is all about all the important hooks or component. So yeah, let's back to the our VS code. So yeah, I think it make you, it help you. Okay, now let's understand the code base. Okay, so let's first understand this app. So yeah, I think you know very well. Okay, this is the app. This is a app auth layout. This is a main layout. This is the main layout, and this is the app route. So we have to like auth layout. So inside auth layout, we only show you three things. If you look at in auth layout, we are only show you login and sign up, and then update seller. But in main layout, in main layout, except these three route, we are showing the rest of the routes, right? And yeah, this is the auth layout, and this is main layout, and this is the route. So we integrate both inside this. So this is our separate code base, and then we integrate this all the things into app. So if you look at now, we have just browser route, as I explained to you. This is the container, and then app routes. So this app route, and then toast container. So it's a like it's a toastify to show you message. And yeah, that's it. So we are going to integrate all the things as you go. So we already discussed these two things, login and sign up, and now we are going to explain all the user related things. So let me first explain to you the user thunk. Okay, thunk function. So yeah, create slice, create thunk, and then yeah. So this is the flow, like and now if you look at upgrade seller, it's a basic code. So we are using underscore because here we are not getting any data from component, right? So that's why we are using. And yeah, like I explained to you all the things right now, just I go through, because when I explain to you sign up user, all the terminology I explained deeply. So now it's the same pattern. We are using create async thunk. First argument we are providing identifier name, like yeah. So Redux Toolkit can understand this name, and then second is the async function. Second argument, in second argument we are passing like async function, and then inside try block we are passing these things. We are calling upgrade seller. So this is the API function, right? And so yeah, and here we are using the base URL, and then Axios, and yeah, Axios create, and then base URL with credential true, and then we are just calling patch. So we are using patch because if you look at our backend, we have used a patch. So you have to maintain, right? So this is the, because HTTP request method you have to follow. if you use patch here, you have to use in backend patch. So patch means like modify the required data, but if you use put overwrite entire your field. So yeah, it's a simple just upgrade seller and upgrade seller. Yeah, this is the let's go to the fetch current user. So let me show you. I think I should open up the routes, user route, so you can relate. So this is the upgrade seller, right? So patch, and yeah, this is upgrade seller, and yeah, we are using patch like this, yeah, and user seller, yeah. So fetch current user, if you look at here, fetch current user, so it's a current user, get what users, like who log in, I want to fetch. So same, addressing Thunk, and then I calling this fetch current user here, this with this API get me, right? And if I get successful message, so I show you this one. Let me yeah, so I show you the message. Okay, so and data users, so response data users, right? So if the request is successful, we can grab the entire document from the way we structure from backend, we can get here, right? Or if our response if our request is failed, so we can grab that error inside this reject with a value. This is a fetch current users, and then we have logout user. It's very simple. We're using underscore because we are not getting anything from component, right? So just call the logout and then return null, because right now, like if you log out, we don't care about anything, just remove make it all the things null. So yeah, this is the things, and we are requesting post with logout. Yeah, this is the logout backend router, and then and then we have update users. So we have two things, like we are getting here object, user ID, form data. This is the object, right? So this name is very the way we structure component, we have to structure this way, because this is the component, this is the object. So but if you don't use object, as I said earlier, it doesn't matter. But as we are using object, so we have to put carefully the name, user ID, form data, right? Because right now we are getting, we are getting a user ID, and then we are passing this user ID in a form data. What type of data we want to update? So yeah, with this we are passing, and this is the API function, and yeah, so and this user ID is a dynamic. If you look at here, so yeah, this is a dynamic ID, right? And then yeah, and we are using field, because not only we care about profile image, and also we are using other max count one. So that's why you have to use field, right? And then this is the update, and let me also, you can understand it. And if you get, if the response is successful, then we grab that entire object. If not, just grab the message. That's it. This is the update user. And then we have two things. There is a two approach to delete users. Okay, the first approach is getting the user ID, and then if you look at here, like I can use dynamic ID, but I observe here we don't need, because if you want to delete yourself, so without ID you can delete it. But let's say you are let's say you are admin, so you want to delete other users who are doing bad things on your platform, so you can delete them. So for that, I think ID is necessary. But for your case, if you want to delete yourself, we don't need ID. So I also create separate code. So like, yeah, there is a comment. So you can see I comment here, right? So yeah, so you have to grab first user ID, and then you have to pass the user ID. Yeah, this way you can delete. But the second approach is the best approach, I think, for our case. So we are not getting anything, and just we getting the message, and we delete users, right? Even if you return nothing, so it will work, it doesn't matter. So this is a delete user, okay? And now our extra read user. So login, yeah, this is a fetch current user. So in pending, we make it true and either null, and then if it's success, yeah, when it in fulfilled, then we assign entire payload inside current user, and then if error inside, we are assigned action payload error. Logout, like fulfill null. So and for logout case, we only care about this one thing, fulfill, nothing else. And then update seller. So make it true, and then action payload current user. So for this, extra reducer, there is no like a difficult logic. This is very simple. Just assign entire payload inside that state, right? So update seller, yeah, just true, and then fulfill. This is update seller, and now it's update users. Just make it true, and then action payload. So you can see I just comment out the console log. So like when you face any error, so you have to debug every section, right? So I did. So just I show you, and yeah, just update and fulfill, just assign interaction payload and reject error, and then delete also. Just you have to make it null. That's it. And then error reset, and this is the action. So Redux Toolkit create action automatically. You don't need to worry about it. So this is the user slice, and this is the user API, right? So you can see I just request delete with me, and if you use that this way user ID, so you have to do this way. So yeah, this is the user ID, and then like this is the read user. So this is a global store. So I import user and user read user as I explained to you, and then you have to provide this in a store inside this main.jx, right? And we are provider and store. So provider is a wrapper. So we wrap the app, and this app is this app, right? So yeah, this is the main.jx. So we discuss it, and app also. And here if you look at we use all the things, use dispatch, use selector, browser, app routes, push container, fetch current user. So yeah, we are using fetch current user and get card because of a reason. Right now I'm not explaining get card, but let me explain you fetch current user. So why we are calling here? So there is a use case, right? So because my current users associate with a lot of features, okay, so that features depend on current users. If current user exists, then that logic or that UI you can see, right? So when I put here, so when our app is load, so it call the fetch current user. So instantly current users will be active. That is the use case. So I use effect, and then if current user is exist, sorry, I dispatch fetch current users. That's it. And right. So I explained to you this one when I will work with card, and yeah, and this is the app auth layout. This is the outlet. As I told you, inside app auth layout, all the children we can see here. It's a basic, just it's a default function, and this is the UI, basic UI, and this is the main, and then main layout. auth layout and main layout. And yeah, header, navigator. Okay, and we are using, this is the outlet and header, navigator, and we are passing the prof like it's a, yeah, like east side bar open and set sidebar open, and use is true, and then toggle sidebar. It's a very basic logic. Just flip it. If true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. So this is the setter function, right? Because I earlier I explained to you, we have three way to update the the this one. Like, yeah, this is the this is a setter function, and this is a function inside use state. So to update this function or this function, we have to use setter function. So this is a value. Okay, to update this this one, we have to call this the setter function. So we have three ways. First is putting a direct value, and second is with function, and third is with array. Alright, so here we are just passing this setter function. That's it. And this is the main div. So it work as a container, and we have this this UI, right? This is a basic UI. So small margin padding to of 20 because we have a header. So yeah, so here you have to calculate like what's your layout, like width and a height. So based on it, we have to calculate all the things. And this is the header, and this is the body. So we have navigator bar, like it's a sidebar. You can see sidebar. So we use flex and flex one. The entire sidebar can stretch out the entire sidebar, the entire width. So yeah, and then main area. So main area is sidebar open. So we logically if sidebar open, the width margin left will be 0, and or larger is it's gonna be 64. And yeah, you can see it's a basic UI. And then outlet. So this is a Auth app and then app routes. So you can see we are using routes. As I told you, inside browser route, we have to use routes. And then this is a route. This is a route. This is a child route, and we have nested route. Then this is another route, like main app routes, right? Because this is a child, and then we have nested route. So right now I'm not gonna explain to you because yeah, this one right now I will work. Okay, so let me show you the UI right now. I think so. Okay, so this is a SAMT. Let me create. Right now I'm not a seller. If you look at here account, you can see this account, update profile, delete account, and become creator. So okay, let me first explain to you this this UI, then we can work with this become creator. It's a very basic UI. Okay, so we already work all the things. I think I have to remove this user ID, main.jx, not store. Here you are. Okay, so inside page we have the user folder. Inside user folder we have account and update. Let's understand account first. So it's a basic, all the basic icon, and delete users, it's a Thunks function, and then motion and use selector and use dispatch, and we call user navigate, use dispatch, and then current user from users, right? If you look at the name is very important, user store, this is a user, and then handle delete account. Let me explain to you. It's a asynchronous function, and we are showing when you click on it, right? If you click on it, you can show a message. Are you sure you want to delete your account? This action can't be undone, right? Cancel. So this is the things. This is the message. You can customize based on your message, right? And you can access Windows confirm. Windows is an object. It's a DOM. It's a it's a it's an object, like it's a global object. So you have this method confirm, and then I just make it flip. I use non operator and then return nothing. If you cancel it, then yeah, you instantly stop that logic. And then inside try, we are dispatching this delete and then toast account and then navigate to login, right? And then yeah, the message. This is the handle delete account. It's very simple. Just you have to understand how you call this dispatch, right? So I explained to you these things earlier. It's the same structure. And here, because we are not passing any things, right? If you look at, we are not getting anything here. Delete user, this one, right? So that is the things. So yeah, and this is a handle update profile. So dynamically we can go, we can navigate. If you look at update profile, so if you look at here, just we have user account, but if you click on it, you can see update profile, and this is a user ID. So we can navigate here, right? So yeah, so update profile, and if you look at here app routes, so you can see update users. This is the update user, so update profile and slash id. And if you look at here, this is a dynamic id. So as I explained to you, we are using use params, right? Let me show you where you using use param. So here we are not using use param because we are using current id, but but when you fetch, fetch current user, where in that component we are using use param. So I will show you, okay, because here we are directly using current id. So that is the things. So because yeah, so this is the dynamic id, okay, and yeah, so if you look at this way, so yeah, like update, and then this is the dynamic. So yeah, this is and if you click on it, so it navigate, it take you to this url or this address, and then handle create product, same, like if you click on it, you can go. So like yeah, so this one, there is a conditional. If you are a creator, then you can see these things. So I'll show you, and also these things, and handle upgrade seller, and yeah, upgrade seller, upgrade seller. So this one become a creator, right? So yeah, and then if current user not there, so no user data available, please log in. That's why I guys told you in app.js we are already called. So when our app is launched, or when our app is mount, instantly the if user ID exists, so you can see, as I told you, every component mostly we are using current user ID to check it we are login or not. And then this is the UI. So we have this, this is the entire container. So we are using motion, and this is a basic boilerplate code, and the class is very basic. And this is my a theme, right? Yeah, it's not a good theme, but yeah, I think yeah, for me it's still good. Okay, now all the class, if you look at, then you can understand. And then the second div, right? So this is the nested div. So this is the container, and we have all the things. And then this is the profile header, this one, this is the profile header. Sam to all, man. So and profile header. So and then we have user information, and then action button. So we have inside this div, we have three section, profile header, user information, and action button. So profile header, we are using flex column, item center, space y4, right? And then image is conditional, and we are using ternary operator. If current user profile exists, then show this UI, otherwise show this only this icon. And then the name, current user name. Here this is a profile and this is the current name. And then here we are just the it's a paragraph and then message, manage your e-commerce profile. This is the profile header. And then user information, this one, this information, three card. So, and if you want to see these things in what? No. Let me show you. I don't know. Well, okay. Yeah, responsive viewer. Okay. So let me mobile version. What? Why not I saw working? Let me change. Yeah, this is the phone version. I think it's make disturb, man. This is guys, this is the free website, so that's why all the disturbing you can see. Yeah, now you can see, right? This is the profile page. You can see the account. You can see this way. This is our header, okay? And yeah, if you scroll here, now you can see this way. You can see this way. This is three: added profile, become creator, and delete user, right? And yeah, these three things also you can show this way. This is the responsive, yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. So let's back to the code. This is the user information. We're using grid columns 1, and then SM So Tailwind apply mobile first. Okay, so in mobile screen you can see the columns 1, and then when it becomes a small more than a small size, then it becomes 3, right? Yeah, and then the icon, and then the basic information, the second div also icon, and the gender, and then third is like the account ID, and all the things we are getting from current user dot gender, right? So let me show you the message, right? If we have, this is a current user, okay? So what we get, we are getting this entire object, right? So yeah, this is the email, gender, ID, listed product, and name, orders, profile image, role, and update. So we are just accessing current user dot gender dot ID dot name dot role, like this. So we are accessing this way, right? So I console this way, user slice here so I just console here. This is the console log. Or let me show you other things. This is the Axios, Control Alt Up. No. Okay, so if you now you can see the data only, and then response. Now you can see the different things, right? I want to show you. Yes, current user, I think. Okay, let me change the message. Current user response and current user response data. Here you go. Now I think now this is the only response. So this is the three we have config, data, header, request, and status, right? So this is the raw response, and this is coming from Axios, right? So in config we have all the things, like we don't care about it, just we only care header data. And if you look at second one, like response of data, right, then we have these things. We have what the success true. We have this success message and users. Now I want to show you the one thing from because if you are able to decode, man, any problem or any debugging you can solve it, man. That's the things I want to just show you how you can debug it. I think, oh great, get a yes. So this way I this is a response, right? This is a response, and it starts 200, right? This is a message success true, and this is the user object. So if you don't structure this way, whatever user inside user collection, we can access front end. But if you look at, we only the structure here, so these things we can get. Okay, so this is a user, and then if you click on it, so yeah, so the order can be vary, the order can vary, right? So email, gender, ID, and all the things. And here only we care just these things, response data users, because we have these two field, success true. If you write like a response data success, so you can get only true, right? Because yeah, so yeah, that is the use case of it, right? So you can debug it. Like when you are not getting expected data, just you have to debug this way. So just I show you, man. Let me remove other things. Now it's not useful, and there you go. Now yeah, it's pretty cool. So yeah, and this is a user, and this is the user information, and then action button. We have the conditional action button, right? So this is the first is update profile. Okay, this is fixed. Update profile, this is a fixed, right? If you look at here, right, if you look at the phone version, update profile is, you can see update profile is fixed. It's a tab version. I try to say, man. So yeah, update profile become creator, and so this is a fix for everybody, and then all the things gonna be dynamic. So we are checking current user, if role, if seller, then show this UI. So here you are using turn operator. If it's true, this segment, yeah, so this segment. Here you have create product and dashboard, and it applicable, like it applicables for who are seller. So right now in our case we don't have. So if you look at, here, we only have role is buyer, so that's why things, right? And then second is, if not seller, then that means buyer, so they become creator and delete account, right? And delete account, it's a fixed. So this is the UI, and we use all the class, basic class, right? We use all the basic class. So I'm not gonna explain the class because it takes a lot of time, and I think, as I told you, this is a flow. Okay, so yeah, this is a user account. This is a user account. I hope you understand. And yeah, this is a user account. And next we're going to understand this UI, update user profile. And let's open up. So here you are. So all the basic things we import, and here just we are import update user thunk, right? And use params and use navigate from router, because we are going to use param and use navigate, and also use state and use effect. So this is the things, right? Use param id. So in account, like, we are getting this current user id, but here we are using param. If you look at here, app route, so update user, yes, update user, update profile id, right? So it's a dynamic. That is the things we are using. And this is a user account. This is a user account, routes, right? And here you are. So we are grabbing this, and here we are using destructuring. So use param, use param, send a object. So inside object we have id, like it's a key, and then value, which means string. So we only care about this id, right? So it's, and then yeah, then we call use navigate, use dispatch, and also current user, and update user login, and these are coming from the global state. And this is the use state. So we are using empty, right? And yeah, so we are just destructuring the way we want to update. So we make it empty string, right? We make it empty string, but if you look at the name, address, and gender already fill up. Why? I'll show you. And we are doing this way to control the, so it's a control state, right? This is a control state. So we can access through handling change. And this is the local state. The profile image and the preview image is null as a default. And then we use effect to fill up already the things, because let's go back. So if you update, so all the data already fill up. Why? Because, like, if you don't do this way, I think the user should be confused, and they might be thinking, oh my god, my data is removed. So yeah, so that's the things we have to use effect. So the use effect is very simple hook. When it's run, like when we are using this dependency, when current user change, so it runs, right? So we are using if state. If it exists, then run these things. And then we using setter function, set from data, and all the data. So name, current user dot name. If exists, so otherwise empty, other empty. And password we are using empty because we don't want to show, because of security, and then also gender, right? And set preview also image. If there is no, then just null. This is the use effect. And then handle input change. So if you look at I explained like when I explained login users like sign up users, so where I handle two things inside one, like handle change, but here separately I handle like a handle input change, handle image change, just in order to show you we can do both way, nothing else. But you can optimize these two code, and yeah, I handle input. But I think yeah, we like this way. I think it's very separate things. So handle input change, like same, like we are doing the structuring, and then we are updating this, this, yeah, we are using setter function to update the value. And yeah, so just we keep it the previous, the old data, and then whatever data you want to update, we are grabbing here. This is a key and this is a value, and key means the name and value means all the string. Yeah, and handle input change, same things. And e target file, so inside file we have multiple, like, so first we have the URL, and then size, then bytes. So yeah, so we know this structure, so first we grab these things. And yeah, if file is exist, then we just update that profile image by calling setter function, like, yeah, then yeah, and we are creating URL. This is the class inside JavaScript, right? So as I guys told you, like when I discuss URL, okay, so yeah, this is a URL. So this is a built-in JavaScript class. So we have lot of method. So this is a create object URL. It's a method. So it create a temporary URL, so you can access and then you can show a preview. So yeah, these are things we are doing here. And then handle submit, same things. We are creating the, this is a form data. It's a it's also JavaScript built-in instance, a class. So we are using when we are dealing with two things, text and file. So yeah, and then append, as I explained to you, entries like care two things, key and value. But if you use only keys, not entries, so key only care keys. But if you use values, so then value care only values. But here we need two things, so we can loop. So and here we are using for each to an object make everything into array, right? So because then we can run loop, right? So yeah, it's very simple. If value exists, append key and value inside this form data, inside the data variable, right? And this is a object, and then append profile image if exist. Very simple. And then call the update, and then dispatch the update user thunk, and user ID, this ID, and form data. I said, guys, think about it for a second. This is the user ID and the form data, and we are passing this way. This is the right, because this is the object, and this ID is coming from params. Here you are. This is the params, and then form data, and this is the data. And unwrap, then message, navigate, and that's it. And this is the UI. This UI you can optimize based on your like, guys, just make yourself more creative. And then now you can use, and you spend a lot of time playing with ChatGPT or other AI tools. So just just let me show you the structure. This is the main container, okay, and yeah, this is the main container. And then we have the next then we have second div, and then we have top center profile section, and then we have another div, and then form. That's it. So top center profile section means we have the profile image. This is a profile image, and this is the icon. So definitely we used the relative to make it yeah, assign, yeah, that is the things we use relative. So yeah, div flex column item center, and then this is a, we're using ternary operator. If profile images exist, then so, otherwise not. Otherwise just show the name and you, and then upload trigger visually styled label. Input, we are using SR only, accept image. So you cannot see the input. Like if you notice, if I remove here this class, then you can see the weird experience. Let me show you. Guys, think about a second, right? So you can see the input, right? So like it creates a bad experience, right? So that's why we are using this one, SR only. So you cannot see these things, this input file, right? So if you click on it, then yeah. So in order to remove these things, we are using these things, this class src only, and this is a built-in Tailwind CSS, and yeah, and this is a, and then second is update your profile and modify your details like this. This data, we have three things. So yeah, and then form, this form, and we are one submit. We are using one submit event and passing handle submit. This is a form, name, email address, password, gender, and this is a select, and this is a button. So yeah, on submit, and this is a form, and here you are not using the customize the component. So you can use, as I explained to you on sign up form, so where you already create separately the input field, the input component, and then we are just calling inside this form. So you can do that way. Don't worry. Email, this is a basic class, password, gender, and we are passing here error, and this is the button, and this is the dynamic class, right? So yeah, and then we import it, and then we assign here update profile ID, right? Yeah, and we are doing this way because we are navigate from account to here. But if you just if you don't want to do this way, so I think you don't need this. Let me update. Let me show you Sam Altman. Let's see it's work or not. Man, it's update, and then I navigate the home page. Now you can see it's update. Now it's update. You can update anything, right? So yeah, you can update any field, it's work. And I think can I update, like can I, yes, so I think yeah, I console log it update user. So yeah, I provide for email, gender, ID, name, profile image, these four things from backend, right? So you can destructure because you only allow this four field: email, gender, ID, name, profile, image. So based on your requirement, just structure all the data, and yeah, let's understand sidebar and header component. Okay, so let me show you. This is my project, right? And if I show you the full screen, so you can see this is the header, right? And if you click on it, so you can see the sidebar, right? You see the sidebar, and this is a header, right? And you can search any content, let's say product. So and then you can navigate to this search page, right? So yeah, so first understand this header, then we can understand this sidebar, how we can achieve these things. Back to our VS Code. So all the basic things we import here, like so as you know, and here just this is a logout Thunks function because we are going to implement here, right? And nothing else. And here we are getting we are accepting this toggle sidebar from this main layout, if you look at here, so like as I explained to you, earlier, this component. So yeah, this is the main layout, and we are passing from here. This is a header, okay, and we are passing here. So here, like this is a toggle sidebar. So we are using a use callback hook, right? So because we want to do memorize things, right? So yeah, so first we are using use callback, and then the setter function, and yeah, like we are using here, like we make it toggle. If true, make it false. If false, make it true. Nothing else. And then we are passing that two things. First is two things. It's a like this is the state, and this is the toggle function, right? We are passing two things, state and toggle function. But if you look at navigator bar, so also we are passing that state, right? This is the use state, and this is the toggle function. So these two things we are going to accept first. This one is header, this one is header. So yeah, toggle sidebar. We're accepting toggle sidebar. Yeah, toggle sidebar. So yeah, and we call use dispatch, use navigate, and then a current user, and then each user menu open, and set each open, and then search term and search term use state. So I want to say we can achieve. If you look at, we have two, handle search and handle search version 1. Why? Because here we are using this encoded URI component. This is a built in JavaScript, but in this we are using uh, like we are using use search param. This is the, as I explained to you, this is a React hook, React router hook, right? And yeah, so if you want to use, you can use. So I can say this way it's a better, yeah, but this is the basic version. So yeah, you can flip. So but my recommendation, just use this version. So yeah, so you can check this code. So this is a logout function, logout async function. So just we are calling a dispatch. Okay, so we are dispatching that logout user function, and then here just we use set each user menu false, because when you log out, so just you want to uh, you want to you want to that menu open close. If you look at that, the toggle, okay, so this toggle, this UI, you want to make it false. So yeah, that is the things we are doing here. When the function is successful, then that dynamically we are going to the login page, and also we want to make it false, and then here we are handling error. That's it. And then handle search, it's a event, and we are using prevent default, right? And to make sure, like we want to make sure when you submit, it doesn't refresh the entire page. And then trim term, because we don't want like space, white space inside our search input, right? So and then don't search empty. So if somebody want to search empty things, we like instantly we stop that function, so we return nothing. And then navigate to search page with query parameter, right? If you notice here, right, let me go to home, and then you can observe it. product. Then yes, you can see I navigate to the search page, right, with the product query, and that is the things we are. Yeah, this is a term, like, yeah, search term, and then yeah, and this is a URL. It's a search URL, and encoded URL component. It's a built-in class, or you can say, yeah, object. And then if you want to clean this, if you want to clean this search bar, so you can do here. When it complete, then yeah, you just clean that search bar. Okay, all right, and then handle input check. It's very easy. Just grab that value from target, and then yeah, and we have this is the header. Okay, this is the header, and we are using this header like fixed top. This is the UI. You can understand, and dev, inside this dev we have three div. We have three main div. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 4 div. Okay, the first div is menu icon and logo. So menu icon, this one, this menu icon and the logo, you cannot see on its own screen. Cannot see on its own screen. Let me show you. So if you right now you cannot see on screen. This is the phone version, right? This is the phone version UI. Now you cannot see the icon. Okay, all right. I hope you understand. Wow. Let's understand this. So we have passing this button, this icon, and then this link. This is a link and all the CSS, nothing else. And then search bar for large screen. So this icon is hidden. If you look at this, hidden for a small, or for mobile screen. And then above small screen, I make it flex because I want to use this, this property. So if you use flex, then you can only use this, item center, or this, I think guys. And toggle sidebar, area level for who don't see anything, so they can listen to. So that's the thing. So yeah, and one click is toggle sidebar. So this is the event. That's a event handler, and yeah. So and then search bar for large screen. We have both, search bar for large screen and search bar for small screen. And I want you to optimize these two things in one div, and then dynamically use Tailwind CSS. Then you can make it. So yeah. So this is the form. This is the form. We have handle search, and then input search term. And if you notice, if you pass value, so this is the control input, right? And yeah, no one change placeholder and class name, and then icon, nothing else. And if you look at here, and it's a hidden for small screen as well. And then search bar, and this is the hidden for large screen. So same things, just just a difference between UI. And button is submit, and then all the things, hello, search term, on change, placeholder, and yeah. And this is the user menu, and for each, and user menu for each screen. If you look at here, so yeah, same screen we can here, and if I want to show you, I think if you don't use this, you can also, yes, and even you can also do all this stuff, right? So now if you do, now you can see, right? So yeah, same things. Yeah, same things. So, and we make it block on each one screen. Yeah, I think as a default, it's a div as a block element, and then current, and if current user exists, then you can show it. Then you can see these things. Otherwise, you cannot. So we have a conditional things. If you look at, we are using ternary operator. If this exists, then show these entire things. Or otherwise, show these things. If current user is not exist, then you can see sign in, right? Yeah. So let's say current user exists. So here we are using React fragmentation. Why? Because when you use this fragmentation, because inside you want to fetch, or you want to implement multiple JX element, right? So without wrapping up. So because in React you have to wrap up with one container. So mainly we are using div. So div is the main container. But without using div, we can also use our React fragmentation. So if you use this fragmentation, it like it doesn't doesn't add any DOM DOM element. You cannot see any node into a DOM element, like a DOM object, right? So that is the things. Yeah. Otherwise, you have to use div. So this button, we have one button, and yeah, this is the button, and one click, set is user menu, and yeah, just toggle, and then if current user exists, show the profile, and yeah, if current user, if inside current user, if profile exists, then show this UI, otherwise show this icon, and then here these things, current user name. Here you can see this name, but on a small size you cannot see right now. Now the right now you cannot see the name because it's a small size, right? And yeah, it's a large screen. So yeah, it's a like user experience to enhance user experience. So hidden, and we make it block element for a small screen. Yeah, yeah, above small screen, and then yeah, and then animate presence. So it's coming from motion, because if you see, you can see a effect like this, even you can control these things. Just go to a dev motion. So yeah, you can check that all the properties. So earlier I explained all the things. So yeah, and then if it's true, then show this entire so this is a short circuit conditional UI rendering, right? We call it a short circuit shortcut short circuit UI rendering. So we are using double AND, right? So it means if it's true, they show this UI. If it's not, then skip it. You can use also ternary operator, right? So I think this, in this case, this short circuit operator condition is very useful for us. This is a motion div, and this is a link, and we are using link. So link is a component from router DOM, right? React router DOM. It's not a hook. It's a so link is dealing with navigation, right? And you can use also anchor tag, but anchor tag refresh your page, but link doesn't. So yeah, this is a two. This is a two is a property, right? It's a built-in property. So you can see link and also inside nav link, right? And then class and one click account and same structure we follow. And here just if you are not a seller, then show this UI. So right now I can see because I'm not a seller, so I can see become a seller. If I already seller, so I couldn't see these things, right? That is a logic. And then sign out, right? So let me check out the sign out logic. Yeah, it worked, man. The sign out. Now it works and it navigate to login page. I can log in again. So here you go, right? Yeah, this is a header. And now let me explain to you the navigator bar. So same things, we are import all the basic things, and also you are importing nav link because we are going to use nav link. And yeah, and then we create a nav item function. Okay, so this function return array of object, and each object represent a nav link element. Right, so this is a 2, and we are passing this path, an icon, this icon, and text, this text. Okay, so we are passing array because we want to loop through, and then we are getting each sidebar props from that main layout. If you notice here, yeah, this is the just state, right? It's a toggle state. And then, and if you look at what, like, yeah, this card is coming from card. Why? Right now I'm not gonna explain to you, but just understand, because we have this number, right? So yeah, we have this number, so this number is increased, so we have to calculate it. So yeah, when we are complete card, then I back to this platform, this page, and then I explain to you. And this is a sidebar, and for desktop we have two, like sidebar for desktop and bottom navbar for mobile. If you look at here, right, I think you guys notice this is the bottom navbar, right? I think I have to show you with using these things, you can understand better, right? Home, product, your order and card. So yeah, you can navigate the same way, right? Yeah, so yeah, this is the things we're going to achieve. So we are using React fragmentation, and this is a div, and for a small screen, I made it hidden, and then I calculation the things. So cal, just minus 4 rm, which means 1 rm means I think 8. So 32, yeah, 32 will be, yeah, 4, yeah, 4. Yeah, so one rem means 4 px pixel, and then because then here we are top 16, right? So yeah, I think you can understand the CSS by asking ChatGPT, or I think if you know. So because if I explain CSS, so the course will be 20 hours because I'm focusing just on flow. So yeah, this is and we have and this sidebar is coming from that as a props from that main layout. So if it's open, then make this width 64. If it's false, just 16, right? That's it. And then yeah, I think, yeah, if you want to do like 20, so let me check it. I think 20 is good. Let me, we can understand 20, right? So now it's 20. Yeah, I think 20 is good, right? 20 is good. Yes, 20 is good. Yeah. Okay. So, and then second div, we're using nav, and then nav element, and then we just we just loop this nav using map, and then we are passing item, and then we are using nav link. We are using nav link because we if you use nav link, so you can style. So this is a built-in property is active. So yeah, if you use nav link, so nav link enables to use is active. So you can like right now, so you can see the effect, right? If you click on it, so you can see, right? You can see, and now it's selected. It's selected, right? So this is the things you want to achieve. So yeah, we have to use nav link in order to achieve that. That is the things. This is the key, and this is a two. It's a property, and we are just accept that prop item.to, and then class. It's a dynamic class, so we are using like template literal, and this is a backticks, and yeah. So if sidebar is open, use just justify start or make it center, and then what takes all the, yeah, is active. If is active, then background gray and text orange, right? Otherwise make it empty string. That's it. And then item icon, if text item text is card, then show this element, which means you can see that icon, this number, right? Item text. So we are using reduce method. So if card item is exist and item is exist, then we are using reduce method. And yeah, this is a basic logic. And then if the item is greater than 0, then show this uh, show this UI, and just we just calculate card item reduce, and we are passing two parameter act and item, and then we are calculating dynamically based on our card items. So we are accessing this card, okay, and then like it's a very confusing things, like we're using or operator, like not operator. If is sidebar is open, that it's in false, so it become true, and then show these things. So item text, and then is sidebar open, then show these things, item text, like this. If you look at, then you can see this text because it's open, right? So it's open, right? Yeah, this is the for sidebar for desktop, and same for bottom navbar for mobile. Just like large screen, it's a hidden, and same things, nothing else. You can see the same logic, right? So yeah, this is a bottom navbar for mobile, and the same structure we have followed. And yeah, this is a navigator bar or sidebar. And now we are going to understand the this. So if you click on it, because now I'm not seller, so I want to become a seller. So if you click on it, you can see this UI. It's a basic UI. If you click on it, then you become a seller. So yeah, you already create all the logic, and I also explained to you the slice here. This is a upgrade seller, because we are not getting any things, any ID, just we're calling the things, and then yeah, we just console log it and return response data user, right? And look at the user. Yeah, and we're just patching, because just here we want to update the just role. That's it, right? So let me explain to you that UI. So all the all the things we import, and this is the upgrade seller Thunk function, right? And we called two things, dispatch and navigate, and then we are getting current user loading error, and then we are creating a handle upgrade async function. So first we are checking with help of if state current user role is seller, then show the message, hey, you are a seller, you are already seller, and we return nothing. That means stop that code. And then inside try block, if we're not a seller, so yeah, just go ahead and then dispatch this upgrade seller and message and navigate to a home page. That's it. And then this is a main container, and we have the header become a seller, and then the error, and then we have this message upgrade your account to start. You can customize based on your requirement what the things you want to, right? And here we have disable current user role is seller, then you couldn't see the loading the button. So this is a double check. You already check here, right? And then we also check again, unloading and upgrading, and yeah, and then when loading is false, upgrade to seller. So now you can see now I'm gonna be a seller. So now you see, notice, and I use already. So here you go, I become a seller. It's very easy, right? To be a seller is very easy. Now I want to show you the console log, what you get. Yeah, this is a response. Email, we are getting email, gender, ID, name, and profile image, and role seller. Now you become a seller. Now if you look at this, now you cannot see the that button. And if you go here, right now you cannot see become a creator, right? So right now you can see dashboard and creator product, right? So yeah, now you can see inside backend folder, and then also inside controller folder. So we already talked about user controller, and now it's time to dive in product controller. So I already open up in my VS Code, and let's understand all the controller step by step. And then the best part is we are going to understand the structure, right? So because this is the this motive I have said, yeah. So let's dive in. So we have create product, get all product, and get product by ID, get give review, update product, delete product, and get product by seller ID, right? So yeah, and we input all the we input all the basic things like models, and then utility function and mongoose, because to verify or to validate the ID. Okay, that's why we need a mongoose. But if you don't want to validate, you don't need this one, mongoose. Okay, so this is the first create product. So this, as you know, we are writing like asynchronous function. So this is the asynchronous function, and all the structure, all the data we want to get from equals to body, and yeah. So this is the data like name, description, price, stock, category, and subcategory. This is the data we're going to talk about. And if you look at this test, so we have also this test. So you can understand the 6 question, right? So you can ask yourself that 6 question to model your controller. Place order, and here you go. Yes. So the first question, when you write any controller, you have to ask, did I get the input? And input, might be come from, or like maybe requested body, or maybe login user, or maybe params, right? So this is the input. So in our case, we have name, description, price, stock, category, and subcategory. So user provide this data and the seller ID. So this is a login user. So yeah, and then second question is, did I validate? Okay, so check the resource, because in our case we have two type of user in our platform. First one, a buyer, and second one, a seller. Right. So if you are a seller, then you are allowed. Right. You are allowed to upload the product as much as you want. Right. So that are the things we are just validating. So this is the model, and we are looking for seller ID inside the user collection. So we use find by ID, and this is seller. So this is the login user ID. So if that login user ID, if he or she is seller, then show this message. Then skip these things. If they are not, just show, hey, only seller can create a product. So how this logic works? I think right now might be you're confusing because of this not operator. Yeah, like to be honest, I'm confused a lot. Yeah, when I try to understand in past. So this is the how this works. So this is the basic fundamental JavaScript concept, like true and false, right? So it's a variable. So if this user return user ID, that means it's an object. So in object case, it's become true, right? And if user ID does not exist, so it return null, which means null means falsy, right? So it becomes false. So as you know, in if statement, inside expression, inside expression, if that expression is true, they run the code, right? So we have to make it the expression true. Then we can run this block of code. So that is the things, and we are using a what operator, which means if both of them, one must be true, then it's gonna run. Otherwise not. So let's say we have our object ID. Let's say this user return an object. That means it's true. So here it becomes false, right? And then we are also checking inside that user object. We have user role does not equal to seller, right? That means it's a buyer, right? Indirectly. So only seller. Then you show the update. Hey, only seller can create a product because you are a buyer. So yeah, right. This is the thing. I hope you understand this. This confusing statement. And then the second question, the fourth question is, did I do the main action? So here we have action. So first, we are handling images. So we initialize images into array because we are accepting multiple images, right? And then we are checking requested files. These files are coming from Malta middleware. Okay, so we have files because we are going to accept multiple files. But if in case of one file, so definitely we are going to write a file, not files, right? So yeah, and then if file exists, and also the file must be more than 0. That yeah, then we can run this block of code. So here you are, upload promise. So we create a promise, right? and then request files map, because we have multiple file into array, so we have to look through. So we are using map, and then file we are passing a parameter, and then we are calling upload to Cloudinary. And upload Cloudinary, so Cloudinary care about two things. First is file path, and second is option. Inside of option, you also care about the folder. So where that image you can image you can store inside Cloudinary. So you name it product images. So if you go to Cloudinary, so you can see all the images, the product images you can see inside this folder, right? So as I explained earlier, if you look at this where helper function, so yeah, file path and option, right? So this is the Cloudinary boilerplate code, nothing else. This is the files and option. So this is the upload method, and it cares about two things: file path and option. That's it. And then all the result we store inside result. So this is a promise all. So when you use promise all, that means you want to work parallelly, right? So yeah, but if you don't use promise, so then we can just work with one where we deal with one things, like one images. But here we want to update everything at once. That's how you have to use wall. And then we have to go through, like we have to look through this result. Inside result we have multiple URL, Cloudinary URL, right? And yeah, result secure URL. We have inside that object, so Cloudinary return of object. Inside object we have multiple things, multiple metadata. So secure URL and public ID is the main. Like mostly we care about these two things, but in this case we are caring about secure URL, right? So yeah, so we update these images, and then after that we have to create a product instance. So this is a blueprint, and like yeah, so there is a new product. So this way we can talk with Mongoose, right? So we instance in a memory, and then once you save it, then we save all this structure inside MongoDB, right? So this is create a blueprint, and like because as we structure in model schema, the way we structure must be structured here, right? And then after that we have to save it. Otherwise, here you are update in memory, but MongoDB doesn't know what you're talking about. So you have to say, hey man, this is my new product schema, like new product instance, and yeah, then update it. And then the fifth question is, did I update anything else related? This is a question, right? So if you look at user schema, user collection, so we have listed product, so we have to update that. So remember, so if you remember my earlier entry data modeling schema, so where you have to follow, you have to understand what type of data I refer from each collection. So if this collection, this controller relate to that collection or that model, we have to update it. This is the basic things, right? So we just push the product ID inside user schema, or like user collection, right? And we are using push because it just it just update that product ID at the right inside that array, and then we have to save it. Otherwise, MongoDB doesn't know what you are talking about, what are you doing. And then the sixth question is, we have to respond. So here we are structure all the things the way we want to respond. So these are basic things, and like we follow the same structure a lot of times. So I think you are used to it. And now the error. This is a basic error, right? And yeah, so this is the create product controller, and we have the product controller, because test is just to show you the demo, like how you can ask this 6 question, but you have to use this controller, right? Because and same thing, but you cannot see here the comment, right? But here you can see the comment. And then the second one is get all product. After creating product, if you look at here, so if you like your account and then create product, so here you are updating your things. But if you look at here, you're accessing all the things, right? You're accessing all the things here. So that's why we need a controller, the get product controller. So this get all product controller will work as a versatile, which means you can use it to fetch the product, to you can use it for searching or filtering. Okay, so it can be used for multiple use cases. So that's all the logic we are putting inside get all products. And if you want to, you can write separately the other controller, but the recommendation is like just put all the things inside this get controller. So in real project, I think if it is more complex, then you can separate. But I think your project is very small, then this is the best way. So you can save your resource. So here we are grabbing all the data. The same question: did I get the input from a requested body? And page limit for pagination, right? And sort by order. If you look at here, let's say search. We have to put something. Let's say R. Let's say product. And now this is a filter. So this way that product name, the category. If you select category, then you can see the subcategory, right? And then min price, max price, minimum rating. Yeah, you can select, and also then you can sort by, which means as a default, 3 things, but you can add the price, rating, date added, and maybe an order, descending, ascending, and then stop, right? So that is the things we are grabbing all the data, and then ask, did I validate, or just you have to prepare a query. So this is the query. Okay, so in empty object, and this is a dynamic. So first we are assign this query name, this name property into this query, and we make it a regex option I. That means it's a case instant, instant, it's a case insensitive, right? So it doesn't matter, like if you write, okay, if you write capital P, or still you are getting same product, right? No, I think we have to make it. This is the thing, but if you refresh, wow, well, I think we are getting some error. Let me see. Wow, let's run again. Let's run again. So and then second is we are grabbing category, and we assign this this query category. So I think now someone might be confusing because of I'm using dot. So this is the JavaScript fundamental, object assignment, so like you are assigning a property into object. So we have 2 options. One is dot notation, and second is bracket. So bracket means we can add a dynamic things, but here it's a static things, right? So you already know. So that's why we are assigned with that dot notation. So right, and yeah, and also we are creating another subcategory, and then also, and here filter by price. So we need one, at least one of them, maybe min price, maybe max price, and then we are creating this object inside that a query price property, right? And then we make it number. So we won't be faced that string issue like number ID, this one. So yeah, this is the operator, and just we make it things, and then also we are checking in stock. If true, then add this property inside that object. And for min rating also, and then sorting option. As a default, you can see newest first. So this is the sort option. As a default, newest first. Then if sort is there, then check that things order by. If order is equal to ascending, then make it 1. That means ascending order. If not, descending order. And then you are updating here. So if you look at here right now, it's a bracket bracket object assignment, right? So yeah, this is a bracket, this is the square bracket, and we are calling show order by. And right, yeah, so that's why I told you we have 2 ways to update to assign property inside object. So this is a dynamic one. And then pagination is skip, so page -1 and multiply limit. And then the action or fetch. So here we are fetching all the product. So we are passing this find, right? This is a find document method. We have so basically we have two, a query method and find document method. So we are finding document. So we pass this query based on all the filter or data. Then we pass this query, and then product find all the things with these things: sort option, skip, number, and then we populate these seller things: name, email, average rating. And then also we are passing query, and then count document. It's a MongoDB method, so we can count all the document what we have, right? What we get, and then total. And then we response like success, message, total, page, and pages, and product. So page is for the current page, and pages means let's say we have 100 let's say we have 40 products, and each page shows 10 product. So let's say we are in second page. So this is our page, and we have to see, we have left to see more 20 products. So each product you can see 10 each page. So so 10 products, right? So that is the things, and we are using just cell math.cell to round off the things, like maybe and then products. So here you are not structured the way you want to, but you can if you want to. And this is the get all products. And then the third one is get product by ID, right? Same question, and get product by ID here show you. So we have all the product, right? So let's say if you click on it, so you can see product /ID. So we are diving into the particular product, right? So in order to get that, we have to write this controller, right? So and if you look at, we are passing this parameter. We are passing this para. So it's called parameter. It's a route. It's a URL parameter, right? Yeah, URL string. So that ID you can grab here, right? So and this is the ID, and then get product ID from request URL, right? So this is the first question. And second question, we have to check out the validation and check resource. So just we are finding that ID, that product with this ID. If exists, true. And then we populate seller name, average rating, and also nested. So inside product we have this nested field, right? So path, review, and then user and name. And you also care about who review that product. So you also use a nested populate. And then we are checking if product was, if resource does not exist, so this message. And here we don't have accent, so that here we have fetching. So yeah, and then respond. It's very simple, right? So yeah, get product by ID, and then give review. So did I get the input? All the input I'm just grabbing here, and user ID from login, rating, comment from body, and product ID from params. And then I'm just checking the resource. If product ID not exist, for the message and the rules, right? So I'm just checking that existing product, right? So I find product, the product ID, and the user ID. So if it exists, that means it's become true. And then I validate, and yeah, if you have reviewed already, then you can see this message, hey man, you have already reviewed this product. And then just core action, or like core logic, like did I do the main action? So now we are creating the review instance. So product, user, rating, comment. This way we structure in our model schema, and then after that we have to save it. And then the fifth question is, did I update anything else related? So review is associated with multiple collection. So we have to understand all of them. So first we have to push this review ID inside this product, because we have inside product collection we have review field. So we have to, and as an array, so we have to push this review ID, right? And then after that we are finding again inside this review, right? Review find product and product ID. And then we are doing, yeah, we just make it, yeah, we make some all the average rating. So here we are using reducer, reduce method. So reduce method, like in first, passing three things. First is a accumulator, second is a current value, and third is a option, right? You can start from the starting point. So here we are passing two things. This is a sum, means it's a current value, right? It's an accumulator, and this is the current value. So this is called sum, and this is called average. And then sum, current value dot ratings, right? And then 0, and review dot length. So inside reviews we have rating field, and then we also, and we divide reviews by length. Let's say we have 2 reviews, like 4 on 4, then the total is 8, and we have 2 length. That means each people on an average 4, right? That are the things. And then product average rating, just we round off these things with 10. Then you can see you couldn't see anything like 4.27 rating, 4.79 rating, right? You see 4.2 rating, 4.3 rating on an average. That is the things we are going to achieve. And then after that we have to save it. So, and then we have to send the response this way, and then error handling. That's it. This is the basic one. So give review, and then update product. I think this is a little bit more tougher, because we have to update product things. we grab all the input field. Seller from login user, ID from params, updates from request body, and this update going to be a dynamic, and files from Malta. And then we are checking resource. If product is not exist, show this message. And then we are checking rules. So the login user ID, the seller ID, and the inside the product seller ID, if they're equal. If they're equal. If they are not equal, not authorized, so it must be equal, then you can update, right? So which means only seller who owns the product can update it, right? Yeah, it's a basic logic. And then core logic or do the main action. So here you are, as a default, we just put all the old images, product images. So we create instance, and then we are checking if we are getting some like if you are getting images from users, so we can handle here. So we first put upload promises, so it's a variable name, and then we have to map it. So files is we can expect multiple images, so we have to look through, and then same things as I explained on create product. Yeah, just upload canary, here two things, file path and folder name, and then result, and then just we have a map to inside the result. That's it. And after that we have to update here, because we are not using here save. We are using, it's a query parameter. It's a query method. MongoDB, when you use query method like find by ID and update, find by ID, delete, this is a query method. So you don't need to save it, because MongoDB automatically do it, right? So you have to pass this way. This is the ID from params. So we are looking for that product, and then so this we are passing two things. First is ID, second is value, and third is option. So this is the ID, right? And second is value. So we are passing, which means we are using is split operator. So keep as all the old things and just update these images, and then true. So if you don't use true, so MongoDB understand, okay, this is the old one, but you make it true, that means MongoDB understand, okay, this is the new one. After that, send the response. Just product. Here we are not structuring. So if you want to, the way you want to get the value on front end, so you can structure here, right? And then error handling. And the last one inside product controller, we have delete product. Here you go. We are accessing seller ID and seller ID from login user and ID from params. After that, we are validating. If product is not, show the message, and then check the rules, because it's similar to update product, because we are you are allowed to delete your own account, right? So that are the things, only seller, and yeah, if they are not matching, that means you are not the person, the account you want to delete, right? So you have to you have to be the person, the account you want to delete, right? So, and then the core action, similar. So in this case, we have to understand a lot of things, because product, if you want to delete a product, so you have to delete images. Otherwise, if you don't do this logic, so your canary can store all the images, but you want to delete, right? So these are things. If product image exists and more than length, then run this code. So delete promises, and then maps image URL, and delete quaternary. And delete quaternary also care about two things. First is public ID, and second is resource type. If you go to the delete format, because so that's why I told you we need two things, a URL and a public ID, because Cloudinary under the hood delete things with help of public ID. So in this case, we already set up all the things. This is a public ID, right? And this is a resource type. So we are getting two things, a public ID and a resource type. So we convert these things inside public ID, right? Yeah. And yeah. And then after that, and we just use promise. So at once we can delete all the images, and then we have to call this delete one. So product dot delete one, and then respond. This is all about the product controller, right? So we already discussed all the things, and now we have get product by seller ID. We have this one. So get product by seller ID means, let me show you. If you go to your account, so you have a dashboard and manage your order and manage product. Okay, so right now this one we don't have any in the product, that's why we are not getting here. But we have one, like, yeah. So which means if you upload, so you want to review your product, right? So that are the things. So here I'm just grabbing seller ID, right, from login user from params. So here you have something else, but if you look at, yeah, this is the seller ID, and from params, and then here we are just validate the type. If you want to, it doesn't matter. And then find all the product by seller ID. So we're looking for a seller, and seller ID, and then if match, populate seller name and email and reviews, and then the product is exist. If not, no product found. This seller. This is the message we are getting there, right? And then return the status code, like success count and data. This is the get product by seller ID, right? Yeah. And now it's time to understand the product routes. We have basic things: import, express, multi, storage, and all the controller from that controller file. And then you also import the middleware, login middleware, because you guys saw a lot of case, like we are grabbing that user ID from login user, so we have to ensure here, and then router, and then multi, storage and limits. So here you are limiting 10 MB at most. This is these two are public route. So we are using get HTTP method, a request method, so slash and then ID. So get product by ID, and then protected route. So first one we are using post method and array. So we are using array. So this is a multi. We have array, we have single, and we have fields. So here we are dealing with 5 images, multiple images. That's why we need array and is login. So and then same thing for product review slash product ID and review, and then seller. This one is very weird because we are not consistent. So like you can make it like slash seller ID and then seller, or you can do this like review dot seller product ID, right? And then for also delete product seller dot ID, and then update seller ID, and then upload array, right? And then we have to export as a default. This is the route, and then after that we have to import this route inside our index.js, right? Sorry, app.js, because we separately create. So import product router, right? Product router, and then we assign app.use API product. This is our like as a default or as a as a default API. This is our main. Like it's a static API dot product IDs for this controller, for this all the controller. So yeah, it's a static API products, and then based on your resource, it's gonna vary. Like now API slash product slash this one, and then could be product ID and slash review, all stuff, right? So it's very simple, right? And yeah, so then import, and so this is the backend controller, right? So I hope you understand all the code. So first I open up my VS Code, and inside client we have source folder, and inside source folder we have these pages and this store. So first understand the product slice and API function. So as you know, we import this API, this API file inside this product files, and we make it asterisk. That means all the file we want to use in this product slice file, right? So first our thunk function is create product, right? So understand it. Let's understand it. So just we are getting form data, and then we are call this create function. So now yeah, this is a create API function, and the base URL is localhost 5004 API slash products. This is the base URL, and then based on our endpoint, we navigate to that particular resource, or we can call. So for create product, we are passing, like we are using post method, right? So we are requesting this form data, and then also content type is multiple. Let me show you the backend simultaneously so you can understand as well. So this is our post. This is our create product endpoint, right? It's a backend route, and then so if you get any error, right, so we can catch this here, reject with value, or if our response is successful, then we can assign here, right? So let's console log it. Okay, so I put here. So when you create, we can understand. Let me show you the products, the controller. So we structure here like this. Yeah, products, not product. Okay, this product is going to be product, not products. Okay. Yeah, here you go. So get product. So this is a slice, and second slice is like get all products. So all the product, right? And we are passing a params. So based on user filter, we want to fetch, and we are going to use this slice in different features, right? For fetching all the product, and also to fetch to query on search like page. So where you want to use these things. So I will explain to you, don't worry. And so first we are passing these params, and this is the API function. If you look at, then you can see, and yeah, this is the params, and as a default we are passing empty object. That means if, because we are going to use this get all product. So on here, so this is the product list page. So with this product list page, we are not going to passing any params, right? So that's why we are putting empty object. But when it comes to search product, so then we are getting this, things, right? So yeah, we are passing all the filtration. Look at, yeah, if you look at all the filtration, yeah. So that is the things. And the next, so and now product slice. So here we mention all the, we we initially set our, like, name is product, and initially is total pages. So total is 0 and page is, current page, and pages is how many page are left to see or visit. And then products, so this products for global, right? So user can see this all the product, and current product for particular few product. And then seller product, so what, how many, so for seller side, seller can see their product, and then loading, create loading, fetch loading, and all the loading here. And then at the end, error. And then you also use a reducer to clear the all the things, clear error, and clear all the loading. And then extra reducer. So first add case is create product. So when we are submitting, so we're getting pending, right? And then true. And then when it fulfill, right? So we just assign the entire object inside these products and push. So we have to use simultaneously, also we have to update this, seller products array, right? Action payload, and then create loading false, right? And for reject case, we also create loading false, and all the error we assign here, right? So this is the things, and products and seller products, right? And we're using push. So like if you want to update anything, so you have to update simultaneously for product and for also seller. Just, and then the second is get all product. So pending is loading true, and then error false. And if it is fulfilled, then assign all the data. So action payload products, assign product. So if you yeah, this way we structure products, response data, products, total, page, and pages. So we return this way. So we return our object, right? We return our object, and that, so based on our returning, we have to assign here. So we are accessing that object. We have this, pairs, this key, right? So action payload products, total, page, and pages, and then we update all the state, right? And this is we already handle here. This issue we handle here, right? And if fail, then loading false. This is a basic thing. Just we are assign here. Just we update here, right? So this is the create product and get all product, and then get product by ID. So if you click on it, so it redirect it take you to its product page, right? So it's mean product by ID. So particular product you can see, right? So it's redirect you to its own page. So product detail page. You can see this page. So this is yeah. For that we have to do this way. So we are getting product ID, and then we are calling this API function, and then here you are just passing product ID as a dynamic ID. If you go to backend, so you can see get product by so yeah, get product by ID, and yeah, this is a dynamic ID, right? Make sure you have make sure just use this colon, and here you go. So, and then also I console log it, and then if we get error, so we can handle here, or our if our request is successful, that means the response is okay. So we assign entire object inside here. But if you go to the way we structure here, so here you are returning this object, and particularly no get product by id, yes, get product by id, yes, we are returning product, right? So we have to do this way, yes, product. So yeah, I think if you follow along all the things, so you can understand, because we are following same structure, get product id, and then also for get give review. So, and for give review we are getting product id and data, and then also we are calling this API function, and here also we are passing product id and data, and then application JSON. Header is content type application JSON, and it's a dynamic. If you go here, so you can see product review, the clone product id / review, right? So this is the dynamic product id, and here you are. So, and then we are assigned the entire review the way we structure here. So yeah, this way we, yeah, so we are sending a response object. Okay, so success message and review, we have review, and yeah, so that review we only care about here. So yeah, response data and review. So we return and get product by seller id. So yeah, I think we have, let's first comment out it, or if you can get, yeah, then get product by seller id. So we can talk about later, but yeah, seller id and same things, like it's just like get by product id, but we only care about that seller product. This is seller id, and then we are calling here, so we are passing seller id, and yeah, and then we are caring about seller product and count. So we are passing date and data, and then assign here and count. That's it. This is a get product by seller id, and then update seller product id form data, and then id form data, and we're calling this. So yeah, update seller and seller / id, and yeah, and then we are assign product, and then delete seller product id, and then id and message response data message. So if you follow this id, we are not, yeah, delete seller product, right? So we are passing id, and then id, and then we are getting id. So update product and then delete product. But if you look at here, we're not passing any id, right? Yeah. So this id we are getting from front end, right? Because it's don't need, because you are deleting your own product. So that is the case. And yeah, and now let's understand all the extra reducer, because we have difficulties. So first we're talking about it, like get product. So yeah, we just assign and update the current product, and also reject fetch loading, and then so give review. It's a little bit complex, right? Because we have like this review like associated with other collection. So we have to make sure, and they get updated simultaneously. So yeah, so state action and then state current product, and so we are using if statement. If state current product is true, and also we are using and short circuit, right? And operator. So state current product ID is equal to action pay period product. If they are equal, so the current product, that means where you are. So current product means like if you go to, this is a, suppose this is a current product, so this is the ID, current product ID, right? So yeah, that is the thing. So current product ID, and whatever product we are getting from front end, backend, that ID, if they are matching, so this expression is true. When this expression is true, so run this block of code, right? So here what we are doing, we are just a review. We have review field inside current product, right? So if you understand our model schema, so we have inside product collection this reviews field. Now what you can do, we have to assign the, that product inside this review. So we are doing here, and then we update, and then we also use a nested if state. So we are updating this reviews field, and then also you are checking action payload average rating. If exist, then also update it. So action payload average rating, so we are updating that field also, and then we make it false, right? Review loading false, reject gets false, and assign action payload, right? This is the review extra reducer 3 case. And now get product by seller ID, right? It's very simple. Just update and action payload seller product, just update that seller product and make it false, and also false, and assign the payload, and then update seller product. Now also it's a little bit complex. Why? So first we create a update variable, right? And we assign the entire action payload of object inside this update product. Right now update product have all the data from backend, and now we are checking state products. So this product is a global product, that means this, all the user can see this product, right? So and then is equal to state products. So we have array. So this is the array. If you look at, this is the array, this product is the array, right? So yeah, now we have to look through. So we are using filter, and then we are checking the condition. If product ID and ID, sorry, no, yeah, this is the thing. So yeah, we are just using map, like yeah, to look through, and then product, this product ID, which means whatever product inside array, this product ID, and the data we are getting from front end, that product ID, if they are equal, that means assign the product ID, update it, right? And then we update it, right? And then also we have to like we are updating these products, but simultaneously we also have to update the seller products, right? So instantly user, let's say seller can update their product. So on UI, user can see the updates, like the updated product instantly. But what about seller? So seller also can, the way we have to do, so seller can also see the same effect. So for that, this line is all about. So we are updating that seller product field same way. We just look through, and we are checking this product ID is equal to that ID. If yes, so update this seller product. And then after that, we also checking state current product, and you have to understand also we have these things. So this is the current product. Let's say you update that image. So let's say the user watching this visiting this page, so they can also update instantly. Yeah, so they can see the updated view instantly. That is the things. So this line is all about state current product and state current product ID and update ID. If they're equal, run these things, update product, and now it gets updated, right? The current product get updated. And for reject case, just make it false and then assign the error. And similarly for delete seller product, for delete, it's also a little bit confusing. This is the ID. This ID is coming from front end, right? And we are checking now. This is the product ID and state products, okay. And we are just using filter. So filter are just looking for if the product ID, that means the product we are watching, right? And the ID, we are the product ID inside our product array, and this ID the product we are updating. If they are not equal, if they are not equal, okay, that means uh, except this two ID, keep other ID and delete this. So filter is saying indirectly just delete the ID matching and delete the product for matching and keep it the other product, right? That are the things. And then state product. So and also we have to do for seller product, and this is the global product for user, and this is the seller product for seller. So we are doing same things, nothing else. And also for current product, right? So this logic is similar to the update. So and then we are export this action, like clear error and reset, right? And yeah, this is the product slice. And now let's understand the UI. So we are going to implement so yeah, and it's very simple. Let's understand the UI. So inside pages we have the product folder. So we have all the folder. First understand create product, this UI. So yeah, and create a product. So we are going to achieve this UI. So you can design based on your requirement and the way you want to design. So I just make it simple and visible, right? So yeah, so first understand this create product. So I import all the basic things, and this is a create product Thunks function, and then I create a function, a constant, and it returns the categories, right? The object, and also the subcategory also return our object, and subcategory have each the key is category. Inside subcategory we have the key is category. This is the electronics, clothing, and footer. So these two are is very important. We are going to use a lot these two things. So and you will be confused, but don't worry, I will make it simple. And then we are grabbing, creating, loading an error from product, from store. And then this is the use state. So name is empty string, and then all the things. and then category. First is 0. So first is 0. So we have, so this is a 0, second, third. So if you look at, we have already selected electronics, right? Because we make it 0. If you change, let's say if you change 1, so you can see this clothing. You can see clothing. Now you see the clothing and top wear, right? So yeah, let's make it 0. Right, so this is the thing. Subcategories, then categories, and then 0 and 0, right? So yeah, and then image preview and as an empty street, because we have image preview, we have multiple image, and this is a handle input change, and we have to, and this is a tough one, but it's easy to read, but it's complex, and this is the bigger one. So yeah, so I'll explain to you. This handle input change, yeah, we are destructuring name and value from e target, and then this is a setter function, and yeah, so setter function, like we update the form data, right? So and just we are copying first, and then we update this update form. So this is the old data, right? And then this is the new data, and then we assign update form, and then we are using, if name is category, then update these things, right? And yeah, because if you change here, so you have to update the input field, right? Right, so it's update, right? So it's update, right? And that is the thing, and then we return update form. So this is a handle input change, and if I explain to you, it's a very simple, like same, and then setter form. Just to keep the previous all the data and update the new one. Now also track the category. So this is the name. If name is equal to category, and the subcategory is equal to this one, so it's keep it, right? So I think guys, both are valid. You can use based on your thing. So I just yeah, just comment out this one, and yeah, and then handle image change. So we are using array, right? Files array, because we are using multiple images. So and it's return a file list. So where we have multiple files. So we are going to, yeah, and so that are the things. So we are making array, and then we assign files, and then we are using setter function, and we use spread operator. So keep all the old data and add a new one. So and even the, and also prev dot images. So keep it the previous image and add the new one, right? So all the new files, and then so we are using array because we are going to a loop. That's why we need array. So yeah, so this method is helpful for using array, because yeah, you can look through any loop method, like yeah, in order to iterate we have to use map or any loop method, right? So without array, like you couldn't do that. And we are doing here to create a temporary URL to show the preview. So we are assign all the URL inside the preview, and then we are updating with help of setter function, and also we are tracking, keep the previous value, and then also add the new one. All right, This is a handle change, a handle image change, and now remove image. So we are grabbing index from where you want to, where we are sending, where we are calling the uh, event, right? So I'll show you, just understand these things. Index, so this is the index. Let me go. Yeah, this is the index. So we are passing this index, right? And yeah, and this index, so when you map, when you use map, we are getting two things. First is the data itself, and second is index, right? So this is the data and this is the index, and here we are passing this data, this URL, and this is the positioning. So yeah, and we are passing the position. Why? To remove these things. Let me show you. If you click, let's say right now we are, this is the 3. So how like if you click, now it's removed. So how this UI understand these things? So yeah, if you click here, now it's removed, not this one. How? Because you are tracking the position, and we call it, it's index, right? And we are passing this inside this remove image function, right? And let's back to the, and yeah, so this is a setter function, and we update that setter function. So keep it all the previous data, and then update the images, right? And prev images, and we are using filter, and that means here we are not care about the data itself. We are only care about image. So we ignore the data, but we only care about the index, and this index is not equal to the index we are getting. So remove it and keep other things, right? These are things. Now also, and this one for real data, and where you want to update, where you that type of data you want to send to backend, and this is the for image preview. We have to do same things, right? This is the remove image, and then handle submit. So also we have two codes. So first we are using keys, and we are using entries. So as I told you earlier, so object provide three things: keys, values, and entries. So it's a method, right? When you use from data, so we can use object. So it's create our object, and then so we assign this from data, because we want to work with data, like file and text. So yeah, and then this is the form data, and yeah, and we are just we are using for each to iterate all the field, the key value, and then keys images, update this, otherwise update this. So if let's say it's an image, that means append all the images. This is the image and this is the name, and yeah, and if there is a text, so update this data. That's it. And then calling the, then dispatch the create product with the data, and this is the data, this is the entire data, right? And then show the message and set from data. So yeah, set image preview and make it null, empty string. So if you call it, you cannot see anything, right? And just clear it. And this is the UI. So this is the main div, and then we have this h2 error, and then form. Form is simple. This is the product name. You can see it's very simple, and I think we already talked about a lot. This is the product name, this is the description, and and this is the price in stock. This is the price in stock category, subcategory, and then this is the upload image section, right? So yeah, and yeah, like it's a basic CSS. I think you guys can understand very easily. So I'm not going to explain. And this is a category and subcategory, and yeah, from data category. And I want to explain you a little bit here, because if you look at how it's understand, as I told you, if you click here, it's update. If you click here, it's update because of this thing. So this is a control value, right? And we know this is a control input field, right? So yeah, and then we map all the value, and this is a cat, and this is a value, and this value, right? And then also subcategory, and yeah, value from data and subcategory, and also subcategory from data category, and then map all the subcategory, and then subcategory value, and then so this is the UI. This one you can see, right? This is the things. I hope you understand it. And then image upload, product image, and like upload button, and then yeah, this is the basic. And then preview. If image preview is greater than more, then show this UI, right? And yeah, preview index, and then image tag button, and then remove image. This one, and submit button. And yeah, so I'm not spending more time on UI, but I just spent time on where you have to understand. Otherwise, you will face a lot of issue. So I'm focusing on that on UI part, but logic part I explained everything in details, right? So yeah, this is a create product. So let's see it's work or not. So let's say I create a product, name is 10, right? And description like product, like I have to do faster. So what? I just copy it, paste here, price let's say 100, stock let's say 4, and category is let's say clothing, and top wear, okay, and upload all the other images. Right, and let's see. Now you see it's uploading. Here you go, product create successfully. Let's check it. Here you go. This is the product, right? This is the product, and here you go. You can see the full image. You can see the full image, right? So yeah, it's working. And now understand the next give review. Let's understand first. We 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 have work create product, and let's understand give review. So give review means you can see the form, right? Then you can select the star, and then you can give the review, right? So and then you submit whatever you can write, then submit. But I'm not gonna do it, because if I do it, then I cannot do it again. So when I complete, then I can show you that demo, right? So I import the basic things, and also I getting the give review Thunks function and reducer clear error, right? So yeah, and review loading an error from that product store, global store, and then form data, rating and comment, and then success message, and handle input change. The similar, we are destructuring, and this is the setter function, and handle submit. If form data is not, if there is no rating in form, so please select a rating. So without selecting any rating, you cannot submit. And then we are calling, we are dispatching this give review. So here we are just passing, this is a product ID, and because this thunk need two things, product ID and data. So if you understand, when you are passing object, you have to put the same name, otherwise it's not going to work because it's an object. So that is the things, and this is a product and this is a data. Inside data we just we are doing these things, and rating just we make it we count it number, and then comment, product ID, data, and comment, right? Yeah. So data we have two things, rating and comment. The product ID is a product ID, and then message, set success message, form data, and set timeout. So in 3 seconds the message will clear automatically, and then we're handling the console log, we are handling the error, and then we're using use effect. So if error is there, just alert and clear the error, and this is the basic UI. So if success message is true, so this message, and then form, rating, and this is the one change, handle input change, and this is the value, and we are using option, this one, right? This one. But if you notice here, for one we have a star, but for 2, 3, I make it plural, stars. In order to achieve these things, we have to go through the loop. So we have to use the loop. That's why we create these things. This is a default, right? And yeah, we will make it array, and then we just a map through. We are iterating, and then num, and then option. So if num is greater than 1, then add is, otherwise keep it same. That's it. And then comment, and text area, row is 4, and yeah, form data, and button, review loading, and that's it. Let's check out. This is a give review, right? So yeah, I select 5, and then it is good product, and it's a simple message. So now you see review submit successful. Within 3 seconds, it is gone, right? It is gone. And now if you look at here, you can see a 5 star, and now 5 star, and right. So yeah, it's work. And let's move forward the product card, product details, and product list. So if you look at here, I think, and all the things we have to assign here inside this app route. So as I told you, all the things I did here, right? So yeah, so this is a create product. We import it, and yeah, create product, and then we're going to understand this product list and product dynamic ID, right? So let's understand. First, let's understand product list, right? So this is the product list page. This is the product list page, and we separately use component to create a card, right? Let's understand it. And I think, guys, if you notice, if you watch my previous first previous earlier, so you can see this UI is now changed because of I changed a little bit, right? Just this UI, nothing else. So this is a product list, and yeah, I import get all product Thunk function, and then params. So it's a like, if you're not passing any things, just make it empty. That's the things. and then we are destructuring all the things: product, loading, total page, page, and pages from store, right? And then we are using we are using use effect, and then we are calling this dispatch. Like we are dispatching this, get all product. That's it. And then loading product and no product available, and then this is a basic UI. So we map all the products. So this is the array, and this is the array we have recently we discussed on our product slice. So this is the array, and we map, and then this is the component. So we are passing we are passing props. So this is the key, and this is the product. And now then this is the basic UI inside below the you can see, right? And now let's understand the card, because we are using card. So card, and yeah, we are getting that props, and then we are destructuring all the field inside product. We have ID, name, and images, and we have multiple images, right? And then price, average rating, a 0, right? And then we create a use state, and at 0 current image index, and set current image index, and this one to understand. So we have, if you click on it, you can see it changes the images, right? Yeah. So in order to track that the location, so we are using this use state. And then next image. So this is a function, right? And so in order to understand these things, we are using this function, because so let's say we have 3, 1, 2, and now if you click, now again you are back to the first one, right? So how we achieve it, right? Right. This is a question. How did we achieve it? So this way. So image length is greater than 1, then show these things. Otherwise, if you look at here, here you cannot see, because here we have one image. Here we have more than one image. So that is the things. If there is one image, don't run this function, right? And if more than one image, then update this current image index. So, and yeah, we are updating brief.plus, and then we are using module. So image length, we are using module, that means this brief and the +1 index. So whatever index we are getting from the, if you click here, okay, and yeah, and here we are updating that things current image index, and yeah, just make it. And then this is the UI. First is price, this is the price here, and yeah, and this is the product image, and image current image index. So yeah, based on our selected image, we are displaying, and if no image, show the no image, and carousel dot. So in order to achieve this dot, we are doing these things. So yeah, we just map through the images, and then this image, this is the data itself, and this is the index, and we are using spam. And then if index is equal to current image index, if they are equal, that means make it true, which means I'm selecting on. So you can see the orange, that means I'm selecting on. And if the index I'm selecting on, and the index is showing, so make orange, otherwise white. This is the carousel dot. and then the product info, and this is a name, and also you are using array. Why? There is a catch. So this is the, like, we are using array, like, in order to achieve this beautiful star, right? Right now we have 5 star, 5 star, but we have 4 star, I think. Yeah, here we have 4 star, and yeah. So how we can achieve these things? So first we are using array, and then we make it 5, right? And then we look through it, and this is the same thing. This is data. We ignore data, just we care about the position index, and then if the average rating is greater than the position, then show this fulfill a star. Otherwise, show this empty a star, right? That is the thing. And then just make it 1, right? Full, and after a point 0, right? That is the things. And then it's a view details button. So if you click on it, you can visit, because already we have we have this and then we have this this, and we are import this product list right here, and yeah, we import here. So yeah, we import here, and yeah, product ID, and then product details. Now let's understand the product details page, right? So this is a product detail page. So here you are importing all the important things, right? Use state, use effect, and use param, use navigate, toast, and this is a get product by ID. Right, Thunk function, and add to cart button. This is a Thunk function, and then give review. So right, so let's understand step by step. This is a product ID by using use params, and here you are destructuring. So like the way we are name it, we have to name it here, right? Because we are destructuring here, nothing else. This use params return our object, and inside we have this key. So we are grabbing that key, and then we are calling use dispatch, use navigate, and then current product. We are getting current product from product, and then all the use state, select image, set select image null, and quantity, set quantity as a default 1. So give review, and all the state as a false. So and then we are calling it. If product ID is not, then show that message in toast invalid product ID, and instantly back it and navigate user to home page and instantly stop that code. So this code is not going to work because we return nothing, right? So when you return early, that means stop that code. Or if product is exist, so call dispatch this get product ID with this product ID, right? And yeah, product ID, dispatch, navigate, and then also you are using use effect here, current product images, and if greater than more than 1, then set select image current product images 0, which means if you visit, like let's say if you visit, so automatically you can see the first images selected here. So you can change it, but first you can see this one. How? Because yeah, current product images, so images is an array, so this is the first image, right? Yeah, that's it. And then this is the loading stage. Yeah, loading state UI, an error, and then product not found, please try another product. And this is the UI, this is a div, and another div. So we have three part. This is the left part, this is the middle part, and this is the right part. This is the left part, this is the middle part, and this is the right part, right? And yeah, now this is the left part, middle part, right part. And yeah, so let's understand the left part. So yeah, we are using flex column, and yeah, and this also UI it's a responsive. So yeah, and current product images length is more than 0, then show this UI. So current product images map image itself and index, and then yeah, source image, otherwise no image available. This is the left thumbnail, and then middle image. So selected image, whatever image we select, show here, right? So here, and then third section is all the information here, all the information. And also inside we have the action button. This is and then we have action button. So this is the three action button we have, 1, 2, 3. Because you can add, let's say add quantity, right? You can add. It's a 2. Now we have in card 1. So if you click on it, just look, it's updated. It gets updated, right? It gets updated. 3. Yeah, that are the things. And yeah, this is the quantity, and you can decrease, increase, and then you can call this add to cart button. So and we are passing these two things, product ID and quantity. Okay, so we can work with this. Yeah, we will understand add to cart button very soon. Okay, for now just understand we are just calling this add to cart component, and we are passing this in a product ID and quantity, and inside that component we are handling the logic and the UI, and then it's a button. So yeah, and we are updating, and it's a toggle, right? If so, hide review and show review. Same for show review. Show review. If current product review is more than it's 0, then show the entire UI. Just run this review and show, which means, and here you go. So now you can see all the review on this product, right? So yeah, if product review, yes, it means if product review more than 0, then run this code. Otherwise, skip and current product review map, and then yeah, if circle, and this is the UI, nothing else, and then yeah, and then give review button. So yeah, now everything is good, right? So yeah, this is the UI. So far we discussed create product, give review, and if you understand here, and we import this file, product details, right? And yeah, so you have to import the parent component, right? We have to import the parent page, right? Otherwise, yeah, I think as you know, yeah, we already talked about the entire product, the back end, the front end, and the UI, the user slice, right? So far we did a good job, right? First, I'm gonna discuss card controller. So I open up my VS Code, and inside controller I have card controller. So we have in this file for controller, add to card, remove from card, update card quantity, and get card. So let's understand first add to card controller. And if you want to get that 6 question, and if you want to go through each, so you can check out this test.js. So you can get that. Here you go. And add to card. So first question you have to remember, did I get the input? So yeah, And here, if you look at here, and it's not true because product ID is coming from param, so it's not case. So if you look at here, then you can understand. Now it's true. Product ID and quantity. Yeah, add to card. Yeah, product ID and quantity. You're sending product ID and quantity from a request body, and then user ID, and then user ID. So this is the first things, and then we valid the product. The product exists or not. So this is the second question. Did I validate? Right? Did I validate? So I find the product with help of that product ID, and then if product exists, so it return to the value, and then if not, product not found. Then third question is, did I check permission or rules? So let's understand, right? This is the third segment. So, and here you can see a different code than here, because here we are doing manually, but here we are using advanced MongoDB operator. So let's understand these things. So simultaneously we are updating the card. So that's why we are using update want and update find one and update, right? But here is a difference. So it's your choice. And first I initialize card because I'm gonna use again this card. So if you use const, so you cannot use furthermore. So this is the find one and update, and this is the query method from MongoDB. And we have three options here. First option is ID, second option is updates, which means first means value, and then second means update, and third is option. So here you go. We are passing this first ID. So in object, right? So user ID. It's coming from login user, and then item products and product ID, and then we are increment. When you add the card, if you look at here, if you look at this card, okay, let's say product, any product, and now we have three items in card. So here you go. Now you can see 4, right? So we are adding one quantity inside our card. These are things we are using in increment operator. So first items, and we are using this is a dollar sign, but in MongoDB it's called positional operator, right? So items, positional, and quantity, and then we are assign this quantity, and then here we are calculating the total price, product price multiply quantity, and then we make it true. So MongoDB can understand, okay, this is a new one, and then we populate item, product, name, price, image, and yeah, that's it. And then we are checking if product wasn't in the card, push a new item. So maybe when you are a new user, so definitely you don't have a card. So when you click the icon, add to add to card button icon or button, then instantly it create it. Or if you have already a card, so it's skip. So let's say you don't have card, so first time you want to add any product inside card, so yeah, then it's create card, find one and update. So user ID push these items, and then product, this is the product and quantity, and then increment, and then new one, and similar things, and then send to response, right? So first question, did I get the input? Did I check did I validate? Did I check permission or rules? Did I do the main action? So if you look at here, so you can see all the things. This is the main action. But just follow this, this controller, not test. Test just to show you the 6 question, all the section, like all the code. I just I make it segment, so you can understand this 6 question where is applied. This yeah, and yeah, and then I respond to product add to card, and then this is the catch, right? So this is the add to card controller. Let's understand next one, remove from card. So I hope you understand. If you go and then and yeah, and now it's remove, like yeah, it's removed from your card. So in order to achieve that, we have to create a controller. So this is a controller, remove from card. And yeah, so product ID we are grabbing from params, and then user ID from login user, and then we validate with help of mongoose. Yeah, if you don't want to use mongo, yes, you can also validate. But yeah, but like yeah, mongoose is check the strict validation, right? And if not, then invalid product ID format. So yeah, and then find the card with item to remove and populate product details. So now here you are just looking for that particular card, and with this user ID, and then we populate item, product, and price, name, image. If you look at here, this is the things. And then if cart is not exist, cart not found, and then remove the product from items. So here you are, we have initial length, so we find card item length, and then also we are doing card items and then card items filter. So if you know how filter works, so it's fine, but if you don't know, let me tell you. Filter return a new array, right? New array, and filter works like so. If the return value true the, so keep all the element, or if return value is falsy, so discard all the element. So but here is the twist, we are using not operator. So if you know not operator means, just make it flip, right? If it's true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. So let me explain to you here how it works. Well, so we have card item, so this is the array, right? And from this array we have product ID, and this ID is coming from a backend. So this ID and this ID, these are matching. So if you don't use this, right, let's say, if they are matching, that means it's return true. If these are matching, it's return true. So filter can keep all the matching things, but if you use here, so that means filter, so we make it false, so it's discard. So we have this logic, right? Just if product ID and the product ID is coming from backend, if these are not matching, right, so remove it. Keep it, sorry, keep it. If they are not matching, then keep it. And then we are checking this card item length and this initial length is equal. If they are, that means no item was removed, so product not found in the card. And then we are recalculate the total price based on our remaining items, because you know what, if you look at here, now we have 300 in order is somewhere, right? So if I add another card, so then you can understand it. So let me add it, and here you are. So now if you check again, so now we have $319. So when you remove, let's say, here you are, and now the total price is 300. So dynamically it calculates the total price, right? So yeah, and how you achieve with help of this block of code. And after doing these things, like here we are using reduce, So if you understand the reduce method, so first we provide three things. First, the current element, first the accumulator, then current element, and then option. So here you are using current element, accumulator, and current element. So this is accumulator plus current element. So current element is like item quantity multiply item product price, and then we have to save it. So we save it, and then we send a response to 00 product removed from cart. Here you are. So yeah, it's work fine, right? Remove from card. And so, and then again, this is a second, this is the second controller, and this is third one, update card quantity. So if you go here, if you check it out, if you, and then from here you can decrease, you can increase, right? So in order to achieve that, so and we need this controller. So with help of this controller, we can achieve this increment, decrement, right? So all the things we are grabbing from input. So did I get all the input? Yes. Product ID from params, quantity from a body, and login user. And then we are checking quantity must be at least 1. And then we are checking card exists or not with help of this user. This user has card or not. If this user does not have card, so yeah, card not found. And then we are just find these two things, item product and product ID. If they're equal, so and if you know the find method works like, so it find the first match. If it find the first match, then return that element. So if you find, then we can return this element inside this item variable. And if item is not exist, product not found in card. And also we are looking for product, and then and we also select price. And if product not found, product not found, and then we are calculating old subtotal. And if you look at here, this is the old subtotal, this one. And then old subtotal, like a price, a product price multiply item quantity, and then new subtotal, product price multiply quantity. That's it. And then we are updating this item quantity with help of this quantity. And then also we update then you also update total price, card total price minus old subtotal plus new subtotal, and then we save it. And then again we call it populate card. And yeah, and with help of this new card ID, and then we just fetch item product, and then we send a response with this card. This is a populate card, right? Yes, here we are. And then the last one is get card. So this is a get card, and this is a user ID from login user, and we are checking the card, and we are populate all the card item products and name, price, and we're checking card. If card not found, show the message, and then send to the response success true. So this is the wall card controller. So it's very easy as compared to the product controller, right? Because just we are updating the field. That's it. And next controller is order controller. So after adding the card, and now we are checking out here, like, yeah, here you are checking out the order. So yeah, the first is we have multiple things. So first is place an order. So products and shipping address we are getting from our request body, and this is user ID from login user, and then we are validate buyer. So we are find buyer. If buyer is not, only authenticate can place a order, right? So and then we validate all the shipping address. And if shipping address is not incomplete, a shipping address is incomplete. That means you have to fulfill all the field. If you missed any one of them, then you will see a error. So yeah, and then valid product and calculate total price. So here we have to, so we initialize total price at 0, and then we also initialize validated products as an array. So this is a outer loop, and products we have item, we have single item, right? So product is an array, and we just look through all the array, and this is a single item, and then also with help of this item we are looking for product ID. Inside we have product ID, and then all the product we are just assign here product. If product is not, then message it, and then again we using another if state. It's not a nested but another if state is that product stock must be greater than, yeah, like item quantity must be greater than product stock. So what does it mean? It means, let's say inside this seller we have 5 quantity, but we increase 6 quantity, let's say 6 quantity. So if you place an order, definitely you will get a message, hey man, like, yeah, this message, invalid quantity for product. And also product must be at least 1. And then after doing the things, we are just increasing the total price, product price multiply item quantity, and then after doing it, we just update this valid products array. So we push this object, so product ID, this product ID, and quantity, this item quantity. And after doing it, we update product stock, because let's say we have five product as a stock, and then let's say we buy 3 things. So as a seller, how I know how I know how many products I have left, right? So instantly you have to update. So yeah, so we are doing it like item quantity, whatever quantity we place, like whatever quantity has been placed, based on it we have to update the product stock. And then after updating stock, then we have to save the data, because MongoDB does not able to communicate. So we have to tell MongoDB, hey, this is the new one, and then we have to create new instance, and then this is the order, and buyer, user ID, product, valid product, total price, shipping address. Then also we have to save it. So we save order, and then as I told you, you have to follow this 6th question. So this is the 5th question: did I update anything else related? So if you know the data modeling or the schema, so you have to understand the reference. We have this reference. So inside buyer we have a field order. So buyer can see all the orders, right? So you have to push this order ID. So when you want to get the buyer order, so we can list out all the order. Let me show you what I try to mean by that. Your order means buyer order. So now this user have this order, right? Yes, these are things, and then save it, and then response the way you want to, and then catch, right? Yeah, and so, and then cancel order. This is the next one. So cancel order is, you can cancel your order from here. All right, so we cancel here. Right now we don't have, but when you have a pending order, we can cancel it, pending and processing. So let's check out this controller. So first we're grabbing the order ID from params and user login, and then we find the order, and if order not found, show the message. Just follow the 6 question and check if user is buyer, order buyer, and then user ID. They're not matching, so you are not authorized to cancel this order. That means the order you are canceling, is it belong to you? So how can you know? So with help of this block of code, so we have order collection, we have inside buyer, and then also we are getting that ID, and yeah, then check using overall status. So order dot overall status not pending and not processing, then order cannot be cancelled in this current status, which means if the order status is pending and processing, then you can update the status, you can cancel it. If beyond these two things, so we have delivered, shipped, so at that time you won't be able to cancel the order. There you go. And then update both overall and product status. So cancelled, then cancelled. So we update this status with cancelled. If you click cancelled, and then we just go through all the item. Maybe you have multiple item that order, so all the orders are gonna be cancelled. So here you have catch. So you can separately write a logic. So particular order, if you want to cancel, so you can cancel. All right, so you can do it, but for now just I make it simple, and then I set the order and restore product stock. So now let's say you make an order and now instantly you cancel it, so we have to update that stock, right? Because now you cancel it. So let's say you order 2 and now the stock was previously 5, now you ordered it 2, now it's become 3, and again you cancel it, so it must be 5 again, right? So yeah, we can achieve with help of this block of code. So this is the loop, and we have order products, it's an array, and we just look through, and this is a single item, and then we are finding that item, and then we are just assign here, and we are checking if product exists, then add the quantity, whatever quantity yeah we are tracking, and then save it, and then respond to the front end. That's it. It's very simple. And the next one is get user order. So yeah, get user order. So we are getting this order. How? Right? We're getting this order. So in order to get that, we need to create a separate controller, that is get user orders. And this is a user ID from this is a login user ID, and we are checking, and we are populate. So we populate it. So we finding the order with help of this user ID in order, and populate product and product ID, name, price, image, and then we sorted descending, which means newest to lowest. Yeah, new to old, I think. Yeah, and then status, success, order, and then catch. It's a simple one. Then update order status. So which means seller can update it, right? So if you go to your order, your account, dashboard, manage your order. So from here you can update it, right? So you can make it save, deliver, cancel, pending, or whatever it is. So you can handle your things. All right. So this UI is not looking good, but yeah, seller order, I think. Yeah, I think I forget to update it. Okay, don't worry. So when you're writing content code, I can do that. Okay, understand. So here you have update order status, and now all the input you are grabbing. This is the order ID from params. This is the status from a body, and this is the login user, and you are validating the user. If and we are checking the rules or permission. the user we are looking for, he or is it the seller? So we have a different things. So because only seller can update order status. So let me explain. So actually I explained to you a lot this type of things, but yeah, as a beginner it might be confusing a lot. So yeah, so if these statements return true, so it become true. So here we have or operator, right? So now it's become false. And let's say we have user role seller and we make it false. So false, false, it's going to skip, right? Let's say we have users and then we make it false. And let's say the role is not a seller. Let's say role is buyer. So I make it true because role is seller, no. So I make it true. So if both are true, that means entire expression is true. So run this code. I think you can get it. And then final order with this and final order and fetch the order not found, and check if seller owns any product in order, right? So here we are checking the order she is trying to update, that order are belong to that seller, right? So we are passing this item, and yeah, we're using sum. So I think sum just care about returning the true the or false value, মানে boolean value, which means it's the first if if the things you're looking for, if they're match, so some return the first match. So item product and item product seller and item product seller user id, if these three are true, then run this statement. And if not product owned, then you are not authorized to update this order status. And then just valid status. This is a valid status. If valid status includes status, then invalid status. And then update status of seller, product is skip and null, right? And skip if product is null. So we have order products and we map, and then same things. We just keep the old. We are checking if three things are true, then update. So we are using here ternary operator. So update the starter. So we are using split operator. So keep the old item and then add the new one. If any of these are false, then keep it the old one. And then we are calculate the things. So we are filter the product, and then also you are using map. So valid product, we are checking valid product. So if item product is exist, so keep it here. So this is the new array, and then also all status, valid product, and then item status, and then we initialize our status. We're checking all status length 0. If it's true, then run this if state, right? And we are using else else if state, right? That means if if state doesn't work, means it's escape. So yeah, else if can run, right? And else definitely run. So make sure else if can stay between else and if, right? Yeah. So we have nested, right? This is and then else if all status every, then deliver. If all status every and then s is equal to cancelled, then cancelled. And yeah, sum. And all status if sum, then just find and cancelled, and overall status partially cancelled, and then shift, overall status shift, and then processing, sum, and then processing. This is the very basic things. And now what are our status? Then after doing it, we have to update the status, and then we are saving. And just here we are just log in the warning, invalid count. Yeah, if you don't want to, just remove it. But just I show you um, how you can show the warning, and then send the response and catch. And now we have get order by get orders by ID, get orders by buyer ID. Yeah, this is a buyer. This is a buyer order. Here you are. This is the order, buyer order. This is your order, right? And this is the user ID, and we validate the user ID, and we are checking user ID and buyer. If they're not equal, show the message. I think we repeat again and again, so I think you understand. And then we fetch orders. We are fetching these orders. So yeah, with product ID, name, price, image, and add descending order, and then sending the status, success count data. So this is a get order by ID, get orders by ID, buyer ID, yeah, buyer ID. And then we have two things. So here you cannot see the MongoDB aggregation pipeline, but inside here I use advanced concept. So that's why I comment out it. So if you want to use, so you can also use this. You can get same result. But in this project, as I am using the basic a populate, so I'm not going to use aggregation pipeline. But at first, when I create, I use, and then yeah, recently I just add these things. This is seller ID from params and user ID. So with help of these things, seller can see their all orders. If you look at, no, sorry, this is a manage order, right? And yeah, seller can see all the order. Yeah. And then valid, and then also find order and populate buyer product. So we are just fetching, and here we are filtering. So first we are checking, is it a string? So we make it this seller ID in string, so we can compare it. And then we filter, we just use filter, and then inside you use sum. So this is a sum. So sum just checking if seller ID and the product ID inside seller, if they are matching, return it. And then filter also keep it. If the element is returned true, just keep it, right? And here you're not using not operator. So if return true, so keep it in the new array, and then status. So this is the my order controller, okay? And I spend not much time, because basic things I already explained a lot my previous controller. So this is the this is the place and order, and yeah, so this is the order controller. And now it's time to understand the its related backend routes. Let's understand. So first cut route, right? So as we did, import express and import basic controller, and then import the middleware, and then import a router, and then we just assigned the router. So post, this is add, and then add to card, and then delete, this is a delete method, and then remove slash dynamic ID, like product ID, remove from card, and patch, and quantity slash dynamic product ID, update card from quantity, and then get all the card. So this is the card route, and this is the order route. So we import same things, all the necessary controller as you work, as you create it, and then same things, login middleware, and then router, and then fast is post, just only slash, and then we are using patch, for cancel order. So first it's a dynamic order ID and then cancel, and then we are getting the my orders like as a buyer, and then we are getting the get order by ID. So my order means get user orders, and then get order by buyer ID, then also seller and order. So these are routes. So the way you structure here, you have to structure on front end, right? Just keep remember. And now let's implement or yeah inside our app.js. So we import this order route from order.route.js, and I think I told earlier you have to keep it this extension, otherwise you will get an error. And then cart router, same from cart.route.js, and then here we are initialize our base URL. This is our base URL, API slash orders API slash cards, and then you can see this like resource or path. So these are my controller and like all the controller. So far we complete our backend code, right? We are complete our backend code, and now the rest of the video, the rest of the video are gonna be based on our front end. So let's discuss first card API and card slice. So I open up my VS Code, and now this is a card API and this is a card slice. Okay, so as you know, we already work with all the card controller and the water controller, right? So now let's create all the Thunks function. So yeah, we import all the API function inside this card slice. So we have here API. This is the base URL and all this stuff. So I think we talk about a lot all the structure again and again. So I think I don't need to explain again. So this is the card slice, and first is add to card, and this is the data. This is the data, and we are passing the data, and then here we are calling that add to card, right? So yeah, this is the post method, and this is the header. So we are requesting this add to card, and if you look at our backend, so card order, card route, and here you are accepting this route, this controller, this post request. This is the router, right? And card API, card slice. So this is the first one, and all the we log it, all the response we return. So we have the order, and this is the second one, cancel order, and just we are getting order ID, and then we are calling it, and here you are, and this order ID is a dynamic order ID. This is a dynamic order ID, cancel order. Sorry, what? Card slice, man, card slice. Okay, this is a second. I think the second, remove from card. Sorry guys, we say remove from card. So this is the product ID, and we are calling this API function, and then we are requesting this remove from card, and this is the remove from card, and we have dynamic product ID. Right, and then all the data we are all the response we are just all the response we are returning, right? So and yeah, and then update card quantity, and we are passing two things, product ID and quantity as an object, and then from API function we are calling with this product ID and quantity, and with help of patch method, and then product ID is the dynamic, and yeah, and quantity is all the quantity, and then header is application JSON, and then get card, all the card, right? So we are ignoring all the data because just we only care about the backend data. So whatever data we get, here we are, right, returning. And then this is the initial state, card null, loading, add to card, remove, add to card quantity. So all the loading state false and error is null, and it's a basic. And then clear state and reset, these are two reducer, and yeah, and then the extra reducer. First is add to card, just make it true and assign all the payload inside card. So as a default it's a null, and now all the data we are assigned here, and then for reject a scenario also make it false and assign the error. And for remove card, like make it true and assign the entire card, right? And for a rejection case, and also update quantity, and then assign all the access payload inside card, and then for a reject case, and then get card, assign the card, and yeah. So card slice is very simple. There is no tough any logic. Just we are assigning, and just we are update that state, right? Yeah. So this is the card slice, and it's a card slice and card API, right? And now let's understand order slice. We have place order, right? So we are passing data, and then it's a place and order, right? And header is content type application JSON, and all the data we assign here, and then cancel order, we're passing order ID, and then here we are calling here with this patch method, and order ID is a dynamic order ID. If you look at here, so order route, yeah, first is post and second is patch. This is a dynamic order ID, and then get user orders. So we don't care, so we ignore it, and it's a double underscore, which means we ignore the data. We ignore the front end data. Just we only care about the backend data. So we have the successful response data, and we assign we return this all the data in payload, and then get order by user ID. Get order by user ID. So I think, yeah, buyer ID, and I think this controller, I think I did not use this controller. Yeah, I think I did not use this Thunks function because you already use this get users. But there is a case, yeah. But yeah, get order by seller ID, same seller ID, and then get order by seller ID, and we are passing the seller ID, and here you are calling, right? It's a dynamic, and also it's a get order by ID, get order by buyer ID. But here you are already get user order, right? So yeah, I think that's why it's not yeah, I think it's no longer needed. But yeah, well, yeah, keep it, so you can use for other different use case. Order slice, and then update order status. So order ID and status, and we are calling here these things, order ID and status. So order ID and status, these are dynamic, all the dynamic. Yeah. Let's understand the reducer. So this is the initial state order is array, because a lot of order you want to put inside the array, and this is the current order and loading, place order loading, and all the stuff, and then error, and this is a clear error, and it's a reset, make it false. And for place order, just we have two things. First is entire payload we push inside order. Whatever response we are getting inside payload, entirely we are pushing inside order array. So this is the array, and also we have to update current order, right? This is the current order, and it's null, right? So at first it's null, and then make it false for reject, and we have to make false the loading, and also we have to update the error. That's it. And then for cancel order case, pending the loading is true and error is null. And now for cancel order, there is a bit confusing code. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to explain to you. Let's zoom a little bit. Okay, all right. So cancel order, right? So first we are just known. So this is the update order. It's a variable name. So entire object we just put here. We just assign here now, and we are looking for index. Why do you need index? Because with help of this index, we are going to looking for a particular order, so we can delete. So if I show you, okay, so your order, so I have all the card, right? So how the backend knows, how backend can know these things, right? Yeah. So I have to I have to create a logic where backend can understand, okay, I'm just selecting this order, right? So that is the things I'm looking for, that index here. Once we find that index, so we can store here. So we have a different method. So we have find method, we have find index. So each method provides something. So we are using find index. So find index only provide a return 1 and -1. 1 means true and minus means, yeah, 1 means index position, and -1 means nothing. So this is the order ID. So inside, we have inside the order array, we have order. So each order have the ID. So we are comparing this update order. So also we are getting the payload. So we have also order. So from order array and from the backend array, these two, if the order ID is equal, right? That means, and find index looking for the first match, whatever it match, find index return that position. So yeah, let's say it's true. So yeah, and after that we are checking if index is not equal to -1. That means index is that means it's null. So yeah, so we are looking for, if it is not null, that means we have item, right? We have order, and then we are updating this order with this index. So we are using operator. So inside object we are using a speed operator. Okay, so we are updating that array. So this means keep the old state, that means old array, and just update the new one. Inside we have status, whatever it is, like we are updating, right? Yeah. And then also we are using other if state. So now we have to update the current order, right? So we are checking current order ID and update ID. If they are equal, so update the current order array also. Yeah, current order also. Same things we are doing here, but we are not using index because just current order is a single order, but it's an array, so that's why we are using index. But here we don't need that, and then cancel order, make it false. And for reject, just assign, update the error, and just make loading false. And for get user, it's very simple. Make error null and make loading true, and just assign here inside order, and that's it. And for get order by buyer ID, the simple thing, just assign all the things, nothing else. And for get order by seller ID, same things, loading true, and assign, update the order array, and then for false, make it false. And now we have we have a bit confusing same logic, right? The way we did inside our for cancel order case, so we have to do same way, right? So first, for update order case, first we assign entire payload inside update order, and then we are looking for same index. And also we are checking that things, and then we are updating same way. After that, we have to update the current order, and then reject case. So yeah, so here you are. So this is the order slice and order API. So it's very simple. So yeah, and now let's understand the features, the UI. So now we have to integrate this, and now this is store. So yeah, so we import these two slice, like order reducer, like order reducer and card reducer, and then we combined all reducers. So we already talked about user, product, and now order and card. This name is very important. The way you put here, if you want to access this store, this order state, you have to put the same name, right? Yeah, right. And now first I'm going to create all the card features. Let's close the wall, and then add to card button. So if you notice here, okay, notice here, let's say go to product view. So this is the card button, add to card button, and quantity. So if you click on it, now here you go, you can get now this icon gets updated, right? If you click on it, it gets updated. And yeah, so all the basic things we import, and this is the add to card. This is add to card dispatch, right? This is the Thunks function, and also we are getting these two props from parent, which means this card page. Okay, and quantity as a default 1, and then we call dispatch navigate, and also we are getting current user from user, and add to card loading from card, and then this is the local state, and this is add to card function, async function. So we are checking first current user. If current user is exist, then run this code, otherwise show this message, please log in to add item to your card, and then we are returning early return key. So it means stop here. If current user not exist, stop here, don't run the next code, and set is submitting true. So yeah, and we can submit it. And now inside try block, we are dispatching the add to card with the data. So inside data we have object, product ID and quantity, right? Product ID and quantity, and this product ID is coming from the parents. Yeah, and then the toast success message and catch, and finally it gonna run. So it will make false if we are using final keyword. And then this is the just UI, basic UI. So yeah, this is the motion boilerplate code, and this is the adding and add to card. So if add to card, so either of you is true, then the expression is true, right? Then expression is true, right? So we are using ternary operator. That means you can see this one. Otherwise, always add to card. This one, add to card, right? Now adding, right? So yeah, you can see a few seconds, not few seconds, a few milliseconds. Yeah, this is the card button. And now understand the remove from card button. So this one. So if you go card and this button, and if you remove it, there you go. Yes. Yeah, it removes, right? So remove button is same button. So input all the necessary things, and then also remove from card. This is a dispatch, it's a Thunks function from card slice, right? So yeah, and then same for product ID and on remove. This is a message. This is a message, and these are coming from the parents. And same card user from user, and also current user and then card, and it's submitting and last error. And then we are using use effect. So if error exists and it is not submitting and error is not equal to last error, then show this message. It's a console log. Okay, I think, yeah, toast error, show the error, and set last error. Yeah, this is a use effect. And handle remove async function. Same things. If current user not exist, then show the message, and then also show that window confirmation message. Are you sure to want to remove this product from your card? Yes. If you cancel it, then it stop it. That is a mini return. And then it's true, and then I dispatch the remove from card with this product ID. And also we are passing this on remove, and we are calling on remove, and then catch, and finally this one. And this is the button similar to add to card button, right? Nothing new. And this is the card page. This is the parent in our case. So yeah, your shopping card. This is the card, user card, and here you are. So we import all the necessary things here, and this is the card get function, and then fetch card user and remove from card button, right? So this one fetch card user we are using because of somehow if user did not exist, because we are using different things. So somehow if it does not work, then you can fetch manually on this page. That's why we want to again call this fetch card user. Also we log here, and this is the card fetch loading coming from card, and then card user from user state, and then this is the local, and this is a use effect. Check user and fetch card. It's async. If current user not exist, user loading not, that means call this. That means user is not exist. So we have to bring it in. And then that's why. Otherwise, show these things. Please log into view your card, and then also make it true. And yeah, and this use effect you also checking is user check and current user is exist. If both are exist, that means dispatch the get card. Once you do, then your data is displayed. Your data is displayed. And then also another use effect, so show the error, a toast error, and also, and yeah, so, and then handle remove, right? And if you look at here, from this is the remove button, okay, and we are passing two things, as I told you. First is product and second is on remove. If you look at here, this is a product ID and on remove, right? So yeah, and one remove is also we are using array function, and this is the handle remove success and with ID product ID, right? And this if is showing the loading user data. When the data is in a loading mode, so we can show this text loading user ID. Yeah, you can show also the loading spinner. It's up to you guys. Just think about for a second, and yeah, you can structure design the way you want to. And for also fetch cart loading, so when cart is loading, you can show these things, and we are checking if cart not exist and cart item length is 0, then show this UI. So shop now, your cart is empty, shop now. And we also redirect product list page, this page from here. If you remove these things, so you can see your shopping cart is empty, so you can go this page and you can add again, and now on you can visit again, right? So yeah, and this is the main div. So first this is a card item, and then this is a order summary. So this is the card item, and this is the order summary, right? And yeah, so first understand the card item. So that's just basic div and the motion, and here we are mapping just inside card we have items, right? So if you look at here, I think, and guys, you have to just console log everything, and you can see the console log all the data. This is my card, and you can see, you can check all the things inside the card we have items. That's why that's why we can map through these things here, like yeah, card items. So this is the object. We have this item, right? This item also have array, right? This item also array. That means this item have also object, right? And this is the product. Inside product we have the image, name, price, right? So you have to understand your structure. So I explain a lot. So right now I'm not doing it, because yeah. So just I look through, and then all the basic things. This is the motion. Boilerplate code. If you do not use motion, yeah, you are good to go with help of Tailwind CSS. You can achieve same things, but you have to write the more CSS. And image, so this one. So yeah, image, product name, price, quantity, and subtotal. This is the UI we are going to achieve, and on the right side the button. So this is the image and all the basic details, and then the remove button, right? This is the item section, card item, and then the order summary. We have the text, and then subtotal, and then this, and then button. Proceed to check. So this is the div, and then the text and subtotal. So card item length, and then items, and card total price. So all the data we are getting from here. If you look at, we have all the data from here, and just based on our data structure, the object structure, we are just getting all the things. Inside item we have total price. This total price is this total price, 99. and the product name is, this is a quantity 1. You can see quantity 1, right? Quantity 1. So all the things we are getting from these things, right? And we have to console log on maybe your UI or maybe the, so yeah, so you can see I console log every page. So yeah, this card, so you can check the state, right? And yeah, this is the subtotal and shipping and taxes calculated at checkout. So and then proceed to checkout button. So just I navigate to checkout page, and all the things you have to import here. This app dot route, sorry, sorry, app routes. So we import this user card page, import this card page, right? And then also checkout page. Let's understand first. So we talk about add to cart button, cart page, and remove to cart button. So after adding and checking the things, then you can proceed to checkout, and then you are redirect to the checkout page. You are redirect to checkout page. So from where you can fill out your shipping details, and also you have option to increase or decrease, either you increase or decrease. So let's say I like this product, so somehow I want to increase again, so I can. So here you go, and I fill up my address. So yeah, and yeah, like yeah, whatever data, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 5 5 India, and yeah, let's say Injajul address is, let's say uh, whatever it is, New York, and sorry, city is New York, and state is New York, California, so whatever it is. And yeah, that's the nation is USA. Yeah, and if you do, then order place successful, right? Then you can check your order here. There you go, right? And yeah, so this is the checkout page. Let's understand the order, all the order page. So we covered up card page. So now let's understand the order folder. Okay, so first we're going to understand the cancel order button, right? So cancel order button. So look at the UI, and if you, so this is the cancel order. Cancel it now. Both are pending. So let's say I want to cancel it. Are you still want to cancel this order? Okay. Yes. Now order cancel successfully, right? So now the order is cancelled, right? The order is cancelled. So these are things we are going to achieve. So this is the cancel order, and this is the component. This is the child component, right? So we have the, so this is the main component. So inside we are like, yeah, we are creating all the things, right? So this is the user orders. This is the user order page. Or cancel order. So yeah, all the basic things, and this is the cancel order a dispatch, like it's a thunk function, and we call it, and from order, I think we don't need it. This is the cancel order loading, and it's submitting it's a local state, and we are using window object, and then if we make it cancel, then we return, and that means it stops instantly, like immediately, and then set is submitting true, and then we are calling, we are dispatching cancel order with this order ID, and then toast, catch, and finally that's it. And this is the button, and like cancel order button, add to cart button, or maybe a remove button, this structure is same, right? So yeah, just we are calling a different action function, that's it. And then let's understand the place order button. Place order button, because here you have the place order button. If you go and check out, and this is the place order button, so this is the place order action, like thunk function, and we are getting two props, product and shipping address, from parents. We'll talk about yeah, in a minute. So, and place order loading from order state, and then is submitting and set submit local state to, yeah, and then we are verifying all the address, and then we just, if there is a wrong, so we can show push error, and immediately we stop the code, and also validate the card product. If there is no product, also, or like var products dot length is 0, then your card is empty, stopped the return, stop the code, and then set is submitting true, and we just assign entire object inside this order data, and then we are calling or dispatching the place order with this data, like product and shipping address, and then toast, catch, final, and then this is the button, place an order button, right? Simple, same button like cancel order button, and then update quantity. So this logic is like this one, or this one, right? Yeah, so we're going to achieve these things. So UI is very simple, logic also simple. This is the update card quantity, and we are also getting two props, product ID and current quantity, and the update card quantity loading from card, and then it's a local state, but we are like, as a default, we have current quantity, and this quantity is coming from parents, and then this is a handle update. So we are just checking new quantity must be less than 1, right? Sorry, the logic is, if the quantity is less than 1, then quantity must be at least 1. So at least you have to put it 1, then you can, yeah, then you can place the order, right? Because what I mean to, like, you cannot decrease it, quantity must be at least 1. This is the message, that is the things I want to say. And then set quantity, new quantity, and then update, dispatch this update card quantity with this data, with this object, product ID and quantity, we update with new quantity, and then message, and this is the button. And if you look at here, and here we are getting this params, right? So we are passing a parameter, this is the new quantity, and we are getting this, we are passing this argument, a quantity plus 1, right? And this one become here, and with this handle update function, we are accessing here, and then we are updating with set quantity, new quantity, right? Yeah, so this is the decrease one. So yeah, we just, we are using one click event, and this is a handle update, and yeah, so instantly or immediately you can see the effect on the UI. Now we we add it, right? And then also this is the add. The UI is very simple, and also the UI also, and the logic also. So this is update quantity, and now we have user order and checkout page. Let's understand checkout page. This one checkout page, and this is the parents. So we import update quantity as a default name, and this is the name. Get card from Thunks function. This is the component, and this is the get Thunks function, and also place an order. Also, it's a component. So two are component, and this is a get card. Okay, and this is the local state, and shipping address and set shipping address, and then this is a cart from cart store. From cart state, fetch card on mount. This is a use effect, and then we are just calling the get card, and then handle change. So we are destructuring here, and then we are updating the shipping address with the previous all the data and the new one, and then products for order. So the place order care two things: product ID and data. Product ID and quantity. Okay, so inside the things we have lot of things. Inside card object we have lot of things. So okay, let me call here. No. So I think now you can see it. So we have all the data. Okay, so we have quantity, we have inside item, we have quantity, and like a quantity, total price, quantity, right? We have two quantities. So these things we are here manually grabbing it. So product for order, right? Because if you notice here carefully, store order slice. So this is the data, update quantity, right? So what you are doing, man? Checkout page. So product for order. This is a variable name, and just we are mapping this item, and this is a single item, and product ID and quantity. Two things we are caring about here. So product ID we are getting from that. So here like we are checking type. So if you don't want to, it doesn't matter, but it's a separate version. The type item product is string. If you string, then this one. Otherwise, always make it item product ID. Although we have this item product, like it's an object, right? So, but somehow if there is no object, it should be work, and also we assign this item quantity here quantity, right? If you look at, and then we are passing here total product when you're calling the place order. If you look at the place order button, so this is the product, and the product is product for orders. Inside we have the product ID, the entire product object, and the quantity, and then the shipping address. And also you are checking if product for order, if there is an item, then show this icon, otherwise not. So, and this is the total price you are checking. If you look at here instantly, this is the total price, this one. So we are calculating from card items. So we are using reduce method, and then we are calculating entire things. And this is the UI, this is a check button. And we have two sides, the left side and the right side. So we have left side the order summary, the product price, the product name, price, quantity, and two button, and then and total, and also we have shipping details right side. But if you look at in phone version, then here you have this type of UI, right? So yeah, so let's understand right version. Just UI, order summary, and fetch loading. If not, so here you have a nested ternary operator, right? So this is the fetch loading. When card is loading, okay, when card is loading, show this message loading card. Okay, if not, then and then again we're using ternary operator, a nested ternary operator. We are using error. If error exists, then show this UI fail to load card. If error is not, then show this one card. Here also using a ternary operator again. So if card and this one is a optional chaining, means if card item is not exist, so it not exist, so it is not gonna show you any error, or like sorry, it's not gonna crash in simple order, right? And then card items, so we just map through all the item, we just iterate all the item, and then here you are image and the product details like price, quantity, and then here you are we are just calling this update quantity component, and we are passing two things, product id and current quantity. If you go this one, product id and current quantity, right? And then subtotal, this one, this subtotal, because if you have another card, let's say we add another card, let's say this one, card checkout. So each card have their own subtotal, and then also we have total, right? Yeah, and total, and then your card is empty, and this is the right side, just all the input, all the form data, nothing else. So I think guys you can handle the form data because we talk about a lot. So this is the basic form data, and then action button, place an order. So we are passing two props, first is product and then shipping address. If you go here, then product and shipping, and based on it we are verifying all the things. So far we discussed, and this one also, and now user order. Let's understand the user order. So we order it, right? Let's say we can order again one. Let's say with this data, and this is your page, user order, and this is your new one. If you view details, so you can see that these two product, and yeah. So and if you go like if you go this page, update routes, so we import all the file. This is the user card, this is the checkout button, right? And user order and checkout button, checkout page. So yeah, and this is the user card, means this page, right? So let's understand this user page, user order. So first, all the basic things we import here. So this is the get user order. So this is the Thunks function, and cancel order button, this is also Thunks function, and all the basic things. And these orders, and these are coming from order state. And then here we are also this current user loading error from user state, and this is the local state. And here you are using use effect for checking what loading, current user error. If they are not exist, that means this entire expression false. True, so please log in to view your order. Otherwise, it redirect you to login page, and then we are return. Then we use a return, so immediately it stop the code. So yeah, and then user error. So yeah, same things, and then current, if current user exists, then dispatch get user order, and then toggle order details. This one, toggle order details. This one you can see, right? And this is a local state, but here you are just if expand order ID and order ID equal, then make it null, otherwise order ID, and then get status color, because if you look at here you can see a different color for deliver different, for pending different, for cancel different, maybe yeah. So we already create a state, a local state, and yeah, local variable, and based on it we switch, and yeah, and we also are checking and loading your order. If auth loading and fetch order loading, if either of them is true, then entire expression is true. So the this UI, and for error case also, and this is the basic UI. Your order, your order. This is the your order, your orders, and you haven't placed any. If order length is 0, so these things. Also, you are using ternary operator. Otherwise, so this entire UI. So we are then we have multiple like in order. So order is the array. So we iterate all the order, and then so order summary header. So then order ID. Yeah, this is the order ID, and we're getting from order ID, and place on total status. And if you look at here, this code, so we're using chart at method because we care the first character inside the status. So if you notice here, we have this cancelled C is capital letter, because we achieve using this chart at using this basic logic cat at 0, and then it make it uppercase plus order overall status slice 1, right? And yeah, so yeah, and then if pending and processing, okay, you can cancel your order button. If the product is pending and processing, then you can see this cancel order button. Otherwise, look at here. Now for cancel you cannot see, for delivery you cannot see, right? So you only can see for pending and maybe processing. For two case you can see this button, other is not. So expand order details. So when you expand order details, so you can see the details like in Jajul, New York, this message. So yeah, this is the details. Shipping address, we are accessing from that object, this order object, and then product name and all the related product things, item, product ID, images, and this is the first image because inside order we have multiple images. So here we are caring about first image, and then yeah, quantity, price, all the basic UI. So guys, I'm not focusing, as I told you, the UI because it's not a UI course, right? But I'm just focusing where where must be focus on. All right, let's discuss first seller page. So first, so if you go the page, so if you click on it, then you click the dashboard. So you can see this this seller page. So you can go to the create product and the manage product. This is a manage product page, and this is the manage order page, right? This is a manage order page. Yeah, so let's build in. So first, dashboard, and well, okay. So if you check on the phone version, so you can see. So let's, yeah, and now you can see it's a responsive. So yeah, on phone version you can see this menu bar. Click on it, then you can see this slide bar, sidebar. Then you can see the product, and yeah. What? Oh my god, man. I think, let's back my, yes. So let's understand first dashboard, all the basic things as we did as import here also, and this is a toggle things is open and set is open, and this is a sidebar, and we have a dynamic UI. Okay, and this is the dynamic, and we are using backticks, yeah, backticks for dynamic UI. Then you can use that template, template literal, and this is the template literal. All right, and yeah, and this is the, and we have this overlay for mobile and main content, and this is a sidebar, and this is a sidebar. So we have three segment inside this div, and let's understand first sidebar. So it's a fix, and we have this seller dashboard, and then, and also this, this cross icon you cannot see on large screen, so we use hidden above MD screen, right? So this is a Tailwind responsive class, and then this is the button, and then the navbar. The navbar is, we are using UL, and then UL tag, and then list tag, and then inside each list we have link component, and then we are passing create product, and then seller product, and then also seller order, so we can navigate. This is the navbar, and then overlay for mobile. So on phone version, if you click on it, so you can see the cross icon, right? It's set open false, and this is the main content. We have just menu button for mobile, so you can see this menu icon, and then also this content. It's just UI. You cannot see any difficult code. Let's understand first seller order. This one, seller order. Go to dashboard and seller order, manage order. So we have this, what? Yes, we have this seller order, right? And this is the UI, and you can see this is seller ID, buyer name, status pending. Recently I buy these things, and we have we have this product name, and I can do these things also here. I can change the status now pending. If I do processing, and then if you refresh, then you can see processing, right? And yeah, now it's a cancel. So there is a cancel, right? So yeah, and status is processing. Everything is dynamically updates. So let's build up that UI. So yeah, first we import all the Thunks function. First one is get order by seller ID, update order status, and clear error, and this icon, and then orders from order state, like the store, right? This is the order state, and then current user from user, and then we are separately create a variable called seller ID, and we are just grabbing from user ID, and then use effect. So if seller IDs exist, then dispatch this get order by seller, yeah, and passing passing with passing seller ID, and then use vec to show the error, dispatch clear error, and handle status change. So we are getting two things as a parameter, like order ID and new status. So if you go here, then you can access here. So order ID and the target value. So this is the new status. So okay. So new status means we can grab this target value, and yeah, this one, this all the things. So and then we are calling that update status. So this is the order ID and the status. So this is a new status, and both are coming from that that one click. Yeah, we are getting as argument, right? So like I think you like I think I also confused somehow. I'm telling this is the parameter, and the way we are getting that is the things argument. But yeah, this is the we call parameter. You can see the parameter, right? And from function, when you call the function and the data we are passing, we call it argument. But most of the developer mix it. They know what the yeah. So yeah, and we are calling this update order status, right? And this is a badge styling for color based on these things, because if you look at here, and then yeah, you can see the color, and then seller order loading, and we are using ternary operator if it's true, and so if not, so this no order found. Now also nested ternary operator. If order length is 0, so this, otherwise so this UI, right? And then order is an array, so we are like we are iterating all the things. And here also we are filter the products, so we filter using filter method. So if item product ID seller ID is equal to seller ID, the seller ID we are sending the seller ID inside the product ID. If they are equal, so we are keep it inside filter product, right? And then we are returning these things. This is the header, order ID in order ID, and then order status, and then buyer info, like buyer name, and then order total price, then order status. This is the overall status. This is the overall status. This is a buyer name and status. This is a product status, and this is a total, right? So yeah, and so this is the UI, and the UI is very simple. And then product. So if filter product is more than 0, if it's equal to 0, so these things, otherwise so this error. filter product, and this is the array, so we have to map through, and then all the basic things, quantity, price, and then item status, right? And yeah, so this is the things. So this is the UI, and I hope you understand the seller order. And then after doing it, we have to import here, yeah, seller, the seller product. So we import here this seller product and seller order and seller order. So this is our component seller order, right? Yes. And now, so we understand this manage orders and now manage products. So we separate two things. So separately we create a card and then we fetch the product as we did for product, right? So yeah, you can see the UI. So if you click on edit, so you can see if you decrease the stock, and if you change the name, you can change the image, and you can update it. And now update. Now if you check the 4, and let's say I'm changing the price 49. Here you go. Now yeah, so everything is dynamic. Another 4, right? So it's let's say, and if you mark out the now out of stock, mark in, now it's back to 1, right? So if you look at here, now you can change also the product again. Here you go. Now 5, right? So everything is okay. And now yeah, so let's build up. So we are in first create the seller product card. So update seller, we import basic things, and this is the 2 update seller product and delete seller product, right? From product slice. These are from product slice, and yeah, then product from, and this is it from product, and then this is the local state is editing and set is editing, and then form, like yeah, and then as a default you can see these things already selected, because yeah, because we did this way. And then images, set images, stock status, set stock status, and more than 0, and then a handle input change. So yeah, it's a basic, and then a handle image change and handle update. So we are creating form data. So as I explained many times, when you are sending data, text and file, so we have to create a form, we have to instant the form data. This is a built-in JavaScript method, a class, and then object entries, and also we are append the image inside update form data, and then you are calling update seller product with this, it's object. So first is ID, so we are grabbing product ID, and then form data, update form data, and then set is editing false, and handle delete, so you can delete the product. You also handling here, so you also calling product ID, and handle toggle stock. So yeah, new stock status, and then yeah, so we make it flips. Now update form data, same here, and then we are calling update seller product, and then set stocks, and then this is the UI, this is the name, you can see the form, the description, and the price and stock, and categories and subcategory, images button, and this is the button. We have button, and yeah, this is cancel button. So this UI shows if is editing. You can see if it's true, then show this UI. Otherwise, you can see this is the, so here you are. So this is the default one, and if you click this edit, then you can see this UI. So we have the condition here, right, with this thing. So we saw we are using ternary operator, and now this is the image, this image, and yeah, we are showing all the things. And stock status, in stock, and then out of stock. So this UI, you can see this UI in stock, and if you mark out, then out of stock, again marking, then one, right? Yeah, so we are doing here. This is the image, and this is the details, all the details like product description, product name, product price, and product category, and product subcategory, and then button, edit button, and this is a one-click event, and updating. So if you're updating, then mark out or mark in status is, right? So yeah, so here you are using also a next ternary. First is if updating loading, then updating, or if not, then stock status, and if stock status, mark out, or if it's true, mark out, if not, mark in, right? So yeah, so this is the UI, and if we, and then you can see, so this is the card, and then delete button, on click delete handle, and then so now you can also delete that product. So we have this product, let's say I want to delete this MacBook. So if you look at the Apple Yellow 2016, now if I click delete, now it's a loading state, and now we had 3 iPhone, now we have 2, because one is deleted, one gets deleted, right? So yeah, so this is the seller product card, and now we have seller product page. So where we just know, so get product by seller ID and clear error from product slice, and seller product card, this is a component, and seller product, set seller product from the product state, and just we are console log it. So you can console log each where you want to put. Yeah, so as a beginner, I think the best way to understand, to debug each scenario or each edge cases, so you can understand your flow, then you can become a good developer or pro developer. And then current user from user state, and then we also seller ID from that, and then use effect, run this get product by seller ID, and yeah, and then you use effect for to dispatch this clear error. And this is the basic UI, because no product found, create a new product to get started, and then you are passing seller product ID and product. So if you look at, we are getting one product, right? So, and this is the key, and this is a product. Here you go. So we discuss dashboard, seller order, seller product, seller product card, and seller product. Now we have just left the search, the 3-page, 3-file input, search product. So first understand the UI. So if you go home, right, So, and okay, let's search. Yeah, the case is that doesn't matter. If you search like this product, you can also see this thing. So this is the name product. Or if you search, and then if you search nothing and search it, so you can get all the product, right? And you can select the order. Let's say I only care about the price. Let's say max price 300, not let's say 100. So now if you search, you can see only less than 100. So all the product. So let's say I make it ascending, which means first is ascending means highest to lowest, and descending means low. No, well, I think I have to like, I think product, well, yeah. And if you choose category, let's say I care only clothing, and let's say yeah. And then if you search, let's see what you can get. So yeah, we have only this clothing and no reviews. Okay, now we understand the things, and even you can also toggle it. You also can check it only the stock. Okay, so you have full control of searching. So the way you want to search, the what type of filter you want to apply, so it's up to you. So let's build up. So first we have to create search input. So we separate search input, search product, and search result. First understand search input. So search input means this one. Okay, let's. So this is the search input. Okay, this is search input, and this is the search product. This entire page is search product, and this is the search result. Even you can navigate if you have a more than 10, so you can navigate to next page. So for our case, we don't have more than 10. So yeah, so this is a search input, right? This is a search input field, and we are getting two props on search, initial search from parents, and initial search as an empty string. And here we are creating two things. This is a category as a and it's an array, and subcategories it's an object. Now also this object holding the each category, right? And this is the form data and set form data, and show filter, set show filter, and then handle input change, just basic as we talk about it already. And handle submit. Here you have little bit confusing because we are using filter. So for first of all, we just create a params. This is the params. Okay, and this is the object method. Okay, it's a built-in JavaScript, and from entries, this also a method. And here we are creating two things: the key and value. Then we can use and entries, but then we are passing filter from data, and then we are using filter method. But here we are ignore that key. Here we only care about value. So we checking if value is not string empty and not false, then keep all the things. And again we convert that into object again, because we convert array, because object make it object method make it object into array. So we can look through we can iterate, and then we are using object from entries. It also get back the previous form object. So yeah, and then on search we are calling this on search with params. and then this is all the just input and nothing else. And then this is a show filter. If you show filter, this is search bar and filter button inside. This is the search bar and filter button, and this is a search button. And then show, if you click show filter, then you can see the UI. What? Oh, sorry, this one. Then you can see. So it's yeah. So here you are just handling, and then category and all the things. The yeah. So every logic we already discussed, just and just showing you the page. And this is the search input, nothing else, just go through the code, right? So yeah, and let's understand the next one, search result. This is the search result, and we are getting all the props from parents: product, current page, pages, one page change. And here you are not doing any logic, just it's a UI. And no product, if product length 0, show it, otherwise show this thing. And here you are using React segmentation, and product is an array, so we have to look through, and then each link you can see also. If you click on it, so you can navigate to its product detail page. Here you are, right? That's why we are using a link component, and we are passing this this path, right? And then all the details. And for this is a pagination, and this is a function on click event, and we are passing current page -1, and pages and current page +1. This is the next page, right? So this is the basic search result. And now search product. So here you are, get all products. So I think if you remember, I told you is that get all product we can use for different purpose. So here you are have another purpose, the get all product and clear error. And we are creating use query. Yeah, this is a new, it's a key. So when you are URL search param. So yeah, so when you start a video, I discuss you these things, how it's work and use location. So now you can understand it, right? Very easily. And search product and dispatch, and then query. And we also this about when you use URL search, you have a get, like has all the method. So you are creating this query, and yeah, all the and your URL search params is dealing with the dynamic path, the string path, like the string part. So yeah, and then we just destructuring the product loading error pages with this product. And this is a local set params, search params, and set search params, and query. And search is query page 1 limit 10, and then calling, and then as a default you can see set search params, the old data, the search query, and the page 1 use effect, and then handle search. So if you click on that handle search, so you can see params page 1 limit 10, and then use effect. So this we are calling this get all and search params. So yeah, and search params, so all the related data we want to search with, so we can pass. And then use effect, error, like alert and dispatch, and then handle page change. So you can change the page. Right now we don't have, but you can change the page if the content is more than 10. So yeah, and this is a basic UI, and this is a search result and search input. So yeah, this is the component, and yeah, search result. This is a search result. we're passing these things from here. We're passing product, current page, now one page change, right? So yeah, so this is the search page related features. So now we have one page, that is home page. So let's discuss all file. So if you see the home page, so you can see this is the home page, right? And we have this this dynamic sidebar slide, and let's achieve it. And if you click on it, so you can navigate to the page, and like each section similar to same structure, right? So yeah, let's build up. So first is home, okay, and this is the home, just, and we have a just import all the sweeper. Okay, this is a sweeper and sweeper slide. You can search on, like, let me search on, yeah, what, so this is a sweeper and sweeper slide, and you have to import their CSS here, or you have to import the index, right? So I did, right? This is the main thing, otherwise your UI does not work. So make sure you import all the CSS here, or you can import the app.js, but I think index.js, it's a best, best way to do it, so you can do it. And okay, all right, so, and this is a link, and this is the asset from my folder. So this is the static images, right? So I import here, so you can get inside asset, we have asset, and yeah, this is all the things, we have asset. So don't worry, you can get from my GitHub account. So I put that URL, like that entire my code, so you can get code and also my asset. And then this is a banner, so I structure it inside array, so I can look through. And then this is a home, this is a section, and so we have the sweeper, and this is a feature section. Inside home we have two sections, a sweeper like sidebar, like in sweeper, this one and this one, product features. So we are using sweeper, so all the sweeper code and just class full nav, and yeah, and then also banner and the map and sweeper slide, and this is a class full and object fit, and then features, and just footer list. This is a component, so we can navigate by clicking that each section, yeah, each section, so you can navigate if you look at here. So this is a URL, footer, footer slice, or yeah, like slice footer, and then minus list, so hyphen list, and see, same for electronic list and cloth list, right? So it's pretty simple. Now understand each so clothing. So like you see, like you have seen all the structure is same. So yeah, just we import all the things and we call get all products. So as I told you many times, so this is our versatile use case, like in controller. So you can filter on it, you can use it for like particular navigate things, right? and uh, and even you can navigate to the its product page, right? So it's very cool. And I think we don't use these things, so I think we don't need here, but just I put it, even remove it. This is a use effect and fetch product from electronics category only. So this is a get all, and we are passing object category clothing and limit 12. You can make it 10, 8, whatever it is based on you. So backend can handle it, and then loading error. And this is the array of products. So if 0, show this, otherwise map through, and then show the image. Now also if image and product image less than 0, then show, otherwise no image available. And the price, details, and the ratings, right? And all the things we discussed a many times. Just this is a UI, and this is the action button. Just if you click on it, so you can view its product page. And this is a clothing, okay. And now I think we have to, and for electronics, so if you look at footer, so you can see only footer, like only shoes or sneaker, like that. And here you can see only electronics. Now we have 2 electronics product, and here we have just clothing. Just we have 3 clothing, right? So yeah, so that is the things we are passing this just here. Yeah, the UI is same, but just here we are just there is a difference. UI same, but just we change the category electronics and leave it same, right? So UI is same, and for footwear also same. The UI is same, everything is same, just here is changing category and then footwear, right? So this is the things, and we are accepting all the things from product, right? So yeah, so guys, congratulations, you just complete building a full Amazon clone from scratch. I called it an Amazon clone, but it's not similar to Amazon clone, but you understand all the features, all the logic, how you can handle. So in this tutorial, you didn't just follow the tutorial, you learned how to tackle the real world problems with full stack development, from designing backend APIs with MongoDB, handling authentication, to creating a smooth React frontend with Tailwind CSS, and also managing state with help of React Redux Toolkit. And now you have the skill to turn ideas into real solution. This project is just the beginning. Experiment, break things down, break it, innovate it, and rebuild it, and keep building. That's how you go from a coder to problem solver. If you enjoy this journey, smash that like button, subscribe, and share this video to help more people turn their ideas into reality. Because the ultimate goal of my channel is to showcase how you can solve the real problem in order to achieve $720 trillion, because this is the opportunity we have right now if you bring USA as a core to measure the lifestyle, the opportunity. So keep coding, keep creating, and let's solve the next big problem together.